It has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control, using mortars and heavy caliber artillery in areas like Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. My colleague Akash is joining us on this. So finally, the confirmation coming in from the Indian Armed Forces, Akash.
Yes, in fact, we were discussing that how, there is input that how the AD system of Pakistan has been destroyed, and now we are getting confirmation from the forces that how Pakistan tried to engage with the military infrastructure in different areas, in the areas that you rightly mentioned, Awantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, and in fact, Amritsar, Punjab area. Several military infrastructures, were targeted, but our AD system spotted these attempts, and in retaliation, Indian Armed Forces basically carried out these strikes where their radars and their AD system. We were talking about HQ-9, in fact, and now we are getting a confirmation that in our retaliation, Indian Armed Forces have successfully destroyed their air defense system and in fact their radars, their several radars. And this was in retaliation. It was categorically mentioned in the press conference, where a briefing was held for the Operation Sindoor, that we are not going to escalate it further, but if Pakistan will try to attack us or attack our establishment, infrastructure, then we will retaliate, and there would be a strong retaliation. And this is what is a strong retaliation, where the Indian Armed Forces have destroyed their AD system and in fact their radars that were very much placed, in locations close to border. In fact, one system in Lahore, has been destroyed.
The statement says it has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Exactly some of the updates that we were getting earlier via sources. It has now been confirmed. And Akash, it's important to note, we are reading out that Ministry of Defence press release. The headline of that press release says Pakistan's bid to escalate negated and proportionate response by India. So the bid to escalate is a very important phrase being used by the Indian government here.
Shivani, in fact, it was categorically mentioned, in the briefing of Operation Sindoor. I was highlighting it, that how the attack, in fact, the operation, that was carried out, day before yesterday, the night, it was, because of the fact that Pakistan did not take any sort of action against the terrorists who were behind the Pahalgam attack, and that's why, it was required. No civilian, infrastructure or no military infrastructure was targeted. It was clear that we just don't want escalation, but we will of course avenge what you did with our civilians, our tourists.
Okay,
and after that,
Akash, 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you there. I want to read out a very important part of this press release. On the night of 7-8 May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including Awantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. Can you imagine? This is almost entire borderline of India with Pakistan, from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat. Using drones and missiles, they were neutralized by...
Hello and a very good evening. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Prithween Walia. First up, we start with the day's big headlines. India has carried out a precise retaliatory strike on Pakistani military assets after a major overnight attempt by Pakistan to target Indian military installations using drones and missiles. The Indian Air Force fired its S-400 air defense systems and foiled an aerial attack by Pakistan in retaliation to Operation Sindoor. US Consulate General in Lahore, Pakistan has directed its staff to shelter in places amid reports of drone explosions, downed drones and possible airspace incursions. Pakistan Cricket Board has decided to relocate all remaining matches of Pakistan Super League Season 10 to Karachi due to increasing tensions with India. Meanwhile, the European Union has condemned the Pahalgam attack and backed India's right to act against terrorists. The EU in the statement said that those responsible for Pahalgam attack must be brought to justice. And now, speaking of the big development coming in, the Indian Army has responded to Pakistan's provocation with a firm hand after Pakistan targeted 15 locations well within India with missiles and drones. India shot them down and even neutralized the air defense systems in Lahore. But we have more details on the particular strikes carried out by Pakistan, which military installations in which part of the country were deliberately targeted. India thwarting all of those attempts. But let's quickly put out that map graphic for you as well, which explains the story in detail. If we talk about Jammu and Kashmir, Avantipora, Srinagar, Jammu in J&K were specifically targeted by Pakistan. In Punjab, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Bathinda were some of the prime targets. Chandigarh was also on Pakistan's radar. In fact, Chandigarh was attempted to strike by Pakistan. Their attempts did not succeed. Rajasthan also saw a few threats. This is Nal in Falodi and Uttar Lai in Gujarat as well. Bhuj was targeted by Pakistan through these missile attacks. But do remember, in retaliation, India has responded formally. India, in fact, has taken down the Pakistani air defense system. And that's what explains what really happened in Lahore and Karachi a little while earlier through the reports that we'd been putting out for you viewers. I do want to bring in my colleague Ishan Vani, who joins us on the broadcast with the latest. Ishan, we've picked out at least 3 different locations in Jammu and Kashmir which were targeted by Pakistan, and we've seen these developments through the night. Give us a sense of what you've been picking up on ground zero and how did it really play out in terms of retaliation by India?
What we know is that there are 3 locations that we have been given to understand where the possibility of them retaliated has emerged. What we have been given to understand that, in Srinagar, in Avantipur, both of them host the Indian Air Force's base. So possibility is that they wanted to target it, because day one they said that, they wanted to target these particular air bases, and that's why you're seeing a retaliatory action like India hitting the air defense system of Pakistan, because we believe that the attempt was to hit the India's air capabilities or India's defense and to capture them off guard. But the reality is that the government is saying and the army is saying that they were able to defend it and shoot them down, shoot every possible missile or every possible attempt that was made to made any harm to the India's security and India's defense, because these are critical to the Indian army, to the Indian Air Force, to the other security forces, and the attempt was to basically do it. If you recall, on the very first day there was a fake news spread that Srinagar airport was hit by Pakistan, which turned out to be false. So they tried an attempt yesterday that all these areas, including in Punjab, there is a wider spectrum of area where they attempted to carry out those strikes. There was an attempt to do that. But remember, the India's retaliatory action is possibly coming out of the actions that Pakistan has undertaken to target Indian positions and Indian defenses. And it is very clear from the statement that it was Pakistan which tried and attempted to basically attack and to create a ruckus or to ensure that there is chaos at these bases by carrying out attack. But India's defense was on guard. It has hit back. It has neutralized the threat first, and the next very day it has carried out what we have been given to understand through sources that possibly destroyed those air defense systems which were located in Lahore and other places. It's crucial times for Jammu and Kashmir as well as for the rest of the country, particularly in wake of the attacks that India has been able to defend every such aggression which has taken place in Kashmir, in Punjab and in any other part of the country, where they are now trying to ensure that the defenses are there and they are ensuring that the air defense system continues to be on a highest alert. Even here where I am right now in Uri, there is high level of alertness the security forces and the agencies are maintaining to ensure that the situation remains calm. There has been mobilization of multiple teams, including the medical teams, including people have been moved to safer places. So in case of any eventuality or any kind of strike that Pakistan carries out, be it the artillery, be it through their using of missile to carry out any targets in Uri or any other sectors, that India is well guarded and India is very well protected on the ground.
Oh yes, their nefarious design at these aimed at these military installations has been defeated by the Indian Armed Forces. They still have been continuing their unprovoked firing, artillery shelling that we've seen, and I do want a first-hand update on that from you, Ishan. I'll come back to you in just a few seconds. Allow me to bring in Siddhant into the conversation as well. Siddhant, I particularly want to focus on what the official statement reads. It says, today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It's been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. So India there placing facts on the table, and diplomatically as well, India is ensuring that it engages with as many stakeholders to put the message straight so that the world leaders and global powers don't fall into Pakistan's propaganda. Siddhant.
Well, that's right. Kritzwin. In fact, yesterday at a briefing to foreign envoys and representatives, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri made it very clear that India has not targeted civilians or military installations, but if Pakistan will target India's military installations or civilians, perhaps India will respond back. And that is exactly what has happened, where in fact what we're getting to know, in fact this is what DG ISPR of Pakistan has also reported some time back, that that there have been targeted strikes on the military installations in Pakistan, in Lahore, in Rawalpindi, in Karachi, in Bahawalpur, and in fact Lahore's air defense systems have been brought down by the Indian side. Perhaps again a big blow to Pakistani air defense, and in fact this has been done, and Indian side's release very clearly mentions, as you rightly pointed out, that this was done because of the shelling that Pakistan is doing on LOC, especially the civilian casualties that took place in Poonch and other parts of LOC. At the same time, also because last night Pakistani forces did try to engage Indian military installations, and in fact India has also mentioned the specific locations where Pakistani side tried engaging the Indian military installations. So it's kind of a response which India has given perhaps, and in fact since morning, Kritzwin, we have been reporting that how Pakistani media is talking about explosions happening in Lahore, explosions happening in Karachi, gunshots heard, smoke could be seen, etc., etc. And in fact, Pakistani media have been told that how Pakistani army has shot down these drones sent by India, etc., etc. But perhaps it was a very, very very important response by the Indian side,
right.
And this decision was taken perhaps to continue Operation Sindoor, only because yesterday Pakistan attempted to engage India's military installations. At the same time, there has been 16 civilians who have got killed in Pakistan's shelling on LOC. Perhaps it's a response to that.
Oh yes, so Operation Sindoor was in response to the Pahalgam attack, and once again the Indian Army making it amply clear that the responses earlier today were a retaliation to the Pakistani misadventure, targeting as many as 15 locations in India. Siddhant, Ishan, continue to stay on with us. I do want to bring in Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, former GOC 15 Corps, joins us on the broadcast. Lieutenant Pandey, who better than you to help us understand or decode this nefarious design which is once again at play on Pakistan's end? We see Pakistan clearly provoked. They're the ones to make this first move of attempting to target 15 locations well within India, and so we're not talking about locations along the LOC.
So I think we must always dial back, and somewhere possibly News 18 will do well to start always a system on Pahalgam. That was a start point, and thereafter we need to keep on every time dial back to Pahalgam, and after Pahalgam we hit the terror camps. We have restricted to a zero escalatory level, right? Avoiding military stuff or civilian targets. What has Pakistan done? Pakistan immediately responded by killing civilians. In Punj, in minority people, Sikhs, Kashmiri Muslims, all across, trying to hit population centers, very, very deliberate and calculated manner. What they have done thereafter is very surprising, that they tried to hit military targets here and after in the night, which has been now informed, and debris have been also recovered. 15 targets. So there is a whole misinformation campaign also being clubbed with this entire thing, when their DG, where their spokesperson is coming out and saying, we have brought down the drones. These drones are Harrow drones. They are loitering ammunitions. They are controlled by a man on command to hit military targets or the targets which appear or we want to hit. So we need to link back in the entire cycle of operations which the Pakistanis are doing, that there is also a very deliberate disinformation, misinformation campaign going on. So while they try to hit the military targets which have been neutralized, India has scaled up and has only responded in an equitable measure, very deliberate on military installations. There has been hardly any casualties or no casualties reported of civilians yet. And very important achievement, I guess, when you take out an AD establishment, an AD system, is a very, very major success for Indian forces, not very easy to do. So there is a very calibration which is being done to tell the world that, look, we are responsible power as compared, or, well, of course it's known, but we continue to maintain our system of escalation ladder very, very clear for everybody to know.
Yes, and they're heavily relying, Lieutenant General Pandey, on this kind of a disinformation war also because they have no right reason to engage with India. India has many reasons to give it back to Pakistan with none left with them. Lieutenant General Pandey, allow me a few moments. I do want to put our focus back to another bit of breaking news update that's just come in. Pakistan MP, we're learning, broke down in the National Assembly and he was pleading for the conflict to stop. He says, we must try to save Pakistan. So this is a Pakistan MP now banking on prayers to save his own country. Listen in.
तो इसलिए जनाब स्पीकर ये बात वाज़ा कर देनी चाहिए, हमारी कौम यकजा है। मैं इन सब से कहूँगा कि मिल के चलो और अपने रब से रजू करो। रब काबा, हम तेरे आगे दरख्वास्त करते हैं, इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाना जो तूने हमें अता किया है, और ये नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की दुआओं का है। आपने कायदे आज़म को इंग्लैंड में मुलाकात की, ख्वाब में आए और उनको कहा कि जाओ वापस और जाके पाकिस्तान का मामला हल करो। आप खान कलात को ख्वाब में आके ये हुक्म दिया कि तुमने पाकिस्तान की सरना ये मुल्क बन के रहेगा और तुमने तो ये ऐसा बड़ा मौजज़ा है कि अल्लाह पाक ने ये हमें अता किया है और अल्लाह पाक इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमाएंगे। दुनिया में जहां भी देखें शायद हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा हम तेरे हबीब के उम्मती हैं, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का मौला फरमा। आप चले जाएं उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ कर दे, हम तेरे आगे सर झुकाते हैं, माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है, तू रहमत का एक जर्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ तो इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। और दुआ करते हैं रब्बे काबा कि इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमा और हमें दुश्मनों पर जो है वो फकीर अता फरमा और हमें उनको सरनगू करने की ताकत अता फरमा। मैं दुआ गो हूँ आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए, पाकिस्तानियों के लिए कि अल्लाह पाक हम सब की हिफाजत फरमाए और हमें आपस में जोड़ के रखे। जब भी गई है तो
I do want to bring in my colleague Siddhant Mishra into the conversation. Siddhant, explain this reaction to us. Clearly we saw that the Member of Parliament in the National Assembly began by breaking down. You know, he was feeling sorry for the state of affairs in Pakistan. But it also indicates very clearly that General Asim Munir is not considering the opinion or the sentiments of the political leadership in his country.
Well, that's right, Kritswin, and in fact, this has been going on from a very, very long time. People of Pakistan, the Awam of Pakistan hate Asim Munir and Mia Shehbaz Sharif. In fact, they have to say that even if you talk to them, they will tell you that how Shehbaz Sharif has stolen the mandate, and in fact, he is the puppet prime minister. The shots are being called by the Pakistani army, and at this point in time, where this country is running on IMF bailout money, when this country is running on the funds being given to them by countries in the West Asia, perhaps people of Pakistan have also understood that on one end there is India, which has become a $3 trillion economy, and will went on to become $5 trillion economy in next few years, and here we are still begging money from IMF and other international organizations. And the people of Pakistan, especially the youngsters, blame Pakistani army and Pakistani politicians for this condition. And in fact, this time around also, you see from last 3 weeks there have been multiple provocative statements. Perhaps ISI and Pakistan have given handouts after handouts to these politicians to read the script of ISI in Pakistan word by word, go into all the television networks across the world, etc., etc. But it has very little impact on the people of Pakistan, because people of Pakistan are not feeling safe. They are not liking that Pakistan has deliberately escalated tensions with India. They are not liking how Pakistan has been involved in the proxy warfare with India. They are not liking that how Pakistan shelters and funds terror organization, and perhaps later those terror organizations become headache for Pakistan. In fact, Manoj Gupta also has been reporting extensively on this, that how Pakistani army, there are multiple units. They don't have money. They are crowdfunding their daily expenditures. There is a dissent in the Pakistani army. They are not liking the way Asim Munir is taking decisions, and perhaps going all out on a war with India, perhaps doing proxy warfare with India. Also, Kritswin, the traditional army doesn't have funds, because all the funds are being diverted for the proxy warfare against India. So that is also one thing which people in Pakistan are not liking. That is also one thing which Pakistani army is not liking. And today you see how from 2019 to 2025 India has evolved, perhaps has gone up as far as its capacity and capabilities are concerned. And perhaps this is the reason that this time around India used long standoff systems perhaps to hit the enemy targets in Pakistan. And in fact, these sophisticated drones have been used, S-400s have been used. So, India has gone far way ahead of Pakistan as far as defense capacities and capabilities are concerned, because India has always given importance to the traditional army, to the traditional armed forces. India doesn't believe in proxy warfare, and today you are seeing the result, that how when they tried engaging with our military installations last night perhaps they were shot down by S-400, and today when Indian side went inside and perhaps damaged their military installations, and in fact Lahore air defense systems have been brought down by the Indian side. So this it says a lot about how India has gone far more ahead of Pakistan in terms of its capabilities, armed forces capabilities, and in fact talk about Indian Navy, Indian Army, Indian Air Force. This is what this is something which the people of Pakistan are also realizing. Their politicians, and in the Awam,
and that's why it's become a battle of survival for General Asim Munir, isn't it, Siddhant? Stay on with us. I do want to take that to Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey as well. Lieutenant General Pandey, through the course of our discussions, from the last few days, we've learnt and pretty much established one thing very clearly, that General Asim Munir is not quite liked in the political corridors of Pakistan. In fact, many experts have been telling us on our channel that perhaps after General Yahya Khan, he's the most disliked Pak Army general. He's so much so that he's almost caused a vertical split in the Pak Army. Not to forget, he's not really listening to the political leadership at all. What makes him so unpopular in your view?
Honestly, I just like to dial back the previous conversation. Please understand that what is happening in the parliament there is very, very controlled leakages. So when somebody is breaking down and you listen to his conversation, and I've heard a conversation of a People's Party, one of the lady MPs also. This conversation is leading on that they have got an opportunity to make Pakistan and they need to be responsible towards Palestine and Kashmir, and we have got this opportunity, we have not done, and now the time has come to be behind armed forces. So this statement which has been allowed to move out from that very, very closed this thing is actually telling out to the Pakistani population through the crying, weeping, all the system, the drama which they put out through the information campaign for their own people, that you need to unite behind. The last line, the operative line is that we need to be, rally behind the armed forces. These are structured scripts which have been given, and it has been quite well aware. We have seen number of times there the civilian representatives are being told what to speak. So let's not get carried away by this breakdown. But the lower, the younger population, the population which is outside and doesn't have a voice, is the one which exactly what Siddhant has brought on, and totally agree with it. But this purge which he has carried out to be where he is.
Right, absolutely. Lieutenant General Pandey, sorry to interrupt you there. You know, we will continue with this conversation. For now, we're picking up another important update. This one has been shared by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP has put out a post on social media and claims that the mastermind of the Kandahar plane hijack and the Pathankot terror attack, apart from the Indian Parliament terror attack, Abdul Rauf Azhar has been killed in Operation Sindoor. We've been breaking down details of the kind of casualty the terror ecosystem in Pakistan has suffered in the wake of Operation Sindoor, and this is one such example that the Bharatiya Janata Party is now bringing forth. I do want to go across to Siddhant Mishra, who continues to stay on with us. Siddhant, this takes us back to that video clip that the Indian Armed Forces had shared yesterday, through that important press brief after the specific inputs which were shared by Foreign Secretary as well. But here's a man, the BJP has spoken of Abdul Rauf Azhar and has confirmed that the man behind three big terror attacks in India has also been eliminated in Operation Sindoor.
Well, Kritsween, it's very important to highlight. In fact, India's Operation Sindoor delivers justice for American Jewish journalist Daniel Pearl. In fact, a terrorist eliminated is Abdul Rauf Azhar. He was the operational head of Jaish-e-Mohammed, mastermind of IC-814 hijacking. In fact, how India has avenged the killing of Daniel Pearl, I would explain that. So, Rauf Azhar's role in orchestrating the IC-814 hijacking directly facilitated the release of Omar Saeed Sheikh, perhaps a key Al-Qaeda aide operative who went on to kidnap and murder Daniel Pearl, or an American Jewish journalist working with Wall Street Journal. So, yesterday's targeted strikes by India have also avenged the killing of Jewish American journalist Daniel Pearl, and perhaps that has been confirmed to us by the government of India. And in fact, now Bharatiya Janata Party's also social media handle has come up with a post praising Indian Armed Forces.
Okay, all right. Many thanks, Siddhant, for joining us with that quick update. I believe Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh is speaking live. We need to cut across.
Barua, DG AQA, Sri Sanjay Chawla, CMDs of DPSUs, senior officers, head of the industry associations, young entrepreneurs, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. जिस समय सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन वेलकम स्पीच दे रहे थे तो उन्होंने आभार व्यक्त किया कि मैं इस कार्यक्रम में आप सबके बीच उपस्थित हूं। सच्चाई ये है, खैर उन्हें औपचारिकता पूरी करनी थी, पूरी की उन्होंने, लेकिन इस क्वालिटी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव में आना मुझे बेहद अच्छा लगा है। वैसे ऑर्डिनरी कॉन्क्लेव में तो हम लोग जाते रहते हैं, तो क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव में आने में क्या आपत्ति हो सकती है। साथियों, सबसे पहले तो मैं हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज ने कल जो कार्रवाई की है, हिंद, जय हिंद। जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है वो हम सबके लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, आप सभी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन ये आपका चल रहा है। क्वालिटी की क्या भूमिका होती है, यह क्या रोल अदा करती है, इसका नमूना हमने कल देखा। जिस प्रेसिजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया, वह इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे फॉर्मिडेबल एंड प्रोफेशनली ट्रेन्ड आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के पास इक्विपमेंट भी हाई क्वालिटी के थे। ऐसे में इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव को मैं बड़े महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव के रूप में देखता हूं। मैं इस आयोजन के लिए डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और इनके सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन श्री संजीव कुमार को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को भी मैं बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अभी मैं इस कॉन्क्लेव की थीम देख रहा था, फास्ट ट्रैकिंग ऑफ क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस थ्रू इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड प्रोसेसेस। आपकी यह थीम मुझे बेहद अच्छी ही नहीं लगी बल्कि दिलचस्प भी लगी, इंटरेस्टिंग लगी। वैसे भी पूरी दुनिया में इसमें बड़ी तेजी से डिसरप्टिव चेंजेस हो रहे हैं और खासकर डिफेंस सेक्टर में तो लगातार नए नए ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस ये देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ऐसे में क्वालिटी असेसमेंट को फास्ट ट्रैक करना न सिर्फ रेलेवेंट है बल्कि मैं समझता हूं यह समय की मांग है। उन चेंजेस को देखते हुए यह थीम अपने आप में बहुत ही रेलेवेंट हो जाती है। इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग और रेलेवेंट थीम रखने के लिए भी मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अक्सर मुझे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में प्रायः जाने का अवसर मिलता है। रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के इवेंट्स में जाने का भी अवसर मिलता रहता है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर द्वारा आयोजित कार्यक्रमों में भी मैं प्रायः जाता ही रहता हूं, परंतु आज का यह जो मंच है यह अपने आप में बड़ा अलग है और एक विशिष्ट मंच है। मैं ये देख रहा हूं कि यहां कई सारे लोग हैं जो अलग अलग फील्ड्स में महारत जिन्होंने हासिल की है, महारथी बैठे हैं यहां। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज की हमारी बातचीत भी कई मायनों में विशेष होने वाली है। साथियों, इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव की महत्ता और आवश्यकता पर तो मैं आगे चर्चा करूंगा ही, परंतु पहले मैं आपको कुछ ऐसे बिंदुओं से, कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगा जो हमारी सरकार की प्रायोरिटीज से जुड़े हुए हैं। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार आने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण सूत्र प्रदान किया। उन्होंने शुरुआत में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सेक्टर के एम्पावरमेंट पर विशेष बल दिया। उन्होंने जो सूत्र दिया उसके पीछे की फिलॉसफी थी डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी। डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी का मतलब कि जब तक कोई देश अपनी डिफेंस नीड्स में कैपेबल तथा सेल्फ रिलायंट नहीं होता तब तक उसकी आजादी पूरी तरह से नहीं मानी जा सकती। जब तक हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए इंपोर्ट पर डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे तब तक कहीं न कहीं हमारी आत्मशक्ति में अधूरापन रहेगा। ये अगर हम अपने हथियार और रक्षा उपकरण विदेशों से खरीदते हैं तो इसका मतलब है कि हम अपनी सुरक्षा को आउटसोर्स कर रहे हैं और उसे किसी और के भरोसे छोड़ रहे हैं। यह बात लॉन्ग रन में सही नहीं हो सकती। हमारी सरकार ने इस विषय पर गंभीरता से सोचा और आत्मनिर्भरता हासिल करने का निर्णायक कदम भी उठाया है। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं कि देश में पहले से ही ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का एक इंडिजिनस सिस्टम रहा है और इन फैक्ट्रीज ने एक समय पर बेहतरीन काम किया और देश की सुरक्षा जरूरतों को पूरा करने में बहुत ही अहम भूमिका निभाई भी है। इनके अलावा हमारे पास डिफेंस पीएसयूज का भी एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम पहले से ही है। हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी दोनों पर समान रूप से बल दिया है। इसी दिशा में कई क्रांतिकारी कदम उठाए गए, जिनमें से कुछ महत्वपूर्ण कदमों का उल्लेख मैं यहां करना चाहूंगा। ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन उनमें से एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम रहा है, जिसे हमने इंश्योर किया ताकि कम समय में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में व्यापक सुधार हो सके। यहां मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन हमारे लिए कोई बहुत सरल प्रक्रिया नहीं थी। इसमें अनेक जटिल प्रश्न थे और चैलेंजेज भी थे, परंतु हमने इसे इसलिए लागू किया क्योंकि यह एक अर्जेंट रिफॉर्म था। अब प्रश्न उठता है कि यह अर्जेंट क्यों था। इसका एक बड़ा कारण था क्वालिटी। आप सभी स्पेशलिस्ट के समक्ष मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि सरकार ने क्वालिटी को अपना प्रायोरिटी रिफॉर्म एजेंडा बनाया है। हमने क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट को ही टारगेट करते हुए ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन किया। तब से लेकर आज तक डिफेंस पीएसयूज ने लगातार सुधार किया है और कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन के पश्चात क्वालिटी प्रोडक्शन को लगातार आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास भी किया गया है और आज ये डीपीएसयूज इंटरनेशनली कॉम्पिटिटिव हो रहे हैं। आज ये अपने रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर भी अच्छा फोकस कर रहे हैं। आज ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पहले से कहीं ज्यादा वाइब्रेंट और एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड हो रहे हैं। वैसे तो अभी कुछ कार्य बाकी है, पर मैं इतना जरूर आश्वस्त हूं कि जिस प्रकार पब्लिक सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म के लिए हम प्रयासरत हैं, वह हमें आने वाले समय में काफी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स देने वाला है। साथियों, पब्लिक सेक्टर के डेवलपमेंट के पीछे हमारा एक ही उद्देश्य भी रहा है कि एक हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिव प्राइवेट डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का विकास किया जाए, जो अपनी क्वालिटी के माध्यम से देश की सुरक्षा को और अधिक मजबूत बनाए। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि क्वालिटी को लेकर प्राइवेट सेक्टर की अपनी एक अच्छी खासी इमेज होती है। किसी भी क्षेत्र में प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपनी गुणवत्ता के लिए जाना जाता है। आज चाहे बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स हों या सिस्टम्स, एमएसएमईज हों या स्टार्टअप्स, हमने ऐसा प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रियल बेस तैयार किया है जो देश के डिफेंस सेक्टर के विकास में सक्रिय भागीदार बन रहा है और उसे सशक्त कर रहा है। आज रिलीज होने वाले इंडस्ट्री 4 को भी मैं इसी संदर्भ में देख रहा हूं। यह निश्चित रूप से हमें स्मार्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के एक ऐसे एरा में ले जाएगा जहां से हमारे लिए कई नए डायमेंशंस खुलेंगे। इसी तरह जो दूसरे मैनुअल्स आज रिलीज हो रहे हैं, जो एमयू साइन हुए हैं, उनको भी मैं इसी कंटेक्स्ट में देखता हूं। ये सभी प्रयास केवल सरकार के प्रयास नहीं हैं, बल्कि आप सभी का मिला जुला प्रयास इसमें शामिल है, इसीलिए यह संभव हो पा रहा है। साथियों, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आज की दुनिया में सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट नहीं बल्कि एक मजबूत ब्रांड वैल्यू भी जरूरी है। जब मार्केट में असिमेट्रिक इंफॉर्मेशन फैली होती है, तब कंज्यूमर भ्रमित हो जाता है, कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। ऐसे में वही ब्रांड सफल होता है जो कंसिस्टेंट क्वालिटी और रिलायबिलिटी का भरोसा देता है। और यही कारण है कि हमें इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को एक स्ट्रांग और ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड बनाना ही होगा। इस संदर्भ में आज मैं आपसे एक महत्वपूर्ण अपील करने के लिए आप सबके बीच खड़ा हुआ हूं। यह अपील है एक मजबूत वर्ल्ड लीडिंग और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट ब्रांड इंडिया का निर्माण, ताकि दुनिया की डिफेंस मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स को लेकर जब कंट्रीज के मन में डाउट हो तो वह ब्रांड इंडिया को चूज करे। Whenever in doubt, go for India। यह हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए, यही हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए। ब्रांड इंडिया का मतलब है कि अगर किसी इंडियन कंपनी ने कुछ प्रॉमिस किया है तो वो होगा ही होगा, होकर ही रहेगा। किसी प्रोडक्ट की भला फला रेंज तक मारक क्षमता है तो होगा ही होगा, यह भरोसा होना चाहिए। उससे नीचे का तो कोई सवाल ही खड़ा ही नहीं होता। किसी प्रोडक्ट की फला टेम्परेचर तक में काम करने की कैपेसिटी है तो होगी ही होगी, उससे नीचे का तो कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं खड़ा होता। यह होना चाहिए हमारा क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस और ब्रांड इंडिया का भरोसा। और जब हम ऐसा कर पाने में सफल होंगे तभी इंटरनेशनल बायर्स हमें एक ट्रस्टेड सप्लायर के रूप में देखेंगे और कहेंगे डोंट गो फॉर डाउट, गो फॉर इंडिया। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि इस दिशा में प्रयास करने का यह सबसे उचित समय है, क्योंकि इस समय जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं उसे आप सब देख रहे हैं। हमारे रीजन में ही आज जो स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो रही हैं उससे आप सभी अवगत ही नहीं हैं बल्कि अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। हमने हमेशा ही एक रिस्पांसिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है, सदैव निभाया है। हम लगातार इस बात के पक्ष कर रहे हैं कि समस्याओं का समाधान बातचीत के जरिए से हो, परंतु इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए। यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा। कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए उसे तैयार रहना होगा। भारत की संप्रभुता की सुरक्षा में कोई भी हद हमारे लिए बाधा नहीं बनेगी, इसका मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं। मित्रों, ऐसे रेस्पॉन्सिबल रेस्पॉन्सेस के लिए हम आगे भी पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं। और यदि हमारी यह तैयारी बनी हुई है तो इसमें आपका एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं, आप सबकी मैं सराहना करता हूं। भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स, भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स भारत को एक अभूतपूर्व संबल प्रदान कर रहा है। और इसी प्रकार अगर हम आज के ग्लोबल सिनेरियो पर नजर डालें तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में हमें बड़े बड़े चेंजेस देखने को मिल रहे हैं। हमारे सामने कई अनसर्टेन डायमेंशंस ओपन हो रहे हैं। यूरोप से लेकर एशिया तक हर जगह कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। यूक्रेन रशिया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, इजराइल पैलेस्टीन टेंशन और मिडिल ईस्ट अनरेस्ट ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी आज अपने आप में बहुत ही फ्रेजाइल है। अभी पिछले कुछ समय से हमें यूरोपियन यूनियन और नाटो के सिक्योरिटी सिनेरियो में भी काफी हद तक बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है। जो यूरोपियन यूनियन एक समय पर बड़े स्तर पर नाटो पर डिपेंडेंट था, वही यूरोपियन यूनियन आज बड़े स्तर पर रीअर्मामेंट की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। जाहिर सी बात है कि जब विकसित देश रीअर्मामेंट की तरफ बढ़ेंगे तो आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट की डिमांड भी स्वाभाविक रूप से बढ़ेगी। बढ़ेगी क्या, बल्कि मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि यह डिमांड लगातार नई ऊंचाइयां छू रही है। हाल ही में मैं स्टॉकहोम इंटरनेशनल पीस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था और अभी कुछ दिन पहले उन्होंने एक रिपोर्ट जारी की है और उसी रिपोर्ट में यह बताया गया है कि वर्ल्ड मिलिट्री एक्सपेंडिचर 2024 में 2718 बिलियन डॉलर तक पहुंच गया है, जो अपने आप में मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी बात है। यदि मैं और मेरे कहने का अर्थ यह है कि चाहे डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस रिक्वायरमेंट हो या इंटरनेशनल, आज आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट तथा डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स की रिक्वायरमेंट पहले से कहीं ज्यादा है। और आपके द्वारा किए जा रहे प्रयासों से इस देश का जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है वह ब्रांड इंडिया फिलॉसफी के साथ विश्व में अपना सिक्का जमा सकता है। साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि यह बात मैं सिर्फ कहने के लिए कह रहा हूं, हमने पास्ट में ऐसा करके दिखाया है। यदि मैं आंकड़ों की बात करूं तभी 2024-25 के फाइनेंशियल ईयर में हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 24,000 करोड़ के रिकॉर्ड आंकड़े को पार कर गया है। और यह हम सबके लिए प्रसन्नता की बात है कि हमने इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया है। लेकिन हमें यहां पर रुकना नहीं है, हमारा लक्ष्य इससे कहीं अधिक बड़ा है और हमने निर्धारित किया है कि 2029 तक डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट को कि इस आंकड़े को बढ़ाकर हमको 50,000 करोड़ तक ले जाना है। और 2047 तक जब हम पूर्ण विकसित एक डेवलप्ड नेशन के रूप में खड़े होंगे, राष्ट्र बनेंगे, उस समय तब तक तो हमें दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्टर बनना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा होना चाहिए, तभी हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। इतने बड़े लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए बेहद जरूरी है कि हम अपने डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट की क्वालिटी को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में एक ट्रस्ट डेवलप करें, लोगों का दिल जीतें, लोगों का भरोसा जीतें। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें इस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें उस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, तभी यह होगा। साथियों, उसके लिए हमें क्वालिटी को लेकर किसी पर्टिकुलर डिपार्टमेंट की रिस्पांसिबिलिटी या प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस के स्टेज तक ही सीमित करके नहीं देखना होगा, बल्कि क्वालिटी हमारी गाइडिंग फिलॉसफी होनी चाहिए, हमारा यह कल्चर होना चाहिए जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में शामिल हर डिसीजन, हर डिजाइन और हर प्रोसेस और हर इंडिविजुअल तक अपना इन्फ्लुएंस रखे। हमारा पूरा डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम तभी मजबूत हो सकता है जब हम क्वालिटी बेंचमार्क्स को गंभीरता से लेंगे। मुझे देखकर भी खुशी होती है कि आप लोगों ने क्वालिटी के महत्व को पहचाना है, समझा है, और जिस डेडिकेशन के साथ और जिस विचार के साथ आप क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, वह निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में भारत के डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगा, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। साथियों, वैसे तो आप सभी क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट की दिशा में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जाते जाते मैं अपनी तरफ से कुछ सुझाव भी आप लोगों को देना चाहूंगा। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं, आज के जमाने में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की भूमिका कितनी बढ़ गई है, कितनी महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। इसलिए आपको इस बात पर भी ध्यान देना होगा कि रियल टाइम क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हम किस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स और मशीन लर्निंग जैसे टूल्स का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ इवॉल्विंग ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ अलाइन करते हुए हमें अपने जो स्टैंडर्ड्स और टेस्टिंग प्रोटोकॉल्स को भी अपडेट करते रहना होगा। हमें टाइम बाउंड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस क्लियरेंसेस पर भी ध्यान देना होगा ताकि किसी प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर अनवांटेड डिले देखने को न मिले। साथियों, मेरा यह भी मानना है कि हमारी क्वालिटी असेसमेंट एजेंसीज को अपनी डेफिशिएंसीज पर भी हमेशा ध्यान रखना चाहिए और किस प्रकार इन डेफिशिएंसीज को मॉडर्नाइजेशन और टेस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के डेवलपमेंट के द्वारा दूर किया जाए, उस पर भी कार्य करते रहना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा सुझाव है। और इस प्रकार नीश टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में लगातार गैप एनालिसिस करते रहना एक आवश्यक कदम होगा। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और भारत सरकार आपके साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलने के लिए तैयार है और हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। और सिक्योरिटी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन के रूप में भी, संजीव कुमार के रूप में भी एक डायनेमिक आपको सिक्योरिटी भी मिला है, यह भी सौभाग्य की बात है। जो क्रोधित नहीं होते बल्कि मुस्कुराते ही रहते हैं, चाहे चैलेंज कितना भी बड़ा हो। और साथियों, हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर क्वालिटी असेसमेंट और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस के आपके प्रयासों को और गति प्रदान करेंगे। मुझे इस बात का भी पूरा विश्वास है, जब हम सब मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से भारत ग्लोबल डिफेंस मार्केट के की प्लेयर के रूप में इमर्ज होकर ही रहेगा। यही आज की हमारी कॉन्क्लेव के थीम की प्रासंगिकता है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने इतने रेलेवेंट टॉपिक पर इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया। इस इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं और इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता के लिए मैं हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं।
So there you briefly heard Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh also hail the precision strikes during Operation Sindoor. We will talk about that and much more in just a bit after a very quick break. Keep watching.
Mahi sir.
I'm just interrupting you. Apologies for that. We've got some big breaking updates coming in. Exactly what we were discussing is the confirmation that is coming on CNN News 18 now that today morning Indian armed forces have targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. The Indian response has been the same domain and same intensity as Pakistan's. It has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control, using mortars and heavy caliber artillery in areas like Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian armed forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. My colleague Akash is joining us on this. So finally, the confirmation coming in from the Indian Armed Forces, Akash.
Yes, in fact, we were discussing that how, there is input that how the AD system of Pakistan has been destroyed, and now we are getting confirmation from the forces that how Pakistan tried to engage with the military infrastructure in different areas, in the areas that you rightly mentioned, Awantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, and in fact, Amritsar, Punjab area. Several military infrastructures, were targeted, but our AD system spotted these attempts, and in retaliation, Indian Armed Forces basically carried out these strikes where their radars and their AD system. We were talking about HQ-9, in fact, and now we are getting a confirmation that in our retaliation, Indian Armed Forces have successfully destroyed their air defense system and in fact their radars, their several radars. And this was in retaliation. It was categorically mentioned in the press conference, where a briefing was held for the Operation Sindoor, that we are not going to escalate it further, but if Pakistan will try to attack us or attack our establishment, infrastructure, then we will retaliate and there would be a strong retaliation. And this is what is a strong retaliation, where the Indian Armed Forces have destroyed their AD system and in fact their radars that were very much placed, in locations close to border. In fact, one system in Lahore, has been destroyed.
The statement says it has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Exactly some of the updates that we were getting earlier via sources. It has now been confirmed. And Akash, it's important to note, we are reading out that Ministry of Defence press release. The headline of that press.
Welcome back. Returning with big breaking news update coming in. Do remember, we've spoken of the military retaliation on part of the Indian Armed Forces after the late night attempt by the Pakistan Army to target 15 military installations in India. Now, defense sources have informed that this was for the first time that S-400 and Akash were used in an operation. Both hard kill and soft kill technologies employed against Pakistani drones. That's the first bit of breaking news update we're flashing for you. Furthermore, we're also learning that it was Air Force stations that were primarily targeted by Pakistan. I do want to go across to Pakistan, go across to Akash, I beg your pardon. Akash, First things first, tell us about S-400s and Akash, both defense systems put to use for the very first time.
Right, S-400 is a Russian system. We have got 3 regiments of it, and these 3 regiments are in fact placed at different places within India. I was mentioning, I know that we cannot reveal the exact locations, or we cannot put out the exact location, but then for the western border, for the northern border, and for the eastern borders, all 3 batteries, in fact the regiments have been deployed, and 2 are still with Russia, and we will be getting the deliveries of these 2 by this year. Also Akash, as far as Akash is concerned, so it is our indigenous air defense system, where we have short range surface to air missile, and both Air Force and Indian Army are using it. We have been told that these systems were used against the drones and the missiles that came from Pakistan last night, in fact early in the morning today, and these systems were very effective against these missiles and drones, because we did not have any one miss. And this is the reason why Rajnath Singh is in fact saying that it all depends on high quality system that you have employed. India has been working on indigenization. We know that how we have been inducting several sort of platform, and Akash is one prime example where both the Indian Army and Indian Air Force are using. I want to remind you, Krithween, there was one exercise going in, Rajasthan. At that time, Akash was basically used, and it was put out that how Akash successfully engaged the targets. At that time, in fact, Pakistani handles, created, in fact, propagated this theory that Akash system got failed and did not, engage any sort of target. But now this is the prime example. In one active operation, Akash has successfully downed your missiles and targets, and not just Akash but S-400 as well. For the first time, these in fact missile systems were used. Also, defense sources are telling us that as far as these drones are concerned, so we were using both soft kill and hard kill technologies. Soft kill means we were using spoofing and jamming, where we were not letting these drones to come into our territory and hit the exact target.
Okay.
Also, as far as hard kill technologies are concerned, so we were using several handheld devices. In fact, Krithween, several handheld devices were in fact used. This is what officers are telling us, and in fact this was indeed a successful operation by the Indian agencies, given the fact that Indian Air Force has got the charge of air defense at this point in time. Though Indian Army and Indian Air Force both have got their assets, but at such a time, a crucial time, during wars or during operations like such, Indian Air Force takes the charge of the air defense, and in this particular case, air defense played a major role.
Oh yes, a major role in giving major success to the Indian Armed Forces. Thank you for that, Akash. On that note, I do want to go across to Lieutenant General D.P. Pandey, who continues to stay on with us. Thank you for your patience. I couldn't take this from Akash, but we're also learning that it was Air Force stations that were the primary target of Pakistan. And correct me if I'm wrong, but Adampur, Avantipur, Bathinda, Ambala, Jammu, Pathankot, Udhampur, all these 15 locations, I believe, have significant Air Force stations, sir.
Yeah. Firstly, they got assets which are there, starting from air defense assets which pick up how the moment the Pakistani aircrafts take off or their drones take off, they got long range radar system, they got short range radar system, they got missile systems to deter them, plus they got fixed wing and rotary wing assets which are there to deter any movement and to respond any air intrusion attempts which will take off from the Pakistani air bases. So they are all very high value assets which will always be the first target if some mischief has to be planned by an enemy. And of course, as they are slightly more distinctive and much more easier to target because they are big, and any proximity attack will be a success. They follow a system of notion of victory, even if there's a bomb which drops about a couple of miles away, they'll go all hammer and tongs claiming victory that they've achieved success to beat our system. So they're very, very valuable targets. They've gone for the right ones.
Okay, Lieutenant General Pandey, I'm running out of time, but I do want to ask you a question, and 30 seconds is all I have. Why did we desist from targeting these very terror hubs in 2016 and 2019? Perhaps we would have not been in a situation, and who knows, maybe we would have still been given our neighbor and the notoriety that comes with it, but perhaps not. 15 stations would not have been targeted by Pakistan if these terror hubs were taken down earlier.
Yeah, well, that is one part. You see, when you correct an errant child earlier on, then the behavior starts changing early on. I think maybe we didn't have all these systems, we required them. So I'm not a political this way or that way person, but the bottom line is that Indian forces did not have those systems to reach out and punish and touch. So I just wanted to close on one facet. The strategic depth which the Pakistan was looking has now been clearly told to them you don't have from the eastern side and on the west, with the Afghanistan looking at them very, very negatively. That issue which they were always trying for is gone. So physically, kinetically, we can touch Rawalpindi to anywhere we want to in this country, and that's a very big message which goes on. You can't hide anywhere when you touch us. And you may have Jaish-e-Mohammed. I must say that maybe we learned the lesson from the Americans by the landing which took place in Abbottabad and these recent warfares which are happening. But great kudos to the armed forces, to DRDO, to the whole ecosystem which has empowered the nation to be able to give punishment where it's required to be meted. You just can't hide anywhere in Pakistan and not be touched by us.
Oh yes, kudos to armed forces, and that's one thing that's being spoken of and being hailed by each and every Indian. Lieutenant General Pandey, I appreciate you joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for sharing all those insightful thoughts. With that, viewers, I want to shift our attention to this exclusive conversation. CNN News 18 spoke to AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, who's hit out at Pakistan and has called out the fake propaganda of the neighbouring nation, has also demanded action for innocents being targeted along LOC. I'll leave you with this reaction. Listen in.
You came to this all-party meeting today. What was the sense that you were able to get from the government?
I mean, the sense was that the government had invited all major political parties, and everyone more or less were on the same wavelength. That is that everyone had complimented the armed forces for undertaking the Operation Sindoor, and that was the overall sense.
The government obviously did not want to give too many details because it's an ongoing operation. Do you think that we'll have more ammunition against Pakistan now?
See, it's not a question of more ammunition. It is a question of how long do we allow Pakistan to bleed Indians. You know, that is the main question. And if one assumes that after doing Operation Sindoor, the Pakistan-based terrorist organization, which are supported by the establishment, will not undertake another cowardly attack. If anyone assumes that, he's living in a cuckoo's land. So that is why I feel that this terrorism which emanates from Pakistan just to destabilize the country, and what has been rightly said by the Foreign Secretary yesterday, that one of the main intention is to create more Hindu-Muslim friction, which Alhamdulillah they were unsuccessful after that barbaric massacre which happened in Pahalgam.
I'm just interrupting you. Apologies for that. We've got some big breaking updates coming in. Exactly what we were discussing is the confirmation that is coming on CNN News 18 now, that today morning Indian armed forces have targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. The Indian response has been the same domain and same intensity as Pakistan's. It has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control, using mortars and heavy caliber artillery in areas like Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian armed forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. My colleague Akash is joining us on this. So finally, the confirmation coming in from the Indian Armed Forces, Akash.
Yes, in fact, we were discussing that how there is input that how the AD system of Pakistan has been destroyed, and now we are getting confirmation from the forces that how Pakistan tried to engage with the military infrastructure in different areas, in the areas that you rightly mentioned, Awantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, and in fact Amritsar, Punjab area. Several military infrastructures were targeted, but our AD system spotted these attempts, and in retaliation, Indian Armed Forces basically carried out these strikes where their radars and their AD system. We were talking about HQ-9, in fact, and now we are getting a confirmation that in our retaliation, Indian Armed Forces have successfully destroyed their air defense system and in fact their radars, their several radars. And this was in retaliation. It was categorically mentioned in the press conference, where a briefing was held for the Operation Sindoor, that we are not going to escalate it further, but if Pakistan will try to attack us or attack our establishment, infrastructure, then we will retaliate, and there would be a strong retaliation. And this is what is a strong retaliation, where the Indian Armed Forces have destroyed their AD system and in fact their radars that were very much placed in locations close to border. In fact, one system in Lahore has been destroyed.
The statement says it has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Exactly some of the updates that we were getting earlier via sources. It has now been confirmed. And Akash, it's important to note, we are reading out that Ministry of Defence press release. The headline of that press release says Pakistan's bid to escalate negated and proportionate response by India. So the bid to escalate is a very important phrase being used by the Indian government here.
Shivani, in fact, it was categorically mentioned, in the briefing of Operation Sindoor. I was highlighting it, that how the attack, in fact, the operation, that was carried out, day before yesterday, the night, it was, because of the fact that Pakistan did not take any sort of action against the terrorists who were behind the Pahalgam attack, and that's why it was required. No civilian infrastructure or no military infrastructure was targeted. It was clear that we just don't want escalation, but we will of course avenge what you did with our civilians, our tourists.
Okay,
and after that,
Akash, 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you there. I want to read out a very important part of this press release. On the night of 7-8 May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including Awantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. Can you imagine? This is almost entire borderline of India with Pakistan, from Jammu and Kashmir to Gujarat. Using drones and missiles, they were neutralized by the integrated counter UAS grid and air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks. Let me quickly get in our guests as well. Sushant, this is exactly what we were talking about. And the confirmation has come from the Indian military. From Jammu and Kashmir to Bhuj, they have attempted this nonsense across the international border.
Yeah, Shivani, but this is exactly what I was telling you before this news broke. Because, till now, until this press release came out, we were all, groping around trying to find out what the hell's happening. Because there were all kinds of accounts and all kinds of reports floating around, and you literally have to piece them together to make sense of what might be happening. But having some idea of what, the Indian thinking is, I was very clear in my mind that as far as the Indians were concerned, we did not, we were not going to, go provoke a war. We had done what we wanted to do, which was very clear from the first statement of the Foreign Secretary. Later on, if the Pakistanis tried something, and the fact that, and I was not aware that it from Bhuj to all the way to Awantipura, they were trying to do this kind of a stuff. But quite clearly, if they tried to do something, they were trying to either probe our defenses, strike a few places, then claim victory and say that, look, we did this and we targeted their military units, and they thought they would get away with it. Clearly, they haven't. And in response, we have also hit, from the Pakistani accounts, we've hit something like 9 places. And quite clearly, it seems to have had much more of an impact because one, those attacks were mostly during the early hours of the day. In fact, while sun had come out, so they were photographed. There are crowds out there. People can see what the hell is happening. There are footages of kamikaze drones hitting some of their AD targets. So all kinds of things have been happening.
No,
Again,
but
I think
Sushant, let's cut to the chase. India is saying they attempt.
Namaste, Jai Hind. Thank you for staying with us in our continuous rolling coverage. We are now going to focus. We are expecting a Foreign Secretary briefing that is Vikram Misri's briefing at about 5:30 p.m. It's been an eventful last 24 hours and much of Bharat has not been aware of what's been going on. There's a lot that the Pakistani military has tried to do, and this came to light through this open communication that was released by the Press Information Bureau, the PIB. Clearly it's been vetted by the Foreign Ministry and also the military sources to confirm what has actually happened. Let's try and understand Pakistan's bid. So the title itself is important. Rahul Shivshankar is there with us in the studio. Let's try and understand this line by line, word by word, and then we'll go across to the graphical representation of also how Bharat has not only pummeled and punched the Pakistanis, but it's the second day of shame for General Asim Munir. It's a second day of shame. First 9 targets, 21 packages dropped, terror infrastructure demolished, not so far away from critical military installations in Pakistan and across the length and breadth of Pakistan, and the Pak army could do nothing. Second day, the Pakistanis tried to escalate. That's the headline. Pakistan's bid to escalate negated. Proportionate response by India. So what was the bid to escalate? Let's try and focus on the bid to escalate as we read this very, very carefully. One by one, let's read this. I'm going to just come down to the statement. Now, this is what I said. India had called its response as focused, measured and non-escalatory. This word non-escalatory is critical. Non-escalatory is critical, but what has happened thereafter is this, that Pakistan attempted to engage number of military targets in Awantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Nalfalodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. So let's try and understand and look at this. These are the targets that Pakistan tried to attack over the intervening night of 7th and 8th of May. So I'm just coming back here. This is what is written here on the statement. The statement says the intervening night of 7th and 8th of May. 7th and 8th of May. This is the intervening night and these are the locations. So we've tried to plot that here on the map. Awantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Jalandhar, Bathinda, Nal, Uttarlai and Falodi and also Bhuj in Gujarat. So all of these they have tried to target. Rahul Shivshankar, if you look at these locations, and I'm just going to come around here and say, let's come to this in a bit. All of these are across the international border. So in this, the Pakistan military has tried to target these cities, 15 cities, and critical military installations in these 15 cities. So this is a massive escalation that they have attempted.
And against the Indian armed forces, which is something that constitutes not a proportionate response. Remember that India has made it very, very clear on day one itself that we never targeted any of their military targets. We were only focused on their terror infrastructure which was created by, according to the Pakistanis, non-state actors, as they had claimed. And the Pakistanis have decided that both civilian and military targets are fair game on the Indian side. So this constitutes really, in a sense, a diabolical attempt at escalating, and it is certainly not proportionate because one is completely illegal. The other one, of course, was which is India's attempt at taking out terror targets which are non-state actors. Some of those actors are, of course, on UNSC sanctions list. So it was a legitimate pursuit. This one is completely illegitimate. It constitutes a massive act of war against India.
So this was that it was focused. So Bharat is saying that we were focused, measured and non-escalatory. Pakistan attempts to engage number of military targets in northern and western India. And what does Bharat do? These were neutralized by the integrated counter UAS grid and air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations to prove the Pakistani attacks. So the Pakistanis have done this, it is proven. But more importantly, Rahul, this is also testament that the S-400 missile defense systems, the UAS grid, has been put to test and it has withstood the assault of the Pakistani military.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. The fact of the matter is that the Indian armed forces have responded in a absolutely professional and extremely confidence enhancing way. I mean, every Indian citizen today, and we're going to probably hear a lot more about this in just a little while, because in about 25 minutes we're going to have
and we've got the details. So it's going to be those who did the briefing on the first day at the NMC. The Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is going to be there, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh will be there, and so will the MES spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal.
Well, can I just jog your memory back to Kargil? You know, every evening there used to be a briefing, every day there used to be a briefing during Kargil. We're back in that. Now, that was a conflict. Are we back in conflict zone? That's the fundamental question.
No, not just the conflict, but in this case, who's done the escalation? Zaka Jacob joining us live. Zaka, who is responsible for this escalation? And again, India sticking to this thing. The communication is clear, and it's the same group, including and plus Randhir Jaiswal now, who did the initial briefing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the same members as yesterday. It's going to have the Foreign Secretary who will lead the briefing, and the two young women officers, Wing Commander Singh and Colonel Qureshi. Both of them will be part of today's briefing as well. And I think you're right, this is going to likely be a daily feature until this whole escalated situation starts coming down. So we can show those pictures from the National Media Center as well, where the name placards have been put out of both Wing Commander Singh and Colonel Qureshi, the two women officers who were there on day one, who gave us the briefing about Operation Sindoor. This will now be a continuing feature. We had this when Kargil was happening. So I think the sense is that this is not just a one-off operation. You heard from the Defence Minister some time back, where he said to the all-party meeting and then subsequently as well, that Operation Sindoor is an ongoing operation. So on day one, it was, you know, your fighter jets that went in, the 9 locations that were targeted. On night 2, which we are now getting more and more details of, it was drone warfare. It was complete drone warfare, both from the Pakistani and the Indian side. The Indian side in retaliation targeting some of the major cities across Pakistan.
Let's talk about that now. Now, stay with us, Zaka. Rajiv Shankar also there. We'll go to Akash in just a bit. Let's just focus on why this briefing is happening, because this is after this note that was put out. What did Bharat do? Intervening night of 7th and 8th, the Pakistanis tried to attack 15 of our locations, our cities, Bharat cities, and military targets there. That's what it says. Military targets across 15 locations were targeted. I'm just going to repeat, see this again. Number of military targets in northern and western India, including these cities. So at least 15 have been mentioned there. What happens there? Today morning, this is the confirmation. Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense and radar systems, air defense radar and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. So which are the locations in Pakistan? Let's look at the Pakistan locations. These are the 9 locations that were attacked or that was struck, where terror infrastructure was struck on day 1, 7th morning, 8th. The locations include Rawalpindi, locations include Lahore, locations include Karachi, locations include Sialkot. So there are all military installations that were directly targeted. The Pakistanis claim to have neutralized some of the drones, but Bharat has been able to hit, and there are pictures to confirm this, Rahul Shivshankar, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Lahore and Karachi.
Absolutely. In fact, even Rawalpindi and most of these cities, Sialkot, and just look at the spread of them actually. So nothing is off grid as far as India is concerned. We have touched every hot button, all the main principles. I mean, Lahore today is defenseless. It doesn't have its air defense systems have been neutralized. It's open from the air even as we speak. It's going to be a sleepless night for a large number of Lahoris tonight, I can tell you that. And one of their MPs, if you heard today in Parliament, was saying, save us from India's wrath. We need all the help we can get, all the divine intervention we can get. There is panic on the streets of Lahore. There's panic in their parliament. There's panic in the military establishment. This is Munir losing face and fight for the second day.
Yeah, it is. And Akash is joining us, and with this line, viewers, watch this line. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. So this is also an important message, Akash, that Bharat does not want escalation now. And if you look at the last line of this statement also, marry that with the Indian response with this line: the commitment to non-escalation provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. So the Indian response the same as that of Pakistan, intensity of Pakistan, and now it's up to the Pakistan military and the Pakistan establishment whether they want to escalate it further. India will respond in the equal measure with same intensity. That's the official stated position now, Akash.
Right, Anand, even now, Indian armed forces have not targeted their military base, and in fact their brigade centers or their, civilian population or the infrastructure. They tried to destroy our air defense systems. We have destroyed their air defense system. In fact, Akash Tir system, which is our air defense reporting and control system, was very much employed for the missiles and drones that were coming from Pakistan, Anand. And I want to tell you that S-400 and Akash did a commendable job, because officers are telling us that not even one hit was successful and they could not hit even one of our property. And this is a big success for Indian Armed Forces, and that's the reason why Rajnath Singh reiterated that quality is important. Pakistan is using HQ-9, and we have seen in the past that how its performance, is discussed widely on social media, how effective this system is. And that's the reason why this statement from Raksha Mantri is very important. Also, Anand, drones and missiles came from Pakistan. We have been told that both hard kill and soft kill technologies were used. Spoofing and jamming was also used. Handheld devices were also used, we have been told. And while on one hand we were targeting these drones and missiles via soft kill, that means that we were navigating, we were trying to disturb their GPS, we were trying to send them to the other direction. We had also this hard kill system where we were targeting these missiles and drone to destroy them.
Right. So when you say we, you mean the Indian Armed Forces. So the Indian Armed Forces and the Indian forces were the ones who were working towards either a soft kill, that is to disturb the entire trajectory and to confuse the drones or the loitering munitions, or to destroy them altogether. Akash, but this message seems to be very, very clear. Rahul, from Bharat, the message very, very clear. We don't want to escalate. You make a move, we will try and do the same, and we'll do it better than you.
Absolutely. Look, we stopped them and we hit them. It's very simple, three words on each side. But the fact is that our response has always been proportionate. Pakistan's first misadventure, which took place overnight yesterday after a lot of, as you know, ballistic speeches that they made, including their Prime Minister in the address to the nation, vying all sorts of retribution, has actually escalated it beyond proportionality. India struck terror targets. They were trying to strike our Indian state. And in particular, we were told that the targets that were chosen along some of those Jammu, Pathankot, etc., and Srinagar were air bases. So quite clearly, Pakistan wanted to degrade our ability to launch attacks and also, of course, intercept.
Because the first target of sending these loitering munitions, Akash is still with us. What was the Pakistani military intent? To try and reduce our air patrolling ability, air monitoring ability by attacking the military installations, or were certain air bases, airstrips also under target? Because that is further level of escalation, Akash.
Right, so I have been told that air bases were the primary target, and also they wanted to destroy our air defense systems. Yes, air bases and air defense systems. These two were the primary targets. And look at the cities, Anand. In almost every city, we have got our Air Force station. In all these cities, almost we have our Air Force station or some sort of radar station. So they were targeting our radar systems, air defense systems, and also the air bases.
That is serious escalation, Rahul Shivshankar. Despite that, if Bharat is saying that we continue to remain non-escalatory in nature, and that the response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan, for them to come back and say this is a huge amount of restraint. This is a huge amount of restraint. Hope the international world is also looking at this.
Absolutely.
This restraint, this commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military.
In fact, this map, what we need to actually do is, if we want to show how we have matched them toe to toe, their escalation toe to toe, we'd have to show obviously cities like Lahore.
Now here is
etc.
the thing on this map. The issue is that the Pakistani media has confirmed that there is something that's happened in Lahore, something that's happened in Karachi, there's something that happened in Rawalpindi, and there's something that happened in Sialkot. But from Bharat, there is no confirmation of the total number of locations. Okay. We are also making this educated assumption that 15 locations, because toe to toe, match to match, like to like, 15 locations will be there. Let's see if in this forthcoming briefing at 5:35 there is an explanation of the total number of locations that were targeted or military targets.
Let me just tell you that there is quite a respected handle on Twitter called Death Refsa, and this one is followed by almost just about anyone who has a deep and abiding interest in defense matters. This suggests that India has struck in a number of targets in Pakistan, in fact, and I just want to quickly bring that up. There's Attock, Rawalpindi, Chakwal, Gujranwala, Lahore, Walton, Bahawalpur, Maine, Karachi and Chor. So all along, apart from just the LOC, down the IB.
You read about 10 locations where the Pakistani air bases are or their air defense systems are?
About 9, 10.
10 of them.
Yes.
So those are the 10 that is being claimed again by relevant or reliable social media handles of people who have been tracking defense for a while.
These are both drone and missile attacks.
Drone and missile, but we have to wait and see whether or not the government comes out and officially claims this when that operational briefing happens in just about 20 minutes from now. Let's going across to more news coming through, and we'll have Zaka Jacob joining us with more inputs. Manoj Kumar Gupta getting us some sensational inside details of the operational planning by Bharat of Operation Sindoor. Attacker planes masked in the exercise with air missiles were locked. This operation was masked under an air exercise, and NOTAM was issued for 48 hours for air exercise. Zaka Jacob joins us with more. So there is a lot of camouflage or smoke screens that were created with the Prime Minister's engagements, with the Waves Festival, and a lot of the other engagements showing all is well, it's normal. Perhaps the biggest bogey was the mock drill, but even the exercise, the attack itself was planned to the T.
If you remember, the night before Operation Sindoor happened, a NOTAM was issued all across the western border from Gujarat to Rajasthan to Punjab, basically saying there are these air exercises that are going to happen on the 7th and 8th, and therefore, no civilian flights can traverse through that airspace. Now, when a NOTAM is usually issued, what happens is the civilian aircraft have no access to that airspace, and the military aircraft which are in that airspace, they get masked. So this was issued, and it was issued as a routine affair, saying that, look, there are going to be these air exercises on the 7th and 8th. So the Pakistanis mistook that for something being planned for the 7th and 8th. This was issued about a couple of hours before Operation Sindoor was undertaken, a little past midnight on the intervening night between the 6th and the 7th. Now, what the Indian Air Force managed to do was, while this NOTAM was issued, ISRO's Cartosat as well as EMISAT, both of them gave precision maps, satellite images of Bahawalpur. Now, Bahawalpur is the biggest strike. There were multiple strikes that happened inside Bahawalpur. They got these precision geolocations of this seminary, the markers that was hit inside Bahawalpur, the biggest of the lot. They got these geospatial locations while this NOTAM had been issued. What they also managed to separately do was scramble up some MiG-29s close to Amritsar. So what that did was the attention of the Pakistanis shifted to Lahore and why the MiGs were being scrambled in Amritsar. While the attention there was diverted to what's happening in the Amritsar-Lahore, that belt, that sector, what the aircraft that was sent up by the Indian Air Force on this side, it locked in Bahawalpur and it sent missiles, and they hit those locations in Bahawalpur, basically penetrating the Pakistani air defense system, because there was a decoy that had already been raised in the Amritsar-Lahore belt. So this is, as each day passes by, we're getting more and more details about how this operation was highly deceptive in nature, because you don't get to, hit these level of multiple locations, 9 different locations, 21 different strikes, without creating this kind of deception for the enemy. So this is one part of the story, and I'm sure there are much more that will come out over the next few days as to how the Indian Air Force, in a multi-location, multi-strike operation, was able to deceive the enemy by creating these smoke screens. In this particular instance, the smoke screen was the MiG-29s being scrambled in the Amritsar sector, and that helped them neutralize the Pakistani air defense and hit Bahawalpur. And of course, from whatever we're seeing from Pakistan, the reaction and all of that, the two biggest strikes were one in Bahawalpur, the other in Muridke.
Now, what a big shift, or what a big rise in the air capability of Bharat between 2015, 2017 to 2019 to 2025 to be able to achieve this level of success and penetration, and what planning. So there is credit that is due to the NSA Ajit Doval, because this entire exercise was under his stewardship, his leadership, under the guidance and direction, of course, of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, Bharat has thwarted Pakistan's attempts where all? Jammu and Kashmir, Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu. In Punjab, there is Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, then Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh. In Rajasthan, in Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai, and in Gujarat, it is Bhuj. So Pakistan has tried pan-state or multi-state across the IB, across the international border, 15 locations. And the air defense systems are the UAD grid. Bharat's UAD grid has been able to neutralize all these threats, Rahul. That shows how effective the S-400 missile defense system is, and the improved capabilities of the Indian forces today to defend our territory.
I just want to jog your memory back to 2 nights back, before we struck. There was a big meeting, if you remember, between all chief ministers and the Union Home Minister. Chief ministers of all borderline states, including, of course, Uttar Pradesh, if you remember, which is the border of Nepal. And a large number of, speculations sort of emerged as to what those meetings were about. Now we can understand that it was obviously giving the message down that you need to be very, very, very cautious and extremely preemptive in the manner you're responding. Clearly, the Indian intelligence establishment had an inkling that if they were going to go into the various sites that they struck on Sindoor Day 1, it was quite clear that they were expecting reprisals down the entire chain of all border states. So there was definitely
so Sindoor, let's try and understand this. If Sindoor went right up from Muzaffarabad down up to Bahawalpur here,
right up there.
So Bahawalpur here. So this is the entire length and breadth that tracked.
Yes.
So Pakistan has tried to say we will try and match that on this side of the border, but Pakistan does not have terror camps or terror infrastructure to target on Indian soil. So what they have done is target established military targets. There are two parts to my next question to you, Rahul, and your thoughts here. One, the level of escalation that's been pushed by General Asim Munir. Should not the world take cognizance of what the Pakistanis have done? And should the world might not come on trying to press this crazy general down, because he is taking his country into a path of no return? That's one. Secondly, it's 2 days of 2 nights of shame for Asim Munir. He is a failure as a Pak Army general. So shouldn't the people of Pakistan reject him outright? Shouldn't the military establishment turn around and say enough is enough, out you go?
You know, obviously it's never good to tempt fate, and may that be the case, that there are 5, 7, 10 nights of reversals for Pakistan. One just hopes that it just takes one, as you know, to get through, to create damage. So triumphalism eschewing that, yes, there is already you're beginning to see a lot of discontent on the ground in Pakistan. We've got videos after videos, a lot we can't show you, viewers, because some of them are very abusive content. People like Munir, the leadership, Shehbaz, etc., Shehbaz Sharif, that is the Prime Minister, being abused on the streets of Pakistan in different cities. And there is a genuine feeling, even in the National Assembly, there are several voices now that are actually asking the leadership, what are you doing? You are throwing us to the wolves. India is a superior power. Please don't do this. We are going to regret it. The stock exchange, where you measure sentiment really, melted. The Karachi Stock Exchange melted, and as you know, the day's trading had to be suspended. 7.5% down.
Yeah, and the trading was halted. The markets were shut. Otherwise, it would have been a total calamitous
There would have
effect
been,
there.
You know, the circuits had to be kicked in. So they would have had a massive problem, a bloodbath there. And the fundamental issue is the first part of your question. Look, this now means that we are in a potential conflict. You know, these daily press briefings, etc., you saw in Israel at the height of the Israel-Hamas war. You saw that back in Kargil on Indian soil. You saw that when the United States went into Afghanistan, there used to be daily briefings by the Taliban and of course by the United States and of course US, Iraq, this, that, the other. So the point is we are now dangerously close to an elevated conflict situation.
No, but
the great thing is let Bharat
and every citizen of the country, every Bharatiya accept this, viewers, that if there is a required, if it is required that we will be in a state of conflict for a few days, then so be it. So be it, because this is the time, now or never, that the Pakistanis are taught a lesson. But let's understand some of the highlights, Rahul, here. The S-400 defense system has been activated. It's a mobile surface-to-air missile system and it's come good. It's only one battery that's been deployed right now. We are going to now procure and we are sourcing 3 batteries. The second has already come and it's installed elsewhere. But it destroys aerial targets to a range of 400 kilometers and that too at an altitude of 30 kilometers above sea level. It can engage 36 targets simultaneously, equipped with 4 types of missiles that are considered ahead of US developed THAAD. So this is one of the most advanced air defense systems. Clearly, what the Pakistanis have, which has been sourced by a nation that has been very, very friendly to it, don't seem to be as effective than what Bharat has been able to procure. Now, the other thing, why Bharat has an edge, let's try and understand this. May 7th, Bharat's success operation, all 9 locations were hit in Pakistan and in POJK. On the 8th of May, Pakistan's attempt failed. They targeted 15 locations and they failed at all. Bharat, as Rahul Shivshankar was saying, and if you were to claim, assume that that was right, the number of locations that Rahul was able to identify, out of 10 locations, at least 4 have been struck. Sialkot, Rawalpindi, this Walton Airport area in Lahore and Karachi. So 4 locations out of 10. That's again a 40% success rate compared to 0.
Well,
so 2 days, that's why I'm saying 2 days of shame for Asim Munir.
We do know one thing, that Lahore has been defanged. It's defensive because that's the statement. The statement that the Indian Army has put out via the PIB today talked about Lahore. They said that we went into Lahore. If you can just read that part, that's the operational part of that statement. It says that we actually hit an air defense system and neutralized it. These are the words exactly. So we know that Lahore today is staring at a situation, Anand.
It's blind.
It's not just blind. It is exposed.
It's blind, it's exposed because it does not know what's happening on the skies and how they're going to do it.
Pakistan's numero 1 city, the citadel of Pakistan's Punjabi-dominated power elite, is today open. That's a very worrying thing.
No, not just a worrying thing. That's the biggest setback that an Asim Munir can have, and the Pakistan military establishment, the Pakistan civilian government should take cognizance, saying that you're a failed general. Out you go. The other thing, let's try and understand what all the Indian Armed Forces deployed, the machinery that came into play. These are all details of the S-400 system that that we are showing to you right now. Let's try and also show you how Bharat dominated the skies over Pakistan. There were the Rafale that was used, the French twin-engine multi-role fighter aircraft that was pressed into play. It was used to target terror camps in Pakistan. The Sukhoi Su-30 MKI, these are the twin-engine heavy Russian fighter aircraft that were used for defense in Operation Sindoor. Mirage 2000, the Mirage 2000 single-engine 4th generation fighter jets were used to hit targets with precision ammunition. Storm Shadows, CAP, Anglo-French cruise missile, SCALP, that's the one that was used. It's enabled striking of targets from within the airspace, within Bharatiya airspace. The AASM Hammer, French all-weather air-to-surface standoff weapon that provided flexibility for engaging fortified targets. The Spice 2000 bomb, Israeli developed, precise impact, and this kit, the precision impact kit, was used to precisely hit the targets. Now, Spice 2000 had come into play even at Balakot, and at that time there was question of it having a 10-meter error margin, but that seems to be negated this time because the images are there for all of us to see that all targets were hit. And in Bahawalpur, the Jaish has had major reversals. We'll talk about that in a bit. The killer kamikaze drones also came into play. These are loitering munitions. They are precision weapons. They hover over a target area, fix on the image that's been fed into it, not just the geolocation. Then before striking, it scouts the area, collects the info, matches the picture that it's been fed frame to frame, and then goes and targets it. So it's capable of in-depth monitoring. Durations can eliminate, and it can eliminate possibility of inaccurate damage. But most importantly, it drops and it decimates itself. So there is nothing left of the drone to even source its origin. The Pakistanis also have the same loitering munition, but it was disabled very effectively. Clearly, the drone drops from Jammu and the laser technology that has been devised by the DRDO, somewhere all of it is coming together for a very effective anti-air or an air defense grid, Rahul.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We've obviously sourced the right weapons, and as you were saying, that clearly put together with the intelligence that we have on Pakistan, we've been able to combine and strike at will. And we have deterred, not just deterred, but we've also struck at will on the other side. Those pictures on your screens, viewers, are actually from Lahore. That's the skyline. You can see those big plumes of smoke going up. There was a lot of chatter. In fact, overnight, Anand, you were all were woken up, at least I was, by a couple of people talking about strikes that India had undertaken. Now we understand where that is coming, because at that time we didn't have any confirmation, neither did we have any visual evidence. There was a lot of stuff floating around, but you know, because it was unverified, unverifiable, it was difficult to put on air, so it was discounted. But now, when we put two and two together, we realized what that information that was coming through was obviously mirroring what India has done by going against Pakistan at a time when they came and hit some of our military targets. Most importantly,
because of this briefing, Rahul, what happens, and viewers, is that there is absolute clarity. There is no doubt in the minds of what is happening, and it does not leave any area for speculation. You will not have a defense minister of Pakistan trying to quote social media to the world and say this is the proof. Bharat has put out, this is the truth, this is how it is. Also news coming through, in the interest of national security, all OTT platforms, media streaming platforms and intermediaries operating in Bharat are advised to discontinue web series, films, songs, podcasts and other streaming media content, whether made available on a subscription-based model or otherwise, having its origins in Pakistan with immediate effect. Consequentially, all streaming platforms in Bharat are advised to discontinue Pakistan origin content, including films, web series, songs, serials, podcasts, with immediate effect, regardless of whether they are paid or free. We'll try and go across to our reporters for more details on this story. Akash is also live with us. Akash, clearly Bharat is now stepping up the non-kinetic escalation also, and to ensure that all forms of disinformation are plugged in. No particular platform which via podcasts or which via YouTube streaming or somebody else or using some other OTT platform, etc., is able to try and push disinformation.
The theory is that you are sending terrorists to our country and we are giving you revenue by the sort of viewership that you are getting here in India. And this is the reason why we are seeing steps like such, Anand, where initially their YouTube channels, their X accounts, and now the web series, the podcast, or whatever content they have, on different apps or OTT platforms, that will not be here in India. In fact, this is an advisory, but we have seen in the past that how in fact advisories have been accepted by people who are there in the different domains, different sectors, taking responsibility and taking a step for the country. Anand, just one point I want to make. You were talking about air defense systems. Pakistan. We were talking about Pakistan, and our in fact drones were able to destroy their air defense system in Lahore. It is not just HQ9 which they have employed for the air defense. They have got FM90. They have got ANZA series, that is Manpad, the handheld devices, and they have got a series of air defense. None of it worked in front of these drones. These Harpy drones that have got in fact the range of 500 kilometers to 1000 kilometers. These drones were used, and these are loitering munition where you can in fact change the target at the end stage. So these smart ammunitions were used against Pakistan. It was pre-planned, and you see the strategy. You see the strategy because yesterday only we had seen that how there were claims that they had downed our fighters and everything else. And today we have in fact given them a reply in the same language that they were using against us.
Right. See, not just the Indian forces giving a reply to the Pak military is one aspect. The other aspect is that you can have all the equipment in the world. The Pakistanis had patent tanks in the battle for Longewala, but they couldn't, because there has to be the will, and there has also got to be the sharpness and the intelligence to be able to put the resources available in use. And of course, and that's where the superior capabilities and the abilities of the Indian Armed Forces comes good every time. 1971, General Nizami and what happened with him, the 90,000 POWs, all of these are cases in point. More news coming through. Bharat will release some water into Pakistan which they will not be able to store and then run the tap dry a day or two later. Bharat is going to continue to do this to Pakistan. 28,000 cusecs of water released. There has been water now accumulating because of rains in the upper reaches. Suddenly the tap is going to go on. The sluice gates will be open and huge volumes of water will flow in, and the Kharif sowing season has just started over in Pak Punjab. Payal Mehta joins us with more. Yes, Payal.
Anand, the 28,000 cusecs we were speaking about was done a couple of days ago. Today we are given to understand again water has been released into Pakistan at a time that Pakistan is actually feeling the heat militarily as well. Like we were reporting on your show yesterday, India will continue to mount the offensive on Pakistan and make Pakistan plead for every drop of water. Ek boot bhi pani nahi jayega. That is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's commitment, which he said in as many words just the other day at a private channel's program, and which C.R. Patil had also told us a week or 10 days ago as well, Anand. So even we are going to keep the tap on and off with Pakistan, because Pakistan needs to understand the valuation of a good relation. So these things will continue to happen, till we have certain measures in place where you can actually divert the water which can effectively only be used for India. And you would understand, the science is very simple, that Pakistan will not be able to store this water. This water will finally it'll fade out, it'll go forward. So what can you otherwise really do? You have to just go ahead and pray that your relations get improved with India. That is exactly what India really wants. India wants Pakistan to earn whatever trust that they have in it, because if you do not adhere to the civility rules, if you continue to beat us, we will teach you a lesson in multiple ways.
Right, Payal Mehta will be joining us live, but the water wars or the water offensive continues. Rahul, this is the other aspect. Kinetic engagements will be one aspect, but the overall whole of government offensive against a terror haven, against a terror state, a state sponsor of terror continues, and Bharat is unrelenting on that.
Yeah, actually in the long run, the non-kinetic options will actually break Pakistan. It's a non-kinetic stranglehold that we will put on Pakistan, whether it's water, financial, or even when it comes to gaining legitimacy internationally, i.e. diplomatically. These are the ones that are actually going to isolate Pakistan, punish Pakistan in the longer term. Yes, kinetic actions will punish Pakistan in the short interim period. There will be obviously setbacks. There might even be, as a result of that, some amount of turmoil in the country, especially in the armed forces. But will it lead to state collapse? I doubt it. What will or what possibly could lead to state collapse by creating the situation for mass discontent against their own government will be the economic sanctions, will be this water sort of constant flooding and parching of Pakistan, will be the diplomatic isolation, cutting off from international aid, etc. These are the ones that will actually have a sustained deterrent impact on Pakistan. The military kinetic options that we will undertake will bleed, hit, jolt Pakistan. It might even rock Pakistan for a little while, but they won't be sustained, because these are not sustainable when there are two nuclear states going up against each other. If this turns into a full-blown conflict and war, it will be the first time, actually, in recent military history, that two nuclear powers are actually in a standoff. Remember, the other wars that were fought between India and Pakistan were prior to the nuclearization of both countries. So we have a situation here.
The situation, and right now the message is very loud and clear. Bharat does not want to escalate. Now it's up to the Pakistan establishment, the Pakistanis, to decide whether they want a crazy like Asim Munir to try and dictate the fate of that nation, which is not just on the banks of penury. There's no money. They can't even fight the wars. Their coffers are empty. Or aaj the way the stock markets have crashed, it's Kangali mein aata gila. So it's further worse. Now there is no water also. The farmers and the sowing season is going to happen. You will have food scarcity. There will be the entire food supply chain will get affected. All of these issues are going to only compound problems. The Pakistanis have to realize, do they really want a crazy like him who's to continue the way he is, or should he be given the boot and should he be placed behind bars for the global embarrassment that he has brought to Pakistan? Payal Mehta joins us with more. Payal, so tap on, tap off, tap on, tap off will continue.
Well, of course, Pakistan has to earn every drop of water. Anand, that is the message that is coming from the government of India. It's no less and no more. Pakistan has to understand that India is not going to give away. Gone are the days when India was acting like a charity organization, which was going to give them all the help that they really require. And Pakistan has to earn every single drop of that water, is what India's assessment really has been. India has been saying that, you know, we've been a good neighbor to you. We've allowed you we've given you a lot of benefit of doubt. But if this is what you are going to do to us, then we will not take this lying down as well. So essentially, you know, when you get in a lot of water into Pakistan, which happened a couple of days ago, that water is going to flow away. Water is not a constant place. And you know, how do you save such water? You're not going to be able to save this water. It's going to flow out, and the moment it flow out, we shut the tap essentially. So we're going to make Pakistan, and we're going to play these games with Pakistan. Sorry to use that term, but that is what Pakistan has earned, and this is the fate that they've earned upon themselves.
No, it's not just playing games. They are gaming Pakistan by default. That's what it is. And as long as the military establishment continues to hold the posture that it is doing so, it will have to continue to pay, and it will have to continue to bear the brunt. More news coming through. World Bank Chief Ajay Banga is at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence. He has just now left Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence. That's the update that we are getting. He's also spoken with the News 18 network about the Indus Water Treaty. Shireen Bhan was in conversation with him.
This Waters Treaty, says the president of the bank, Ajay Banga, speaking exclusively to CNBC TV 18, Banga said the treaty is between two sovereign nations and the bank's role is limited to that of a facilitator. The Indian government has held the treaty in abeyance after the Pahalgam attack, citing national security concerns. Take a look.
The treaty is not suspended. It's technically called something in abeyance, is how the Indian government worded it. There is no provision in the treaty to allow for suspension, the way it was drawn up. It either needs to be gone or it needs to be replaced by another one. That requires the two countries to want to agree. The World Bank's role is basically that of a facilitator if they disagree, not by us making a decision, but by us being the party that goes through a process to find a neutral expert or an arbitrator court to settle it. And we have to pay the fees of those guys through a trust fund that was set up at the bank at the time of creation of the treaty. That's our role. We have no role to play beyond that. I haven't heard from either country yet about anything to do with the Indus Water Treaty. So that's exactly where it is. I know there's a lot of speculation in the media about how the World Bank will either fix it or not, or be approached or not. It's all bunk, because we don't have that role to play. And I wish you would help me tell the media that they should take a look at the treaty and realize that the treaty is a treaty between two sovereign nations, and they have to decide whether that's what they want to continue with. It's their decision.
I welcome you to this briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Misri on the ongoing developments regarding Operation Sindoor. We also have with us Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, I hand over the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir.
Thank you, Ranveer. Good evening. Thank you all for joining for this briefing. You would have perhaps seen some information related to developments since late last night, early this morning, which has been put out by the Ministry of Defence. Just in case it has been missed, I will request Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to just update you and fill you in on the details.
Thank you, sir. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है। On the night of 7th May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks. आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों पर वायु रक्षा रडार और प्रणालियों को निशाना बनाया। भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई। यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. पाकिस्तान ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर आकरण गोलीबारी की तीव्रता बढ़ा दी है, जिसमें कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर और राजौरी क्षेत्रों में मोर्टार और भारी तोपखाने का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control using mortar and heavy calibre artilleries in areas in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children, due to the Pakistani firing. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistan military. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Friends, this is, as I said, further to the briefing that was provided yesterday and some of the updates that have been just provided by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I thought that we would just put some of the aspects related to the events that started on 22nd April with the barbaric terror attack in Pahalgam into further context, because there is a certain amount of commentary that has happened with regard to the events since then. And more than the commentary, there has been a lot of disinformation that has been directed at us from across the border. So a few things that I would like you to keep in mind. First of all, there is mention on all sides of escalation. I think the first point that you have to keep in mind is the attack of 22nd April in Pahalgam is the original escalation. ये जो सिलसिला है जो हम देख रहे हैं आज की घटनाओं को लेके, ये 22 अप्रैल के पहलगाम के हमले से शुरू हुआ है. एस्केलेशन वहां पे हुआ है और उस एस्केलेशन का जवाब भारतीय सेना ने, भारतीय फौज ने कल अपने एक्शन से दिया है. Secondly, I want to invite your attention to the involvement of the group calling itself the Resistance Front in these attacks. I pointed this out yesterday that this is a group that is a known front for the well-known Pakistan-based terrorist organization, Lashkar-e-Taiba. The group has been reported earlier. I mentioned to you about the Indian authorities providing information to the UN 1267 Sanctions Monitoring Committee. In fact, we are going to be meeting with the team again very soon, and we will be providing an update to the information that we have provided earlier. But what is interesting, दिलचस्प बात यह है कि संयुक्त राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा समिति में जब पहलगाम के हमले को लेके एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी करने की बात चल रही थी, तो आप सोचिए किस देश ने टीआरएफ का, द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट का उसमें मेंशन किया जाना, उसको अपोज किया, पाकिस्तान ने. दिस वाज आफ्टर द फैक्ट दैट द टीआरएफ claimed responsibility for this attack not once but twice within a few hours after the incident on the 22nd of April, and then again on the morning of 23rd April. And it is perhaps only after the full gravity of the incident was realized by its masters and handlers across the border that it was managed to back off from this claim. Obviously, that retraction doesn't convince anybody. तीसरी चीज जो मैं आपसे कहना चाह रहा था, और कर्नल कुरैशी और विंग कमांडर सिंह ने कल भी बड़े स्पष्ट शब्दों में और आज भी आपसे ये बात साझा की है. जो भारतीय रिस्पॉन्स है वो नॉन एस्केलेटरी है, प्रिसाइज है, सटीक है, मेजर्ड है और कंसिडर्ड है. Our intention has not been to escalate matters. We are only responding to the original escalation, as I said, and our response has been targeted, precise, controlled and measured. Only no military targets have been selected. Only terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan has been hit. Now, there are, as I said, a number of issues that have been raised in commentaries, and there's a lot of, as I said, unfounded disinformation and fabrication that has come from across the border. And I would just like to use this opportunity to set the record straight on some of these issues. The first of these is Pakistan trying to wash its hands off any and all involvement with terrorism. I think the Pakistani information minister said there are no terrorists in Pakistan. And I think he was challenged on that in the television program that he was appearing on. But even if I partially repeat myself from yesterday, I think Pakistan's reputation as the epicenter of global terrorism is rooted in a number of instances where concrete evidence is available, not just to India, but to governments and authorities and agencies around the world. There are several terrorist attacks around the world where Pakistani fingerprints have been found. I don't need to belabor the point with regard to this audience about where Osama bin Laden was found and who called him a martyr. Pakistan has also for decades pursued cross-border terrorism into India with impunity, and as I said yesterday also, in order to deliberately mislead the international community, they claimed that the terrorist Sajid Mir was dead. They came under pressure, and Sajid Mir was then brought back to life, arrested, and is now apparently in Pakistani custody. Pakistan is also home to a very large number of UN proscribed as well as UN proscribed terrorists, as well as terrorists proscribed by a number of other governments in the world, including, of course, the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, as well as their leaders, Masood Azhar and Hafiz Mohammed Saeed. आपने देखा होगा हाल ही में पिछले कुछ दिनों में पाकिस्तान के रक्षा मंत्री और उनके पूर्व विदेश मंत्री दोनों ने इस बात को माना है कि पाकिस्तान का ऐसे ग्रुप्स के साथ जो रिश्ता है वो क्या रहा है. Both the defense minister and the former foreign minister of Pakistan, I think they've done a more eloquent job of this than I could ever do in terms of describing their country's implication in international terrorism and their involvement in housing these kinds of groups. दूसरा जो विषय है वो है पाकिस्तान का जो एक दावा है कि एक इंटरनेशनल impartial investigation होना चाहिए, एक joint investigative committee होनी चाहिए. These calls for jointly investigating this heinous and barbaric attack in Pahalgam. Again, I think you know the history well on this, you know the track record well, and it is not a bright track record insofar as Pakistan is concerned. In fact, in the pursuit of justice for the victims of multiple terrorist attacks, whether it be Mumbai in 2008, in Pathankot in 2016, or many others, but in particular for these two attacks, India had offered to cooperate. India provided forensic evidence and urged Pakistan to bring the perpetrators of these attacks to justice. We, in particular with regard to the Mumbai attacks of 2008, where a Pakistani Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist was captured alive, India provided extensive information and evidence related to the involvement of Pakistani terrorists in this attack. Cases were registered, but you are all aware that these cases have not progressed despite the formation of judicial teams, etc. And Pakistan has consistently stonewalled all efforts to move the investigation along. In fact, with regard to the Pathankot attack as well, a joint investigative team was formed. We gave access, unprecedented access, I should say, to Pakistani team to the site of the attack. Details of call records data and DNA, etc., were shared with Pakistan. We had shared with them details related that we had been able to access to the addresses of terrorists. We presented evidence against the office bearers of Jaish-e-Mohammed who had conspired in the attack, and the handlers of the terrorists who facilitated them and guided them in. But there has been no movement on this. So in all of this, I think the experience has not been positive, and it certainly doesn't give us the confidence now to take at face value Pakistani assertions of wishing to participate in a joint investigation. These are just delaying tactics, these are just stonewalling tactics, and in fact there is reason to believe that Pakistan uses the evidence that we provide only to cover its tracks and in fact defend the terrorists who we are looking for and obstruct the path of investigation. A third point that I wanted to address was the claim that only civilians were killed in the strikes on the 7th of May. We have made the point very clearly that all attacks on the morning of 7th May were against carefully selected terrorist infrastructure, terrorist targets. It is not clear to us, in fact, seeing some of the coverage of the after effects of these strikes, including the funerals for the terrorists that are held yesterday. I think a lot of you have seen the reports and the coverage on media. If only civilians, if any civilians were killed in these attacks, I wonder what message this picture actually sends to all of you. This is a question that is worth asking. It's also odd that the funerals of civilians are carried out with the coffins being draped in Pakistani flags and state honors being accorded. As far as we are concerned, the individuals eliminated at these facilities were terrorists. Giving terrorist state funerals may be a practice in Pakistan. Doesn't seem to make much sense to us. Pakistan has also claimed that India deliberately attacked religious sites. This is completely false again. I have made it clear that the targets were terrorist infrastructure, terrorist facilities, and locations connected clearly with incidents of cross-border terrorism into India. And it is in fact Pakistan that is misusing religious sites as a cover to in fact radicalize, direct and indoctrinate and train terrorists. In fact, contrary to what Pakistan is claiming, yesterday Pakistan launched a targeted attack on the Sikh community in the state of Jammu and Kashmir, hitting Gurdwara in Poonch and the homes of Sikh community members which came under attack, and we know that at least 3 individuals were killed in that particular attack. Pakistan is also making attempts to, in fact, just to add to this point, the retaliatory action that Pakistan has taken in fact is impacting civilians. I showed you the picture of the Gurdwara and the Sikh community members who were killed in this. There are other civilians also who've been killed and injured in these attacks. In fact, since yesterday morning, a total of 16 civilians have been killed and 59 others have been injured in the attacks by Pakistan. Not only this, Pakistan is also making attempts as part of its disinformation campaign to paint our action with regard to cross-border terrorism through the communal angle. If that is the issue, then I think I can do no better than to cite or point you in the direction of the Pakistan Army Chief's speech of 16 April 2025. I think that is the last word in communal rhetoric. And in the Pahalgam attack itself, you are aware of the kind of religious profiling that was done there, and perhaps there is a linkage between these two events. I can only say that these nefarious designs will not be allowed to succeed in India. And it is to be noted that people from all faiths, all religions, all regions in India have unequivocally, not just in India but around the world, have condemned these attacks. The Pakistani claims of now responding to India's strikes of the 7th of May. As I said right at the outset, it is India which is responding. The original escalation was by Pakistan on the 22nd of April. We are the ones who are responding to that escalation with the action that was taken yesterday morning. And again, I would like to emphasize that the action was restrained. It was directed towards non-civilian, non-military targets and confined to terrorist camps. And again, as we have been saying since yesterday, any further action by Pakistan, some of which we are seeing today, is nothing but escalation by Pakistan now once again, and will be responded to and is being responded to appropriately. One point that I wanted to also address was the allegations to the targeting of a dam, the Neelam Jhelum project in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. I want to say that this is an absolute and complete fabrication and a blatant lie. India has targeted only and only terrorist infrastructure, and the details of that that terrorist infrastructure together with the locations were shared with you yesterday by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I should note that if this kind of a claim is a pretext for targeting Indian infrastructure of a similar nature, Pakistan will be entirely responsible for the consequences that will undoubtedly follow. Finally, I want to address some issues that have been raised related to the Indus Waters Treaty and the disinformation that has been raised in regard to that as well. The fact is that there have been fundamental changes in the circumstances in which the Indus Waters Treaty was concluded, and they call for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. Over the last year and a half to 2 years, India has been in communication with the government of Pakistan. We've sent several notices to them requesting for negotiations to discuss modification of the treaty. India has for 6+ decades now honored the treaty, even during periods when Pakistan imposed multiple wars on us, and even when relations were adversarial. Pakistan is the one that has been acting in violation of the treaty, deliberately creating legal roadblocks in India exercising its legitimate rights on the western rivers. Any projects that India sought to build on the eastern rivers, and even on the western rivers, which we are allowed to by the treaty, were always challenged by Pakistan, thereby hampering our rights to utilize our legitimate waters under the treaty. In fact, if you see, the preamble of the treaty itself states that the treaty was concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. Mark those words, concluded in a spirit of goodwill and friendship. ये भारत का धैर्य और भारत की सहनशीलता है जो 65 साल से हम इतनी प्रोवोकेशन के बावजूद इस ट्रीटी को निभा रहे हैं. However, as has been made clear earlier as well, Pakistan has not responded to our requests to enter into negotiations for a reassessment of the obligations under the treaty. A number of conditions have changed. This is a treaty that was based on the engineering techniques of the 50s and the 60s. We are living through the first quarter of the 21st century. Technological changes and technological advancements have to be taken into account. There are demographic changes, there are climate changes that have taken place, there is the imperative of clean energy, and of course the terrorism that Pakistan has wreaked in the state of Jammu and Kashmir itself has hampered India's ability to exercise its rights under the treaty. Pakistan's persistent refusal to respond to our request to enter into government-to-government negotiations on the modification of the treaty is, in a sense, itself a violation of the treaty, and therefore India has taken the step of putting the treaty in abeyance until Pakistan abjures irrevocably its support for cross-border terrorism. Maybe I'll stop there. I mentioned earlier yesterday as well that this is an evolving situation. I would therefore ask all of you to be considerate and restrained. It will not be possible for us or my colleagues from the armed forces to share operational details at this point in time. Beyond that, if you have any questions, may I have time for only a few, and I'll try to answer those questions.
Okay, I give the floor to Rishabh.
Secretary, good evening. This is Rishabh from Times Now. I just wanted to understand, as per the press release that has been released earlier today, it says that we have successfully hit at the air defense of Lahore. Does it give our forces a better chances if in case of further escalation? And are there other air defense places as well at strategic location that were targeted?
Rishabh, you are violating the first rule that I set out at the end of my remarks. The press release that has been issued by the Ministry of Defence today speaks for itself. It is related to operational matters. It's been released by the Ministry of Defence. As more information becomes available, it will be released at the appropriate time. Once again, please don't go into operational details at this point in time, because this is a constantly evolving situation. Yeah, go ahead.
Foreign Secretary Smita Sharma, just wanted to ask, the Pakistani Minister Ishaq Dar in an interview has claimed that the national security advisors of India and Pakistan have spoken to each other, if you could confirm or deny, and is complete severance of diplomatic ties with Pakistan also on the table?
I have no information with regard to contacts between the two national security advisors. Insofar as diplomatic relations are concerned, you've seen the steps that were announced in response to the following the meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security on the 23rd of April. There are no further steps that are under consideration at this moment in time. Yeah, go ahead.
फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी, मेरा नाम मनीष है, मैं TV9 भारतवर्ष से हूं और आपने खुद ही बताया कि कितना मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन क्रॉस बॉर्डर से आ रहा है, बल्कि ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे पाकिस्तान के प्राइम मिनिस्टर और डिफेंस मिनिस्टर तक भी प्रोपेगेंडा करने में मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन में आ गए हैं। वो कई बार तो ये तक दावा करते हैं कि हम 3 राफेल हमने गिरा दिया, इतने हमने मिग गिरा दिए, और जब उनसे पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं कि सोशल मीडिया में हमने ये सब चीजें देखी थी। तो अगर आधिकारिक तौर पर अगर आप कुछ कह सकें इस पर, ताकि उन्हें भी समझ में आए कि इस तरह के प्रोपेगेंडा नहीं चलने वाला है।
देखिए, जब सही समय होगा तो आधिकारिक तौर पे इसके बारे में सूचना दी जाएगी, लेकिन जो आपका प्रश्न है कि प्रधानमंत्री और उप प्रधानमंत्री और विदेश मंत्री, उनके रक्षा मंत्री इस तरह की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें अचरज की कोई बात नहीं है। आखिरकार ये एक देश है जिसने अपना इसका जन्म लेते ही झूठ शुरू हो गया था। 1947 में जब पाकिस्तानी फौज ने जम्मू कश्मीर पे दावा बोला, तो उन्होंने किसी ऐसे वैसे व्यक्ति से नहीं, संयुक्त राष्ट्र से झूठ बोला कि हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं है इससे, ये लोग जो गए हैं वो तो कबायली हैं। वो तो जब हमारी फौज वहां पे पहुंची और UN के लोग, संयुक्त राष्ट्र के लोग खुद वहां पे पहुंचे, उन्होंने देखा कि वहां तो पाकिस्तानी फौज घुसपैठ करके आ गई है, उसके बाद पाकिस्तान को मुंह की देखनी पड़ी और उनको मानना पड़ा कि हाँ, उनकी फौज वहां पे कुछ समय से पड़ी हुई है। तो ये जो यात्रा है एक तरह से 75 साल पहले शुरू हो चुकी है, तो आई एम नॉट सरप्राइज्ड दैट दिस काइंड ऑफ disinformation is being indulged in. Yeah, Siddhant.
Sir, Siddhant from Beyond. Sir, we have seen a lot of negative comments coming from the Pakistani military of escalation. If tomorrow there is an escalation, there are strikes, we know one attempt has been thwarted, what will be the Indian response to those attempts of creating more escalation? Because it is looking like it's going towards more escalation. And my second question is, are any other world powers, essentially the P5 countries, the West Asian countries, reaching out to de-escalate the current situation?
Look, on escalation, we've already made our stance clear. I mean, there are two basic points. First of all, it is Pakistan that escalated on the 22nd of April. We are only responding to that escalation. And then what we have said yesterday and what my colleagues have said today, that now if there is an attempt at further escalation by Pakistan, it will be responded to in an appropriate domain. And therefore, the choice is entirely that of Pakistan to make. As to your second question, I don't think I can do better than to point you in the direction of the statements that are being made from practically every chancellery in the world and the sentiment that they are carrying. That sentiment essentially and for the major portion is support for the government of India in the context of the condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. There is wide recognition of the government of India's right to respond to these attacks in self-defense, and of course a desire to ensure that there is not further escalation. I think these statements speak for themselves. Yeah.
So this is Mosimi from India Today. Now in the all-party meeting, we have learned that the Defence Minister has said that, you know, in the Operation Sindoor, almost 100 terrorists were killed. Would we have any details about what is the number like, and also about if there were any big faces, masterminds, terrorist masterminds who were in fact killed? There is also a report that Masood Azhar's family's 10 members have been killed, and Rauf Asghar, who was actually the mastermind of Pulwama, he's also been badly, severely injured.
I don't have information at this point in time to share with you on these issues, but as I said, I think you know, there is so much information out there on television, in the news media, in social media, that it sometimes looks like a long time has passed since this. Please understand that slightly over 36 hours only have passed since this operation was undertaken. Let us have some patience. Information will come out and will be shared in due time. Shruti.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Shruti Ranjan from Bloomberg. Sir, could you give us any understanding whether India has moved the IMF or the World Bank to kind of, you know, sensitize them about the the bailout that Pakistan has, and, you know, the kind of stuff that the Pakistan government is doing?
Look, we have an executive director at the IMF. Tomorrow there is a meeting of the board of the IMF, and I'm sure that our executive director will put forward India's position. The decisions of the board are a different matter. You know the process through which they are made. But I think the case with regard to Pakistan should be self-evident to those people who generously open their pockets to bail out this country. And since you are from Bloomberg, I think you would have the data on how many IMF bailout programs have been, very good, thank you, have been sanctioned in the space of the last 3 decades. And I think you would also have an idea of how many of those programs have actually reached successful conclusion. Probably not many. So I think this is a decision that board members have to take by looking deep within themselves and looking at the facts.
So we can, one last question, sir. Yeah, one last question.
Foreign Secretary, I'm Siddhant from CNN News 18. I would like to know, since it's an opportunity to speak to you, I would like to know the response coming from United States since last 3 weeks. Saudi Arabia, Qatar. In fact, Prime Minister Modi spoke to Qatar before the strikes that evening. Perhaps how do you read the support coming from these countries? Perhaps traditionally they were seen on the other side. This time around, their statements are strong worded. In fact, India-Saudi joint statement also had a very strong condemnation, strong worded condemnation. United States at all levels have condemned the attack and have extended support. In fact, Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister is in India. He just met EMS Jaishankar. Also, if you could shed some light on his visit, his meeting with EMS Jaishankar. In fact, we have also been told that he met Prime Minister Modi. Thank you.
Look, all the countries that you named and many others, we have been in touch with them. The Prime Minister has spoken to a large number of world leaders. A large number of world leaders have called him, as have called the External Affairs Minister. As we speak, there are conversations going on today as well with world leaders. And your assessment or conclusion of the general tenor of these messages is very much on point. And I think this is a recognition of the fact, firstly, of the barbaric nature, the unprecedented nature and character and features of the attack in Pahalgam, and a recognition of India's right to respond to this, and also a recognition of the fact that in responding, we have been nothing but responsible and have done so in a restrained, in a measured, and in a non-escalatory manner. I think that counts for something. People have taken that into account, and that is what is explaining the kinds of reactions that we are seeing. And we appreciate the sentiments and the statements that have been made by the vast majority of world leaders. Yes, the Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs is in Delhi. He had a meeting with the External Affairs Minister earlier today. I don't have further details at this moment, but if there are details, the ministry will share them at some point with you. Thank you. I think that's all we have time for today. We'll join you again soon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The second briefing by the MEA and the MOD on Operation Sindoor, but of course they recounted the information that we had brought to you earlier this afternoon as well about how Pakistan attempted to attack as many as 15 different locations across the international border in the early hours this morning, targeting specifically military or air force installations, but all of those attempts were thwarted. On the other side, India, in a proportionate response fired drones and other ammunition into Pakistan territory and have managed to destroy the air defense radar systems. My colleague Akash is with us. Akash, that information being reiterated in that press conference, and once again India making it clear that the original escalation was the Pahalgam attack. India retaliated after that, and now Pakistan is trying to escalate the matter.
Right. First of all, I'll start it by saying that both the officers, both the women officers, were in combat uniform, is sending a larger message, and is a message that, we won't disturb you initially, but if you will try to, send terrorists to our territory, our land, if you'll attack us, then we won't spare. And in fact, it was categorically mentioned by the Foreign Secretary as well, that how there was a linkage, in fact, links between the speech by the army chief, Pakistani army chief, and the attacks that happened here in Pahalgam. In fact, today, when this attack was launched on the air defense systems here in India of the Indian Air Force and Indian Army and all the infrastructures related to Air Force, Shivani, it was retaliated. And then in the same language, we destroyed their air defense systems. You could not do anything, but we can do, and we did it. This is what the message is, and in fact in the press conference it was point-wise clarification on a number of narratives that have been ongoing in the social media. We know that how Pakistan is propagating several sort of theories. They are claiming several sort of jets, Indian jets that were downed by their air force. They are claiming that how they have downed several Indian drones while the retaliation was carried out in the morning today, and a number of things. But Foreign Secretary in fact has clarified on all these aspects, Shivani.
Absolutely, Akash. Thanks a lot for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you for more. Let's also go across to our guest joining us. Lieutenant General Philip Campos is former Vice Chief of the Army Staff. Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat and Consular General to Karachi. Sushant Sareen, Senior Fellow ORF, Wing Commander Abhishek Matiman, Defence Expert, also with us. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. And you may appreciate the delay caused because of that press conference. Let me begin with Lieutenant General Philip Campos on what the Indian MOD, MEA's position is. You must have, of course, taken in the information that has come in this afternoon about Pakistan attempting to escalate and target military installations of the Indian Air Force, particularly across the international border. India has already responded. The message still from India seems to be that, okay, do not escalate any further. They don't seem to, they're not using this as an opportunity to go full hog against Pakistan. They're saying we have responded in a proportionate manner, but Pakistan should not do anything else now.
Thank you for having invited me on your show. See, once we understand the larger picture of what has happened, you would understand that whatever is happening now, what has happened yesterday, what is happening today, and what will continue to happen is all forms of tit-for-tat responses which will happen. We are all aware of our calibrated attack yesterday morning on 9 terror infrastructure targets in Pakistan. It was a very measured response. It was a very calibrated response. It was meant purely to target terror infrastructure, and to that extent it was non-escalatory in nature, in that we did not target military locations or weapon systems as far as yesterday is concerned. But we are all aware that even by the morning, when people woke up to what had happened in the night in the form of our attacks, the Pakistan Army had started firing, the artillery had started firing on our villages close to the LOC. And that has continued today. The sad part of it is that 16 people are reported to have died and 59 people injured, which is a sad consequence that these are all innocent people living on the border. And to that extent, I mean, my sense is that they should have been warned and moved out the moment this sort of action had been taken by us. But that is the sort of action which is going to take place now from both sides.
So what do you make of the escalation that Pakistan attempted by trying to target, they couldn't manage it, but trying to target our military establishments today?
See, there are certain levels of escalation. One, as was described and explained by the Foreign Secretary, the main escalation is the Pahalgam attack. There was one huge escalation. That's the first one. That is what triggered off what was our response in terms of what happened early yesterday morning. Now, it is expected that possibly Pakistan would respond in some manner, and it remains to be seen as to what happens and what we do about it. But in the meanwhile, what we are seeing is there will be a lot of tit-for-tat exchanges taking place on the border in terms of artillery shelling on both sides and sort of engagement of targets. So what is happening there, I would say, is was expected, will continue, while and it is for us to protect ourselves, to make sure that while all this is happening, we do not suffer any casualties in our people, especially civilians. And there is a larger escalation which is expected in terms of possibly a larger response, and that is what we should be waiting for, and protecting ourselves and responding appropriately when these skirmishes or these exchanges of fire take place across the border.
Okay, let me go across to Rajiv Dogra, who's also joining us. The issue of escalation has come up as far as this press conference is concerned. What is your sense? Most parties, global parties, countries have asked Pakistan to lay low and not attempt anything, but they have. We have that information now. The Indian ministry is very clear that anything that they attempt will invite a response, because they are the ones who are the original escalators. We are only retaliating, and that will go on. Do you think that message will sink in Pakistan, or is that a lost hope?
Firstly, compliments to MEA and Ministry of Defence for a very measured, sober and matter-of-fact press conference where they shared all possible details short of the operational detail.
Yes.
So it was a professional job, very well done, and the message has also been received by the foreign media, because foreign media was present there. So reaching out to the world has been one step in this direction. As far as escalation is concerned, Pakistan is today sending out messages at two levels. One, if you hear the debates of yesterday in Senate and Parliament, and if you hear the debates today in the Parliament, there's a whole lot of difference in some of those debates. Yesterday, they were they were braying blood. They wanted more violence. They wanted more attacks against India. Today, some of the senators were literally crying. They were saying that, save us now. So, one is a reflection of the sentiment of the public, who are really wondering whether Pakistan is going in the right direction. Second is the army of Pakistan, headed by General Munir. And General Munir has a personal stake in not letting things be, because if he now backs down, I think psychologically, I am trying to read his mind, psychologically he will be worried that his position may become shaky. So there is a personal element, and there is also the sentiment which seems to be shifting against escalation. I'm talking of Pakistan. So let's see how it goes. But Pakistan Army and Pakistan establishment is very unpredictable. So you can't say anything for sure.
Yes, absolutely. That's the difficulty. So, Sareen, the Indian MEA also laying to rest a lot of the misinformation that is coming from Pakistan, you know, whether it's about India targeting civilians. Vikram Misri, they're clarifying that we've only targeted, specifically targeted terror camps. No civilians have actually been targeted at all. When it comes to their statements of downing Indian jets, we know, the complete laughable statement that came from their foreign minister or the defense minister when he said it's all over social media. Even the misinformation about India attacking a dam, all of this is coming from the Pakistani side. And in India, we are acting very strongly against all of this misinformation, but it certainly helps when the government comes out and puts it to rest. Sushant, your mic.
Yeah, so sorry for that. The PC of the Foreign Secretary and the Armed Forces, I thought was brilliantly done, very comprehensive, covered all kinds of angles, including the one about this business of fake news that the Pakistanis are generating and trying to claim certain victories. Now, my counsel would be, I said this in the morning, I'll say it again. We are at a time of instant communication. Fake news travels faster than your ability to debunk it or fact check it. So I would strongly suggest that maybe these press conferences, maybe not at the level of the Foreign Secretary, but somebody from the MEA and the two armed forces officials should probably have at least 2 briefings in a day, and there should be a dedicated cell which should in real time be responding to fake news and propaganda nonsense which is the Pakistanis are spouting all the time. It's just a suggestion because this is also an information war game which you need to join and you need to play it in real time. At the time if you hold a briefing in the evening, that whole day's news cycle has already done its work. So to that extent I would strongly suggest this. But I thought the way Mr. Misri handled some of the issues and he highlighted Pakistan's involvement with terrorism, that it's a great propaganda coup for India that these jokers of the Pakistan army are standing behind a designated terrorist during a namaz-e-janaza of other terrorists. And it tells you the nature of the state and the nature of the society. All the other stuff where he debunked this business that we've targeted, the Neelam Jhelum project. It's a defunct project anyways. The Chinese have built it. It hasn't worked properly ever since it's been built. It has only eaten up money. I think if indeed we are targeting the Neelam Jhelum project, we'll probably be doing the Pakistanis a favor. But at least we debunked that we are not targeting this kind of civilian infrastructure. Yes. Even the retaliation which has taken place, and we said this in the morning, Shivani, it was proportionate, and it was proportionate simply because the Pakistanis were not able to inflict any damage at all. Their attacks, which they were trying to launch in India, were repelled, and the Indian counter-attack on similar targets as they were targeting has been reasonably successful, or pretty successful.
Okay.
So I think that response has been proportionate. But if the Pakistanis want to now go up the escalation ladder, simply because in Pakistan's case, you have an illegitimate regime. You have a person who prances about as prime minister, who even lost his own election. Right? His brother lost his election. The whole damn party lost their election. They had 17 or 18 seats they had won, but that was catapulted by 5 times. And they were given about 80 seats so they could form a government. You have whose legitimacy is also being questioned. Now, I keep asking, what is the priority for them? Is it to save the regime or is it to save Pakistan? Because if they're going to go up the escalation ladder, then I don't think they will be either able to save the regime or Pakistan. But
let's hope what transpired early today is going to be a reminder of what they're up against. Because Wing Commander Matiman, it demonstrated India's superiority when it comes to not just defending itself against the attacks that the enemy may mount, but also the fact that they cannot stop any of our missiles or drones. This has been proven again.
See, it has undoubtedly been proven, but what I feel is the most important factor to be borne in mind is, hereafter we will need to recalibrate our limits to endure further loss of Indian lives. That was the basic premise we reacted on when post the incident in Pahalgam on 22nd. We have lost 16 more today.
Yes.
Every Indian life lost is valuable. Let's remember, valuable for us, for the Indian state. Unlike the Paki jihadis, for the Pakistani state.
Right.
Our response to subsequent phases of conflict will need to bear this in mind while planning the volume, stroke ferocity of our responses to come and the desired end state that we want to achieve.
Okay. Fair enough. You're absolutely right.
Because let me finish. Because on that very thing will depend the final lessons that the Paki jihadis and their terror infrastructure take home, despite our evident military superiority on display so far.
Yes, absolutely. No reason why India should actually have to take this, and that question has been asked many times. Rajiv Dogra, coming back to you on the other big point that Vikram Misri talked about earlier in the press conference, is the issue of Pakistan denying its connection to terror factories. Of course, in the many interviews that they've done post Pahalgam in global media, they've made fools of themselves, either by accepting or even by making statements which are as unbelievable as there are no terrorists in Pakistan. So he listed out that history, and he also talked about this demand that Pakistan keeps making of a neutral investigation or a joint investigation. We know that they turn out to be a farce. Do you think even the global community has had it as far as these demands or these excuses for terror factories in Pakistan is concerned? This is why nobody is really paying attention to Pak's excuses this time.
Well, absolutely. I mean, firstly, Foreign Secretary himself was very clinical in dismissing Pakistan's representations and propaganda on this issue. Second, what was Pathankot? We had invited their team, which included their ISI officers who had probably sanctioned that attack. What came of it? They went back, did not share a shred of evidence with us. After all, they had the accused within their country. They had all the planning documents within their country. They had all the planners and masterminds within their country. Why didn't they send us the information that they had? I mean, if they are very keen on joint investigation, that is a prime example of the fraud they committed on India. Second, there has also been an international investigation. 2611 masterminds, one of whom is now in Indian prison, the other is still in American prison, that went through the entire ladder of American justice. So what are they talking about? I remember British Prime Minister, former British Prime Minister Cameron, who said, and it's on public record, that 70% of all terror attacks in the world can be traced back to Pakistan. So what more proof do they want?
Exactly.
If they want further proof, why don't they see what happened to Muridke and other installations where now people are sort of attending funerals for their 100 terrorists or so who were killed in that attack.
Yes.
So I don't think we should give great value to Pakistan's protestations, because Pakistan is used to hoodwinking the world, including especially to America, whose greatest enemy is Osama bin Laden, was right next to the Pakistan Military Academy.
Exactly. I mean, that was the greatest betrayal, if any was needed, by the West, because they kept taking funding and everything else from the US, and US's most wanted was given harbor in Pakistan. So that's the treacherous nature of Pakistan. Yet there are still some in the world that continue to mollycoddle this country, and we've heard explanations from earlier. It used to be balancing India with that AFPAC region, then it is about using Pakistan to balance India's ambitions even today, but also of course the fact that this is a nuclear weaponed country, so it's too big to fail or too dangerous to fail, etc. Let me go across to Lieutenant General once again on the issue of the LOC. You were talking about that. As Wing Commander was saying that this is where we're actually losing lives, and every life has to be put a great price upon. Why is it that we continue to suffer casualties when it comes to ceasefire violations at the LOC?
That is, I agree with Wing Commander totally. It's very shocking when I saw those figures of 16 dead. We are going in to respond because we lost 26 people on the 22nd of last month. And now, within 24 hours of our retaliation, we've lost 16 people. And I don't know, there are 59, they are saying,
injured,
have suffered injuries, and
Yes.
there might be more fatalities. So there is something missing out here, that while we did take retaliatory measures about which we have spoken since yesterday morning, but somewhere we also owe it to our people to make sure that there are no more casualties.
So what's the
They're all
difficulty?
preventable.
What's the
And they're all
difficulty here?
preventable.
Is it that
Yes.
we are not being as aggressive as we could be to attack the Pakistani posts?
See, it's not attacking the Pakistani posts, it is warning your people. There is something missing here. We've seen this exchange of fire across the LOC is not a new phenomenon.
Yes.
It's happened time and again over the last so many years. There are periods of intense firing and there are other periods of calm. And when we expect periods of intense firing, there are certain precautions which are taken. There are bunkers in those areas. People move into those bunkers. People are warned, nobody comes out, or if it is something which is going to last longer than that, which is the current situation, they are moved out of those areas.
Okay.
Somewhere, hearing about those 16 deaths and 59 wounded, it definitely tells me that our civil defense system or whatever is required in terms of the local administration, warning the people, taking them out from there, protecting them, that should also be happening. Okay. Because this is going to continue.
Okay.
This sort of escalation, and where it's going to take us. At this point, it's more of tit for tat violence across the LOC, where artillery guns or mortars or machine guns are firing across the line of control at targets what they see across. But this is going to continue till at some point, hopefully.
So we need to be better prepared. Absolutely. Okay, I've got a final minute left. I'll give 30 seconds to Wing Commander Matiman there. Do you believe that this situation is still very much under control, Wing Commander, or are you worried that this could escalate further, bringing India and Pakistan to a greater brink of war than already?
See, we have on numerous occasions in the past seen that we started and left things unfinished despite loss of precious lives of our brave hearts. We cited various reasons on those different occasions. On occasions, it was about international pressure mounting on us, lack of support, whatever geopolitics, lack of funds, maybe we were not economically so well off then. But then we left the things in a lurch. Starting with 1965, we gave back Pir Panjal, which is the major infiltration route till today.
Right.
1971, we gave back 93,000 POWs without securing and ensuring the return of all our brave hearts. 1999, after regaining lost ground, when we were in a hot pursuit, instead of redrawing lines and settling out at a permanent and eventually settling at a permanent solution, we left it there. So my doubt remains. The stark reminder remains still The aim stated post the 22nd incident in Pahalgam, as stated by the Prime Minister and people below him.
Okay,
the end state desired then has not yet been achieved.
Okay.
And I say that because of what is amply known to every child in this country, going by the poor track.
We've run out of time, unfortunately, but we will, of course, take forward that question of what more India needs to do. Thanks a lot for watching. The Right Stand is coming up after a short break.
Co-powered by
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर तो 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है।
On the night of 7th May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों पर वायु रक्षा रडार और प्रणालियों को निशाना बनाया। भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई। यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized.
पाकिस्तान ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर आकरण गोलीबारी की तीव्रता बढ़ा दी है, जिसमें कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर और राजौरी क्षेत्रों में मोर्टार और भारी तोपखाने का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control using mortar and heavy calibre artillery in areas in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri, Poonch, Mendhar and Rajouri sectors in Jammu and Kashmir. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children, due to the Pakistani firing. Here too, India was compelled to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistan military. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Friends, this is, as I said, further to the briefing that was provided yesterday and some of the updates that have been just provided by Colonel Qureshi and Wing Commander Singh. I thought that we would just put some of the aspects related to the events that started on 22nd April with the barbaric terror attack in Pahalgam into further context, because there is a certain amount of commentary that has happened with regard to the events since then, and more than the commentary, there has been a lot of disinformation that has been directed at us from across the border. So a few things that I would like you to keep in mind. First of all, there is mention on all sides of escalation. I think the first point that you have to keep in mind is the attack of 22nd April in Pahalgam is
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome. Thank you for being with us here at CNN News 18, and thank you for continuously following us as we get you the most authentic, verified and correct information about Operation Sindoor and also the happenings post the Pahalgam massacre. There's been a lot that's happened over the last 48 hours, but what we'd like to start with, we'd also reflect on the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misriji's briefing just a short while ago, along with Wing Commander Vyomika, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Ranveer Jaiswal. But first, let's get you these details. It's CNN News 18's mega exclusive input on the impact of Operation Sindoor. Not just terror infrastructure, हमने बहुत जिहादी मारे हैं. The forces, the Indian forces have neutralized a lot of possible threats to Bharat. It's also preemptive in nature, even as it is punitive for what's been inflicted on us in the past. High death toll has been reported at all these terror infrastructures, the 9 locations. CNN News 18 has accessed somewhere the near exact numbers of the death toll. There could be plus minus some numbers eventually, but this is what Manoj Kumar Gupta has been able to source. And sources tell us that death toll is more than 150 jihadis, 150 terrorists. Muzaffarabad, the count is 28. Kotli, the count is 100. We'll try and reflect that on the screen. Kotli is 100, Muzaffarabad is 28, Muridke is 19, Bahawalpur 40 and Lipa 12. So these are the total numbers and the counting is still on. This morning, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh had told the all-party meeting that it is 100 plus terrorists. The counting is still on. Now we tell you the numbers is more than 150, and I'm repeating for the benefit of our viewers again. Muzaffarabad 28, Kotli 100, Muridke, the Lashkar headquarters 19, Bahawalpur, the Jaish headquarters 40, Lipa 12. So if you take the count, it goes up beyond 150. Our understanding is it is somewhere in the range of 170. It could be more. Top intelligence sources are saying the high death toll in Bahawalpur and Muridke is due to the reason. That is the reason why Bharat wanted to target mid to senior leadership to disrupt the entire command structure of the Jaish and Lashkar. Jaish-e-Mohammed's Bahawalpur headquarters had planned attacks like Pulwama 2019 and Pahalgam 2025. The Kotli camp with 100 neutralized was a critical facility for indoctrinating recruits and assembling IEDs. They were training Fidains also there. The destruction delays future terror plots. Lipa is the neutralization there reduces infiltration capabilities into Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the summer months. That's where peak militant infiltration activity happens. Eliminating large numbers in a single operation undermines the entire myth of safe havens deep in Pakistan territory. The success validates Bharat's integrated air defense network and real-time intelligence fusion. Now, this operation also shows Bharat's shift from defensive counter-terrorism to preemptive dismantling of threats. The only request to our forces, don't stop here. Continue this pest control regularly. If they try to reassemble, please dismantle these structures and these jihadis so that there is never ever a repeat of Pahalgam. It all starts with Pahalgam, and the message has to be no more Pahalgam. Lieutenant General DP Pandey is with us, former GOC 15 Corps of the Indian Army. He is with us in the studio. So good to have you here. Major Manoj Jolly is also with us. So I've just started reading his book and it's fantastic. And if we can do those kind of operations much more regularly, we will have a nation which is rid of jihadis and rid of terrorists. Tilak Devashar ji back again, and always a pleasure to have you with us, former member of the National Security Advisory Board. Let's start with this head count. How significant is it, General Pandey?
Yeah, it's very significant because the top rung leadership, which is the one which radicalizes, which is the one recruits, earmarks, selects all across the globe, the volunteers who want to come along has been neutralized. I think that's a very, very huge success. And second is the middle run, which is the one which will be taking over as a leadership position, has also been neutralized. These numbers are very significant because here and after the possibility of these Jaish and Lashkar and HM is virtually gone actually, being rudderless, leaderless and actually not knowing what to do is quite significant and seen very clearly in front of us. Second is that records. When the entire structure has been destroyed, there are a large number of records which are existing there. So they have also been vanished off, and thereafter when the lower rung wants to take over and starts doing the work again to re-establish and revitalize this entire system, it will take some time to restart the thing. The third is the morale. Now this part that every time they thought that top leadership can hide somewhere, this reach, especially after hitting the AD systems and all, the message is very clear for the terrorist leadership that there is no place to hide. On the other side, when Abbottabad was hit from the Afghanistan side, when the Americans came and picked up Osama bin Laden, they still thought that India will never cross that line and come across to look for them and hit them. And I'm so glad that finally this attempt was done and has been greatly successful. The tech has been used to actually neutralize these people without actually putting soldiers on the ground. I think this is a very, very big transition, inflection point in our operational strategy, and I'm absolutely proud of the armed forces.
Gee, and you know, if I know him very well, and I know him when he was also serving, there was an emotion saying, "Hum kyun nahi kar rahe hain?" And that why aren't we building the capabilities that that we can do this? And today you're seeing the capabilities and it's being done, General Pandey, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I have served in Kashmir itself 7-10 years, and especially while we are hitting the small targets called launch pads, where these two little houses or shanties across where they used to come and the Pakistan Army used to make them cross. That never satisfied a soldier on the ground, that when you hit them, sometimes they were there, sometimes they were not. But you knew there's a factory which is coming from behind and pushing these animals across. So today when the factory has been hit, the factory owners have been hit, the only problem is the people who are funding as of now, they continue to be living. I think in case they go beyond the level which they are working today, they were also possibly going to be hit badly, and therefore there is a possibility that terrorism kind of a thing will be hit for some time to come.
झटका तो लगा है, बहुत जोर का झटका लगा है. Major Manoj Jolly, before I come across to you, Tilak Devashar ji, there is, and I'm going to ask you this question also, Major Jolly. There earlier in the day there was talk that ये बावलपुर में जो ठुके हैं 40, उसमें रौफ अजहर भी है. And although they are not, there is no confirmation that's come through officially, and with the Foreign Secretary also did not name, but it's come from very high sources within the government that uthuk gaya hai, and the phones are off. So I'm going to ask you, Tilak Devashar ji, is that a possibility? Because he was the key commander, he was running Jaish. MMA was just, when I say MMA, Masood Azhar was just a figurehead now. The operational control was with Rauf Azhar. Sir, mute pe aap.
Circumstantial evidence.
Ji.
The kind of funeral that you saw, you know, the coffins were wrapped around with Pakistani flags. There was a military, soldiers holding the coffin and marching it. You know, it was like well, it wasn't a gun carriage, but everything else apart from a gun carriage was there, and the people were saluting it. So obviously, it was a very high value person who had been taken out, and Pakistan would never declare the name, but a couple of years down the road, we'll come to know. But certainly, I think. But Anand, let me say this: for Pakistan, irrespective of the leadership position that you enjoy in any of these tanzeems, they are at the end of the day expendable. So while it is a big achievement that 170 of these jihadis trained leadership positions have been taken out, I think we are still scratching the surface.
Okay.
I think we need to take the head of these snakes, both in Muridke and in Jaish, and the bigger mothership, which is the Pakistan Army itself. So long as the Pakistan Army continues to have the mindset of wanting to bleed India through 1,000 cuts, you demolish the Jaish, they will come up with some other organization. Demolish the Lashkar, there will be a different Lashkar. So I think while this has been a huge achievement that India has achieved to take revenge of what happened in Pahalgam, I think we also need to look at the future, look at the longer term. And if this operation is to continue, if we go into Sindoor 2 and Sindoor 3, we must also keep this in mind, that we have to target not merely the foot soldiers and the middle and even senior rung leadership, but the people who instigate recruitment, training, and provide them with weapons.
Yeah, we're going to follow a flow on the show, but I'm just going to reverse that order a bit since you brought out that funeral aspect. Can we call out that image? Because Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, also pulled out that image. And he made a few pertinent points. And Major Manik Jolly, Ambassador Ashok Sajjanar, good evening. Sir, you've been on the frame. My apologies, I didn't acknowledge you earlier. Thank you for joining us. Just have a look at this image, and if we can call it somewhere, either on the screen or in the studio on our wall here. The picture that he's holding has a person who's leading the prayers. I'm just going to check with the team if they can call up the image. Okay, so let's have a look at that image, and we played it out here on the right stand last evening. Now that's the image on the right, and have a look at that image. This person who's circled, he is Hafiz Abdul Rauf. He's a US proscribed terrorist. He is a Lashkar member. Let's try and go back to that picture, please, and just stay with these visuals, and we can hold it. And look at the number of people in uniform behind. Across the military, the park rangers, they're all present there. How is this acceptable? And Vikram Misri asked Manik Jolly that how are you giving jihadis? The attack was at Markaz-e-Taiba, and it is going to be jihadis who are there. Unko state funeral kaun sa desh deta hai?
So let's call it open secret for the lack of better word. What is happening, what has happened all throughout, that all terrorist factions, all tanzeems, everything has prospered only because blessing of Pakistan Army and ISI. It is just that because of the past of 80s and even after 2000, because Pakistan was actively involved with the US in Afghanistan, earlier when Russians were there and later when they were hunting Osama, that US refused to, US decided to turn a blind eye to it and never make a comment on it. It is not that they don't know this is happening, and India should actually pick it up very strongly at all forums, that fine, you don't want to say anything, but have a look and comment on this. We should continuously keep asking for their comment on this.
नहीं सर, ये हाफिज अब्दुल रौफ का, I'm just saying, Ambassador Sajjanar, General Pandey, Tilak Devashar ji and viewers, understand this. This guy, Hafiz Abdul Rauf, is the chairman of Al Khidmat. It's a front of the Lashkar. He is specially designated terrorist by the US government. और इसका कच्चा चिट्ठा भी अभी हमारे सामने आया है, and just putting it out. He is a member of LET senior leadership since at least 1999. He is the FIF chief operating LET's relief activities under the FIF alias. As of mid-2009, Lashkar was using the name FIF to fundraise and evade international pressure on LET. Following the November 2008 attacks in Mumbai, 26/11 के बाद ये cover fire दे रहा था उनको in terms of raising funds and finances. And under the direct command of LET's overall leader, Mohammad Saeed, Hafiz Saeed, Rauf was LET's Director of Humanitarian Relief in 2008, LET's Director of Public Service in 2003, and in August 2008, at the direction of Hafiz Saeed or Mohammad Saeed, Rauf led an LET Jamaat-ud-Dawa delegation to assess LET JUD relief fundraising in Bajaur in Pakistan. He's also acted as spokesperson for Lashkar, speaking on behalf of the organization to media through LET's website and public forums. He also develops high-profile media programs for the FIF to gain support for the LET. And in December 2008 interview on the Lashkar website, Rauf detailed LET and JUD's welfare activities, referring to it as his organization. And in August 2003, he told Pakistan News Weekly that Lashkar Jamaat-ud-Dawa were collecting funds and carrying out relief operations despite a ban by the government of Pakistan on the organization's activities. और ऐसे लोगों को, you know who they are and what they are. Ambassador Sajanar, is this not the biggest diplomatic tool that we have to turn around and tell the world this is state backing?
Yeah, thank you very much, Anand. You are very right. I think this is a brazen attitude as far as Pakistan is concerned, you know, displaying this in full view of the cameras and the whole world. And, you know, as the Foreign Secretary also said, there are all these people who are, you know, decked up in their military attire, and they are attending the namaz-e-janaza of all these terrorists. And, you know, if they term them as civilians, then which civilians would be, you know, their coffins would be draped in the national colors. And also, you know, there's been another image, FS didn't refer to it, maybe it has not received so much of prominence, but, you know, in Bahawalpur, when there are about 9 ambulances, you know, from this, they are coming out and they are sort of, you know, leaving the premises. There are all these policemen who are standing by the roadside who are saluting these ambulances. And, you know, these are family members of Masood Azhar who are being taken away, and possibly his brother also, you know, in one of those. So they are the ones who are receiving this, you know, state honors, so to say, the manner in which this janaza is taking place. So I think it is out there for the whole world to see, and India, I'm sure, would be preparing its dossiers very carefully. You know, now that, of course, it is a very technical matter, it has to be taken through the hoops we'll have to go through. As far as FATF is concerned, bringing Pakistan again in FATF, there, of course, we'll need the support of some of the other countries like the United States, France and others. Of course, we can be certain that there will be opposition from China and so on and so forth. But I think we definitely do need to go through this on a very, you know, in a very determined way. And also tomorrow is the IMF meeting for approval of the, you know, the further next tranche of the loan to Pakistan. So there also it needs to be done. So I think
there is another person in that picture who looks like Syed Salahuddin, but it's not him. That's true. He's not there. Hizbul has been totally decimated in this, but he's a US proscribed terrorist, Manik Jolly.
So, you know, a great thing that I think is not being talked about. Who do you give state funerals? On whose coffin do you put national flags? It is, I think, Pakistan Army's recognition to him as a soldier. He might not be directly in the rank structure, but they are telling these guys were soldiers who were fighting our war in the Pakistan.
So they are mujahids.
Yes, so this is Pakistan Army's messaging to all the other terrorist organizations that if tomorrow you die, we will give you the respect that our fellow soldiers get generally. So this is an acknowledgement of Pakistan Army and hence government machinery that the terrorist leaders, everybody get a parallel government running, which is acknowledged, which is given the same respect, resources, permission, freedom, everything that comes along to a fighting force of the, you know, any organization.
So shouldn't we,
Yeah, so actually a very good point brought out by Manik and Ambassador Sajanhar. The fact remains that interestingly, Pakistan Army has not given the same respect to their own soldiers. They have never accepted their soldiers. In fact, majority of them, when they get killed, even in operations, even now in these times, they are not even acknowledged. Or bodies are in Kargil, if you remember very clearly, they didn't accept the bodies of the officers and the soldiers. So this is the same army which is not respecting their own dead, right, who are wearing the uniform. But on the other side, they are going very, very openly to tell the world, while the messaging may be to the terrorist organization that we are going to look after you and you are duly respected. But I think this is time the world must watch, because in the Western media today, the coverage of this entire event is very, very sublime. Nobody is talking about it. In fact, this entire messaging, a US designated terrorist comes out right in the open in the uniformed community and leads the prayer for the dead terrorist. Somebody from the America should ask them that, friend, we have been asking for these guys. He is there right in front of you. Why don't you give it to us?
उनको शायद दिख नहीं रहा और चश्मा लग गया होगा तिलक देवाशर जी. So let's show it to them. America has designated this chap as a terrorist and a wanted man. Let's show it to the Americans and the American media. He is standing there leading the prayers, and jihadis are getting state funerals where they don't claim their soldiers. They were not even allowing their living from the Atari border into Wagah. They didn't even want their living back. But here they are standing up and mourning the jihadis with the state flag, the national flag on their coffins. Tilak Devashar.
Yeah, what it also shows is the total brazenness with which Pakistan does this kind of a thing and could be bothered about the consequences. These are all, they've just come out of the FATF grey list. The IMF funding is due on the 9th, the next tranche. They just couldn't be bothered. Because they know that in certain circles in the West, and especially in the Western media, they have support. And irrespective of what they do, uniformed soldiers standing behind this designated terrorist with a price on his head and who's leading them in prayer, and it's a water off duck's back. And why blame them? When you had the defense minister admitting on television that they had been doing it for the last 30 years, Bilawal Bhutto also saying that yes, we have a past, the world does not acknowledge or does not want to acknowledge. And therefore, I think the message to us is that we will have to take care of these guys ourselves, and we should not be looking for the international community to help us support, to support us. We have to take care of it.
Correct. But the thing is, sir, the state of Bharat as an entity itself has to take the loudspeaker and blare it loud and clear into the ears of the world till the time they go deaf that this is a jihadi state. This is a terror state.
Yes, absolutely. So this is what, even in the Foreign Secretary's press conference today, he did make this point that it is the hub, it is the center of terrorism, but we have to keep repeating that message. And we have to do it on social media, we have to do it on print, we have to do it on electronic media, through shows like yours, till the message gets home to every nook and corner of the world. That this is what this state is, and this is what India has to deal with.
Well, there is more. Now, on this aspect itself, let's get to the other part. This is, and we thank the Foreign Secretary for highlighting it, because 2 days in a row, this is the first time the state itself has officially highlighted this and brought it front and center. Vikram Misri said that Pahalgam attack was the original escalation in the recent tension. So let's not forget that. It starts with the Pahalgam massacre. Operation Sindoor is a retaliation for the Pahalgam massacre. A lot of people are now looking at only Operation Sindoor and taking things forward from there. Very, very similarly as Godhra was broad brushed. So in this case, this is Pahalgam massacre. Now, tensions between India and Pakistan have escalated. Then the Indian armed forces only responded to the escalation on the 7th of May. The TRF claimed Pahalgam. Then they claimed it again and then they denied it. Twice there came clarification and claiming of the attacks by TRF. They denied it when the Pakistan government started turning around and saying TRF ka koi haath nahi hai. Then the Pakistan minister celebrated this aspect as an achievement, that Pakistan was able to remove the name of the resistant front, TRF, again a front of the LET, from the UNSC statement. Let's listen into what the Foreign Secretary first said.
सोचिए किस देश ने टीआरएफ का, द रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट का उसमें मेंशन किया जाना, उसको अपोज किया, पाकिस्तान ने. दिस वाज आफ्टर द फैक्ट दैट द टीआरएफ claimed responsibility for this attack not once but twice within a few hours after the incident on the 22nd of April and then again on the morning of 23rd April. And it is perhaps only after the full gravity of the incident was realized by its masters and handlers across the border that it was managed to back off from this claim.
Who are the TRF? This is a nefarious TRF, and this is a playbook. This is a project for Kashmir's militancy to try and show the terrorism unleashed in Jammu and Kashmir as indigenous. They were a Lashkar front. This is when the FATF guidelines, grey listing had happened, and the Pakistani establishment wanted to de-link the known proscribed organizations from what was happening in Jammu and Kashmir. That's where entities like this Kashmir Tigers and TRF started evolving. So this is to avoid international scrutiny. Terms like resistance were chosen deliberately to mask ties directly with the ISI via the Lashkar. The TRF came into picture post Article 370 abrogation, the FATF grey listing, all of this happening. TRF adopting non-religious symbol to distance itself from some of the known terrorist groups. The TRF leadership includes Lashkar operatives such as Sheikh Sajjad Gul. The TRF leadership includes Lashkar operatives such as Basit Ahmad Dar. Also, the group operates with logistical and financial support from Pakistan's ISI. The group enjoys logistical support from Lashkar handlers like Hafiz Saeed, their Talha Saeed. The cadre also includes both local recruits who are trained in Pakistan and Pakistani terrorists who are then pushed into Bharat after training. They use body cameras to film attacks, amplifying the fear itself. And they facilitate weapons and narcotic smuggling via drones. The 2021 drone attack on Jammu's IAF base was linked to this very entity. Now let's go back to our guests and understand. You've dealt with this menace, so please tell us, shouldn't we work towards getting them proscribed and linked directly with the LET? And the other thing is, when that Pakistan foreign minister comes and tom-toms and pats himself on the back कि TRF का नाम हटवा दिया, उससे बड़ा proof क्या है कि ये सब जिहादी एक साथ मिले हुए हैं पाकिस्तान स्टेट के साथ?
Okay, I'll just go back to Pulwama, which happened. Jaish-e-Mohammed had taken the lead and accepted it, and it came out very clearly. But the moment the impact and the outcry came out after this incident, thereafter they backed off, right? Eventually, everybody who was neutralized or taken out was very amply linked, and was all communication, all training system, every document which came out linked Jaish-e-Mohammed to this Pulwama strike. The second part which is important to note is that even the Pahalgam incident and couple of operations which have happened, terrorist strikes which have happened in last about 2 years, have got a very, very close linkage to SSG, which was involved. Even in this operation, it is said that possibly an SSG element was involved. They are specially trained.
Abu Hashim Musa.
Yeah.
Former para commando or SSG, Special Services Group.
Right. So there are enough ample linkages. Besides that, when Musharraf comes out onto a live television interview and makes a statement कि हम ये सब कर रहे हैं, what else is required to tell the world that Pakistan is a terrorist state? Who is going to designate? In case China and America, who have been using them as a tool, as a proxy for their own interest, who else is now going to put the mat on Pakistanis onto the mat for designation of being a terrorist state? I think the time now has come to compile everything and take it up to the UN this thing and go the whole hog this time.
Turn up the gas on.
Right now there is no way that Pakistan can escape this facet. I think we must at least make a full-fledged attempt, howsoever is possible, to designate them as terrorists. It just can't keep on happening that you will be, if you are compliant and you will change name from Lashkar-e-Taiba Jaish-e-Taiba to TRF. These are all gimmicks, and please understand, these name of TRF, when you add resistance, gives a signature of some degree of credibility in terms of Islamic manner, and also to the Western sensitivities that this is a resistance movement which is being taken over by indigenous movement. Truly today the local element of terrorist is zilch. Hardly any.
33 bhi nahi hai, 30 bhi nahi hai actually.
Yeah, and they are
and
all
the recruitment this year is not even in, it's in single digits.
So,
if
you know,
it is right.
absolutely, you're right. But the element which remains is in terms of leadership, in hardcore action comes from Pakistani terrorists. It's a PT. Some time back it used to be FT, which used to be controlled by the Pakistani establishment, but today it is very, very clear because the foreign element has stopped coming. Right, they all accepted the Taliban after taking over. Will send some fighters on this side. The Taliban's turned that entire thing over the head. The strategic depth got totally lost because they got their own interest to take care. So therefore, today any element which is operating in terms of foreign element are the Pakistani element. And I have seen very, very closely that in my all tenures, these shifts have taken place. But in last about 4 to 5 years, they have ensured to put a facade of a local element. But essentially the control and the levers going in the hand of the Pakistani element, right? There cannot be a better time to take Pakistan to the international level to be designated as a terrorist state actually.
As a terrorist state. Manik ji, coming to you in a bit, but Ambassador Sajjanar and Tilak Devashar ji put their hands up, so then I'll go out and then I'll come back to you. Hope I've got my, and our team has got the basic intelligence about TRF right, and we've got some of the facts in place. There are other aspects to it too. But Ambassador Masood Azhar, is it possible in diplomatic parlance to start addressing Pakistan as terror state Pakistan? Can Bharat do this?
I think we really need to do that.
What do we do to up the ante so that this is achieved, proscription of TRF?
Yeah, you know, I think we need to recognize that at many international fora, many regional fora, as far as India is concerned, it has been raising the issue of terrorism, and it also has been focusing on cross-border terrorism. And what does cross-border terrorism really mean? It means terrorism that is emanating from. So we have been talking about that on very many international fora. We need to up the ante now.
Right.
Now, you know what FS also mentioned is that we have been raising this whole issue of the TRF in the 1267 committee reports that we have been making.
Correct.
He said that today in his press conference also. And if you look at, the other documentation, we have been bringing up this issue of TRF for the last 2-3 years. So what we did, and he did say that, we are going to raise it again in the next, our report that goes to the 1267. And now I think we'll be going with the much greater fusillade and arsenal at our disposal, because we have all this evidence as far as Pahalgam is concerned. First they're accepting responsibility twice and then recanting on it. So I think that is number one. Number two is, as we were talking earlier, I think what Pakistan has been able to do is that it has been able, in the international consciousness, it has been able to normalize its, terrorist credentials. People say, yes, Pakistan, okay. Meaning otherwise, if Osama bin Laden is found there, in 2011, if in 2021, when Taliban goes and takes over in Afghanistan, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan says that the gulami ki zanjeerein humne ab tod di hain, the shackles of slavery have been removed today,
right.
Which means that Taliban that was being supported by Pakistan against NATO, against ISAF forces. So I think Pakistan has been given literally a free pass as far as its terrorist credentials are concerned, and we really need to go after that. That is why I said that we will need the support of countries like the United States and some of the other
US के तो
big
sir,
players.
It is convenient based on how whether उनके utility पे आता है कि नहीं आता है.
I agree with you,
because they become the Rottweiler to whoever throws the bone. That is how they are as a country. If their elected leader, Prime Minister, if I remember, former one, calls him a martyr, then what else do we expect? And nobody says anything.
Absolutely.
And
Last
nobody
word on
says
that,
or does.
Anand. Anand, last word on that. 2018 जब हमने इसको पाकिस्तान को FATF में ले गए, Donald Trump was the president there. When they came out, it was in 22, when it was Joe Biden. I think whatever we might say, but the support of the United States, both in the IMF as well as in the FATF, is critical, and we need to work towards that, whatever we say, because China is never going to be with you.
No, correct. Sir, this time when we get if we get the support of the international, if we get international bank, Tilak Devasar ji, yes, इस बार छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए sir, grey list नहीं, black list.
You see, Anand, where our case becomes weak when you go to the international community and talk about Pakistan as being terror central. One question they ask is that how come you haven't declared Pakistan a terrorist state yourself? You see, we talk about Pakistan, terror this, terror that, produce dossiers, produce evidence. What is stopping us from declaring Pakistan a terrorist state?
Exactly, like I said, we should hyphenate and say terror state Pakistan. It should be the official position of Bharat.
Yeah, and legally whatever steps need to be taken, like we declare, organizations in India as proscribed, why can't we declare Pakistan a terrorist? Now, I don't know the legal implications of what is the process. I'm not an expert in that, but I'm sure people in the Home Ministry will know how to go about and do it. Unless India takes that first step, how are you going to convince the international community about the terrorist credentials of Pakistan?
एक time sir दिया था MFN, most favored nation. अब let's designate it as TFN, terror favoring nation. So,
so we need to step up to the plate.
Yeah, there has to be something.
Step up to the plate. And I think Pahalgam gives us an opportunity. Because there is so much of palpable anger in the country, especially the manner in which it was done, that we need to take these harsh measures.
Yes,
I'll say one thing, Anand, that we are in middle of a ideological war, which has now become a communication war. We haven't been very great in managing the communication, given it whatever Pakistan and American relations have been past 50 years. There is a symbiotic setup there. They don't want to detach from it, and that gives them this leverage. What we need to do is push up our game. What you said, let's start calling Pakistan #terror army. Even in your official document, Atanki Sena. Let's stop calling them army. Post this picture, photograph of their officers standing with the terrorist, and start with jihadi army, terror army. We are just being good boys. We are fighting a very nasty enemy. The way we have been conducting ourselves, we have been hoping that if we are going to be nice, these guys will respond automatically in the same manner. That is not happening. We are land of Chanakya, and we are behaving like, you go into the jungle and I'll not eat lion, it will not eat me. That is exactly what we've been doing. Military action is the last phase of, military is just a shackle around this whole thing which is somehow containing it. Otherwise, when General Pandey sir was youngster, he fought terrorists. 25 years back, I fought them. The youngsters who will come now, they are fighting it. So what we need is a diplomatic solution. We need an information communication solution. We need to fight that war, and then the military steps in. Otherwise, there is no guarantee these actions will stop.
Yeah, military does not. Military remains. Military does what it will do, and it should be given a free hand. Ki jitna thokna thoko. But the fact is that right now we are seeing a whole of government approach with water tap on, tap off, band bajana shuru kiya.
Exactly.
ये 20 साल पहले कर देना चाहिए था, if not before that. But let's try and let's not do half measures anymore. General Pandey, and then we'll get to the next angle.
I just want to say this, that maybe about 20 years back or 10 years back, we were not in such a position in terms of economic heft and the position in terms of the entire dime parameters which are required to be putting our viewpoint at the high table. Today, we are in a position to do that. Right? There is one major shift, that there is a larger world body which is willing to listen to us. We should not shy away by putting this point across and using this. The second part is that at this inflection point, or this point of a very, very important Pakistan has lost out its relevance to the American, to the deep state of US, except for some degree of supply of weapons. It is also losing very rapidly the relevance to the Chinese, right? While the moral support may be there, but the Chinese also know that this is a failing state in terms of pushing the businesses to this element is going to be, dried up. The Americans taken a call to engage with Taliban. The requirement of putting some degree of distance between the Soviet Union, erstwhile, and now Russians has gone. Those challenges have gone, right? What is the need for them to continue to invest in Pakistan? And I think that is how we do
the diplomatic challenge, sir, is very simple. Show the nations who have a vested interest in managing this region that Balochistan is an option.
Yeah. Go ahead with it.
Yeah. Create Balochistan. The rest of it will be, and leave the rest to us.
We say we recognize.
Leave the rest to us. So, terror state Pakistan, jihadi army, and the next level is to try and openly say that Baloch have the right to assert their own independence. Give the Baloch plebiscite.
Totally.
Give the Baloch the right to decide because it's an occupied territory from 1948 onwards. So, I think up the ante and then tell the nations, look at the possibility. Because 48% of today's current day Pakistan is Balochistan.
Yeah.
So that itself becomes a strong tool. And somehow, let's hope that the intelligent minds who are today out there with a purpose have this there as far as the short, mid-term and long-term strategy. Let's just go across to the operational aspect of it and some big wins that have happened in the last 48 hours. जितनी फजीयत जनरल आसिम मुनीर की हुई है, कोई भी और जनरल होता तो अभी छोड़ के चला जाता. In 48 hours, such reversals have happened. 9 ठिकाने आपके ठुक गए. 21 times they have been pounded. Then उसके बाद you try a military maneuver and the भारतीय सेना turns around and says, see, this is how you do it. आपका एक भी नहीं लगा, हमने 3 ठोक दिए आपके, 3 नहीं 4. Rawalpindi, Sialkot, Karachi, and of course Walton in Lahore. Now Bharat has pierced Pakistan's air defense radars. Our armed forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan in Jawabi Karwai. It's just in equal measure. What they tried failed. We said we'll do it and we did it better. Lahore, Rawalpindi, Sialkot, and of course Karachi. Pakistan attempted to engage number of military targets in northern and western India, including Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bathinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. 15 places. 15 जगह ट्राई किया, एक जगह भी सक्सेस नहीं. इससे बड़ा फेलियर कुछ हो सकता है फॉर अ पाक आर्मी जनरल. He should be out. Faziyat, full shame on Asim Munir. That's what's happened from a military point of view. Now, these were neutralized by integrated counter UAS grid and air defense system. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations to prove the Pakistani attacks. The Indian Air Force neutralized incoming Pakistani missiles with Russian-made S-400 system that came into place and also launched Harpy drones and Akash missiles. Now, what they are, let's tell you a little more about it. Now, this is how the entire plan was foiled. Top intel sources have said that Pak aimed to disable Bharat's air defense surveillance to launch strikes deep into Bharatiya territory across the IB. Contrary to what many thought that he will not go beyond the LC, they tried to cross the IB. India neutralized Pak drones using integrated air defense systems, and Bharat also launched precision strikes on HQ-9 missile launcher. In Lahore, the damage to the HQ-9 launcher weakens Pakistan's ability to detect strikes. Tonight, Lahore is not just dark, it's blind. It's got no clue because they have nothing in the air to locate them. The HQ-9 missile launcher critical for defending Lahore's airspace. HQ-9 is a Chinese-supplied long-range surface-to-air system. Initial intel of Bharat says that damaging a Pak F-16 conducting reconnaissance near border. So there is also that. कि उनका एक और F-16 ठुक गया, which they are not supposed to use. They wanted to do it for reconnaissance. Now let's show you Bharat's successful operation versus Pakistan's failed attempt. I just want to quickly walk across to the wall to show it to our viewers. Here on the wall, the S-400. Now let's try and look at where all they try to attack. Sorry, beg your pardon. Srinagar, Avantipura, Udhampur, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Adhampur, Jalandhar, Kapurthala, Chandigarh, Ludhiana, Bathinda, Nal, Bikaner, Falodi, Uttarlai, and of course further down there is Bhuj. These were the places where the Pakistanis tried to attack. हमने कहाँ उनको अटैक किया? रिसालपुर, पेशावर, कामरा, रावलपिंडी, मियावाली, सरगोदा, रफीकी शरकोट, Samungali, Quetta, Shahbaz, Jacobabad, Bholari, and then further down in Karachi there is Shara FSL and also Masroor. So these are the places where we counter attack to say this is how we do it. And Pindi mein unko chot lagi hai. There is also something that's happened in Sargodha, and then there is Lahore and further down in Karachi. So these are 4 places where Pakistanis themselves have conferred कि उनको चोट लगी है. Your thoughts, Major Jolly? कि ये HQ9 तो फुस हो गया पूरा.
Yeah, the photographs were pretty conclusive that came. I mean, it is exactly as you said. They tried. We told them, hold on. We will show you how it's done. That was the great answer given back. And the Lahore setup, not only we sent Harop drones and caused a lot of damage to the whole surveillance system. It is typically called a SEED operation, you know, surveillance or suppression of enemy air defense. And everybody knows, even with the basic understanding of military ops, what follows after SEED is a solid air raid. Now we do it or we don't do it. But they are in a lot of fear that will it happen or not. So in a way, I think I really like this kind of a strategy. You take the first move, you do something and keep the enemy guessing. Now we go for a air raid or not, that's of course governments and air forces.
No, but tonight the people in Lahore, apparently there is this news doing the rounds, and some very senior journalists, defense experts are putting out some flight radar which shows that there is a chartered flight that's taking off from Quetta and going up to Lahore. And then one is coming to Islamabad. So one is wondering who are these people who are trying to make their exit, or and what's happening.
You don't have to guess hard for that.
Yeah. So that's what. Bob Blackman is with us. Jai Hind, Namaste. Thank you for your support, and your words in the Parliament today are going viral, Mr. Blackman. Thank you so much.
Well, a pleasure to join you, and Jai Hind.
Your thoughts on what's happening between Bharat and Pakistan, and this is especially after what happened in Pahalgam, Mr. Blackman.
Yes, I mean, obviously after the dreadful terrorist atrocities committed in Pahalgam, India responded, I think, proportionately at the time with diplomatic measures, closing the border, expelling those with Pakistan heritage who are there on visas in India, and encouraging Indians to come home from Pakistan. Very sensible measures indeed, and plus, of course, the suspending the Indus River Water Treaty. The central demand from India, and I think from the world, was to say, look, terrorism cannot be allowed to continue, and therefore Pakistan must either remove the terrorist bases along the line of control, or India will rule you. And clearly, the initial strikes that took place, missile strikes, hit 9 targets along the line of control, where terrorist bases were operating to train terrorists, irrespective of whether they were the terrorist bases from which the terrorists that committed the atrocities on the 22nd of April stemmed from. That was proportionate. And then what we've heard, obviously, is further attacks from Pakistan and then responses from India. I hope that now things can settle down and people can say, look, okay, enough is enough. But the reality is this: until the Pakistani government and military ensure that terrorist bases are no longer operating, there's going to be the potential for further escalation. Equally, if Pakistan reacts again from the attacks that have taken place, then it will ramp up still further, and there'll be further bloodshed and further loss of life, which we'll all regret. I mean, I think that should be clear. But now the onus, I have to say, is on the Pakistanis to do what they should have done in the first place.
Mr. Blackman, have you ever seen state funeral being accorded to terrorists, and that funeral or that prayer has been led by a proscribed terrorist? Have you seen the pictures, Mr. Blackman?
I've seen the pictures on Indian TV, and obviously
he's Hafiz Abdul Rauf, a Lashkar operative who operates and leads their front, their social front, and he's proscribed. He's proscribed by the United States. And look at the number of army personnel, military personnel and politicians who are standing there as he's leading the prayers. Now, if you're willing to believe the evidence put out by Bharat that only terror infrastructure was attacked and that was destroyed, and the casualties or the deaths people neutralized are all terrorists, Then a state funeral, the Pakistan national flag is placed over their coffins. The funeral prayers are being read by a proscribed terrorist, a terrorist proscribed not by India, but by the US itself. How would you read this?
Well, it's very simple. Pakistan can't say that they're not connected to the terrorism that they've inflicted on India. And it means that they are completely complicit with what has gone on. I mean, we've in the United Kingdom, we've experienced this with the IRA during the Troubles in Northern Ireland, where the IRA, a proscribed organisation, terrorist organisation, did similar things. But never did we see military or politicians, elected politicians, being at their funerals. The sad reality is this, that Pakistan doesn't seem to understand, frankly, the damage they're doing to themselves in world relations. It just ties together and actually cements the evidence that India has presented to the world that these are terrorists, that they're supported by the Pakistani military and the Pakistani politicians who are not taking the required action to stop the terrorism. What we want to see is the terrorism halted. Now, if they continue in this vein, then we can only see further death and destruction happening as a result.
But Mr. Blackman, there's a question that one of our panelists, Mr. Monique Jolly, has. How would you respond, or how would the international community respond if Bharat officially starts hyphenating Pakistan with terror state and starts calling it a terror state Pakistan? Because otherwise it seems to be able to blindside anybody and everybody about its jihadi activities.
Well, we know that Pakistan has long harboured terrorists. In fact, of course, Osama bin Laden had his operational camp there, and the Americans had to go in and to exterminate him in Pakistan. So this has long been the case that they've harboured terrorists. We in the West, I think, regard Pakistan as a failed state. No one seems quite sure of who's in charge, whether it's the military or the politicians. Certainly the politicians don't seem to be in charge unless the military allow them to. And it's quite clear that the military are behind the supporting these terrorist operations. They're there for a specific reason, and that's to cause damage to the security position in Jammu and Kashmir and to other parts of India. And the fact that they've tried to attack parts of India during overnight suggests that this is only their attempt to escalate the situation. And there's still time. There's still time, I think, for them to fall back and actually do the right thing. However, it's quite clear that if they don't and they continue with their support of terrorism, then the West must back India in combating this terrorism.
I have General Pandey with me and also Tilak Devashar along with Monique Jolly. General Pandey, anything you would like to add here?
Yeah, for Bob Blackman, I've been in Valley for about 7 tenures, operational tenures, and I headed the Srinagar headquarters and looked after entire Kashmir Valley per se. There is enough evidence time and again of this name changing from Jaish-e-Mohammed or Lashkar-e-Taiba to some other new names, basically to meet the sensibilities of the West. But how much proof actually is required for the world community to start changing their behaviors towards Pakistan, which has been the fountainhead. Actually, when you look at the entire world community today, the fountainhead in terms of training, funding, money, population, everything has come out. All the trails will always lead back to somehow or other lead to Pakistan.
Pakistan or the ISI, the Pak military.
Yeah, I will say Pakistan.
Can I suggest?
Yeah. So
can I suggest that India needs to present this evidence to the United Nations Security Council and to substantiate it. So there's no prospect of denial then of what has happened, what's been allowed to happen, and the whole of the West can unite behind India in its pursuit of eliminating this terrorism. We have a problem in terms of dealing with Pakistan. As you quite rightly say, these terrorist groups keep changing their names. The so-called group that committed the atrocities on the 22nd of April are called the Resistance Front, which has come from the other terrorist groups that operate there. So they keep changing the name, but they're still the same people, and there's still the same modus operandi. And so we've got to give the support to the brave troops of India who are defending the area of Jammu and Kashmir against these terrorist atrocities. Their aim is to disrupt, create fear and prevent the valley being used for tourism and for the various different other aspects of culture that is available. It's a very beautiful place. I visited the valley 9 years ago, probably when you were in charge of security, I have to say, and I think I'm the last serving British Member of Parliament to do so. And that demonstrates the problem here, that the terrorists have been able to continue to operate and therefore force our Foreign Office to advise people not to travel to the valley. And that's what they want to achieve, to stop the tourism taking place. We must not allow them to succeed.
So for last about 75 to 80 years, Pakistan was carved out for a reason of a geostrategic importance. It drove its essence of being as a Pakistan state, which is quite an unnatural state, and it's an artificial state of a different kind. I'll not deliberate upon it. It had a relevance to the Western powers for some time, right? And in last about
so
5 to 6.
Question is that relevance over? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. It's limited time. Bob Blackman, Tilak Devashar, quickly your points. Bob Blackman, is that relevance over now?
I think we've got to the point now, while there's incontrovertible evidence to say the Pakistani military and the terrorists are interlinked, together with politicians in Pakistan. It's one big failed state. So we've got to call it out and do something about it. We can't allow this to continue because it becomes a threat not only to India, but to other parts of the world.
Right. Tilakji, thank you for your patience. Yes.
One of the things which I want to put on the table, for the Pahalgam massacre, you had Operation Sindoor. There are more than 20 people who have been killed in Pakistan's unprovoked firing on civilian population. I think we should also let Pakistan know that Sindoor too is also going to follow to take retribution and to give revenge against these 20 people who were killed. Let's not forget them. Let's not forget those people who have been killed in unprovoked firing by Pakistan.
You make a very fair point, and thank you for remembering that. We thought we would mention Sindoor too after it happens, not preempt it.
But I think it's important that all of us remember those people who were unfortunately killed in the unprovoked firing of today and yesterday.
Let's hope the powers that be and those who are watching this broadcast remember that, and those our armed forces deliver a fitting reply to those who have lost their loved ones in Poonch. Gentlemen, thank you so much. An engaging conversation as always. Wonderful to have you. Bob Blackman, thank you for your time. Tilak Devashar, Manik Jolly, and also General Pandey. Thank you very much. Winding up on that one.
Brought to you by
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर 7 मई 2025 को हुई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान भारत ने अपनी प्रतिक्रिया को केंद्रित, संतुलित और गैर उत्तेजक बताया था। यह विशेष रूप से स्पष्ट किया गया था कि पाकिस्तानी सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना नहीं बनाया गया। साथ ही दोहराया गया कि भारत में किसी भी सैन्य लक्ष्य पर हमले का उचित जवाब दिया जाएगा। 7 से 8 मई 2025 की रात को पाकिस्तान ने उत्तरी और पश्चिमी भारत में स्थित कई सैन्य ठिकानों को, जैसे कि अवंतीपुरा, श्रीनगर, जम्मू, पठानकोट, अमृतसर, कपूरथला, जालंधर, लुधियाना, आदमपुर, भटिंडा, चंडीगढ़, नाल, फलौदी, उत्तरलाई और भुज पर ड्रोन और मिसाइलों से हमला करने का प्रयास किया। इन हमलों को इंटीग्रेटेड काउंटर यूएस ग्रिड और वायु रक्षा प्रणालियों द्वारा निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया। इन हमलों का मलबा कई स्थानों से बरामद हुआ, जो कि पाकिस्तानी हमलों का प्रमाण है। On the night of 7th May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India
using drones and missiles. These places included Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Nal, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Phalodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj. These were neutralized by the integrated counter unmanned aerial system and other air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from a number of locations that prove the Pakistani attacks.
आज सुबह भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने पाकिस्तान के कई स्थानों पर वायु रक्षा रडार और प्रणालियों को निशाना बनाया। भारत की प्रतिक्रिया समान क्षेत्र में समान तीव्रता के साथ की गई। यह विश्वसनीय रूप से ज्ञात हुआ कि लाहौर में स्थित एक वायु रक्षा प्रणाली को निष्क्रिय कर दिया गया।
Today morning, Indian Armed Forces targeted air defense radars and systems at a number of locations in Pakistan. Indian response has been in the same domain with the same intensity as Pakistan. It has been reliably learnt that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized.
पाकिस्तान ने नियंत्रण रेखा पर आकर्ण गोलीबारी की तीव्रता बढ़ा दी है, जिसमें कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, उरी, पुंछ, मेंढर और राजौरी क्षेत्रों में मोर्टार और भारी तोपखाने का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है।
Pakistan has increased the intensity of its unprovoked firing across the line of control using mortar and heavy.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. Operation Sindoor is not a one-off. It is continuing, and it has been confirmed by none less than the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Last night, there were multiple drone swarms from Pakistan targeting at least 15 different Indian cities. But every one of them was thwarted. It was intercepted by the S-400 air defense system that India has managed to procure from Russia. It's now called the Sudarshan Chakra. In response, India retaliated with a swarm of drones which targeted Pakistani cities, some of which were successful in intercepting into places like Lahore, Rawalpindi and Karachi. The fact that one of these drones intercepted the Pakistani air defense system and took out a Chinese HQ-9, which is the air defense system that the Chinese have sold to Pakistan. This happened in Lahore, and it has now been confirmed in that joint briefing between MEA officials and the MOD officials earlier this evening. The fact that a Chinese air defense system has been breached in Lahore is worth underlining. But the bigger picture is this. Yesterday, when Operation Sindoor was announced to the world, the government made it very clear that this is non-escalatory and that no military targets were in the radar. The question now is, with this whole drone warfare going on between India and Pakistan, are we now stepping into a uncharted territory? Are we now stepping into drone warfare between India and Pakistan for the very first time in the last 70 years? And if we are, then will the old thresholds fall? Will the old defenses fall? How much more guarded and prepared should India be? But first, I want to play out a soundbite from that joint press conference by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and the two young woman officers of the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. I also want to play out a bite of the Defence Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh.
हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज ने कल जो कार्रवाई की है, जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है, उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। जिस प्रेसीजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया, वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया।
Now, India has clearly got the edge in the last 48 hours. In 2 days, Pakistan's air defense systems have failed twice. First during Operation Sindoor, where 9 different locations were hit. And then yesterday, overnight, these massive drone swarms that were sent across to the other side, at least one of them has managed to intercept the air defenses around Lahore and take out an HQ-9 air defense system that was given by the Chinese to Pakistan. So this was the intervening night of May 6th and 7th, where India hit these terror hubs in 9 different locations, from Muzaffarabad in the north all the way to Bahawalpur in the south, Muridke and Bahawalpur being the most important ones, because Muridke is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Bahawalpur is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bimbar, Chak Amru and Sialkot were also hit, 9 locations in all. Pakistan tried to retaliate, but it failed miserably. So the next night, which is the night of 7th and 8th of May, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in north and western India. 15 cities, 15 different places in India were under the radar, were under the target, but these were neutralized by the integrated counter-UAS grid as well as the air defense systems, which is the S-400s. The debris of these missiles and drones are now being recovered from a number of locations, and that proved that these are Pakistani drones. These were Pakistani attacks. The attacks originated from Pakistan. An air defense system in Lahore. To counter this, India sent a swarm of drones across the border, and one air defense system in Lahore was taken out. Now we're given to understand it was an HQ-9 of the Chinese. So first, let's talk about the S-400 air defense systems. These are Russian air defense systems which India procured at a cost of, I think, about $400 million or so. This is the first time in an Indo-Pak situation, in an Indo-Pak conflict situation, that the S-400s have been deployed in operation. The S-400 Triumph is a mobile surface-to-air missile system that's been developed by Russia. It is capable of intercepting and destroying various aerial targets, whether it is aircraft, drones, cruise missiles, even ballistic missiles. The S-400 has a range of up to 400 kilometers, meaning if a projectile is 400 kilometers away, the S-400 can detect it and take it out, and also up to an altitude of 30 kilometers high. It can engage with up to 36 targets at the same time. Simultaneously, it can lock in and engage up to 36 targets. 4 different types of missiles are fitted onto the S-400. It is so far the most dangerous operationally deployed modern long-range SAM in the world. It is considered much ahead of the US-developed Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, or the THAAD. Meanwhile, the drones that the Indian Defense Forces used as a counter-swarm to Pakistan are the Israeli drones. They're called the Harpy. They were used to neutralize some of the air defense systems in Pakistan. At least on record, we know one in Lahore was breached. This is amid the fears of a full-scale war between India and Pakistan post-Operation Sindoor. Now, the Harpy was developed by the Israel Aerospace Industries. The Harpy drone, as it's most commonly known, is actually a loitering munition missile. It is designed to attack enemy radar systems. It is optimized for the suppression of enemy air defenses. These Harpy drones carry a high explosive warhead. They're also equipped with an anti-radiation seeker, enabling these machines to autonomously seek and strike, emitting high-value targets. Its length is about 2.7 meters. It's got a wingspan of a little over 2 meters. It weighs about 135 kilograms. The maximum speed that a Harpy drone can travel at is 185 kilometers per hour, and it has a range of up to 500 kilometers. The Harpy drone is equipped to carry one 30-kilogram heavy explosive warhead.
First point that you have to keep in mind is the attack of 22nd April in Pahalgam is the original escalation. ये जो सिलसिला है जो हम देख रहे हैं आज की घटनाओं को लेके, ये 22 अप्रैल के पहलगाम के हमले से शुरू हुआ है. एस्केलेशन वहां पे हुआ है. Pakistan Army Chief's speech of 16 April 2025, I think that is the last word in communal rhetoric. And in the Pahalgam attack itself, you are aware of the kind of religious profiling that was done there, and perhaps there is a linkage between these two events. There is reason to believe that Pakistan uses the evidence that we provide only to cover its tracks and in fact defend the terrorists who we are looking for and obstruct the path of investigation.
Getting some breaking news, and this is in the context of the escalating situation between India and Pakistan. There's been a phone call just moments ago between US Secretary of State and acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio. He's dialed the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. This conversation has gone on for a few minutes, and of course the talks also talked about not just the Operation Sindoor that was carried out by the Indian Armed Forces, but also all of this drone warfare that seems to be going on in the aftermath of that. Remember, this is an important conversation. Even after Pahalgam, Secretary Rubio had spoken with both Shehbaz Sharif as well as, of course, Mr. Rubio's counterpart here in New Delhi, Mr. Jaishankar, the Foreign Minister. I expect a phone call in the next few hours between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and his Indian counterpart. Of course, the United States is one of the countries that's trying to de-escalate the situation, trying to intervene in this ever-changing, ever-evolving situation between India and Pakistan. The Saudi Deputy Foreign Minister today was here. The Saudis are another important player, so are the Emiratis. So multiple players, global players trying to intervene and trying to get both India and Pakistan to try and de-escalate the situation. But this drone warfare is moving things in a whole different direction altogether. From this drone warfare from both sides, it doesn't seem like either side wants to look for an off-ramp or wants to look for an escalation. Even though, even today, the Foreign Secretary did reiterate that the original escalation was the Pahalgam attack, and what India did through Operation Sindoor on the 7th of May was simply responding to that original escalation. But the situation right now is so tense between India and Pakistan that anything can happen. It is literally on the brink of a cliff. Anything can happen between the two countries, and which is why people like the Secretary of State Marco Rubio are having conversations. He's now had a phone call with Shehbaz Sharif, the second one that he's had in the last 2 weeks, and he is expected to have a phone call with his Indian counterpart, Dr. Jaishankar, as well. But I want to talk a little bit about this drone warfare that's been going on between India and Pakistan, because this is a new territory, if you will. Air Chief Marshal retired Fali Homi Major is former Chief of Air Staff, who's joining us. Thank you very much, Air Chief. The story that has come out, the swarm of drones from Pakistan to India, which was intercepted in at least 15 different locations. That's what the Army statement says. Then India sending a swarm of drones, at least some of them managed to intercept. Definitely one in Lahore. We're also hearing about one in Karachi and one in Rawalpindi. Is this kind of new warfare, new age warfare, some kind of new and uncharted territory in the context of India-Pakistan conflicts in the last 70 years?
Zaka, this is not new. This is what we call in the Air Force SEAD operations, suppression of enemy air defense operations. And, there are very many ways of doing it. You can knock off an enemy air defense system from an aeroplane, from a loitering munition, or missiles. Now, in this case, I mean, this is only a guess. What I think has happened is that we have used our loitering munitions, anti-radiation missiles, etc., to suppress their air defense systems. Now, these are very effective because they are anti-radiation missiles, and the moment a ray emits or air defense system emits, it homes onto it and destroys it. Now, this is one. And the other attacks may be drones, could be, other missiles. That's a different thing. But I think this was basically a suppression of air defense, enemy air defense operation, in which we've got some of their air defenses, which otherwise pose a problem for our aircraft to penetrate their airspace.
But now that this has happened, the warfare seems to be moving into the drone territory, and we've seen at least a couple of these managing to intercept Pakistani air defense systems. One has taken out an HQ-9, a Chinese-made air defense system. But doesn't that also worry you in terms of how much higher the air defenses now have to be? We've seen versions of this in the Ukraine war, for example, Ukraine being able to send drones all the way up to Moscow. Isn't that a bit of a scary prospect, if you will?
I wouldn't say scary, it's irritating because it depends on what kind of a drone. Because to hit an air defense system effectively and render it unserviceable, at least for a period of time, it requires a powerful weapon. And I mean, most drones don't carry that kind of a warhead. But how we intercept them, like we have intercepted many of their missiles with our S-400.
Yeah, correct.
See, that is what I'm coming to here. And S-400 is a new system with us and a very, very effective system. And if you recollect, if you go back a couple of years, many countries were against us buying this Russian equipment. But it's a world-class air defense system which intercepts from, targets which are 400 kilometers away to a low-level target to every kind of target, with a variety of missiles which it selects and fires depending on the range and what kind of a target. So I think their attempt was to probe our air defense systems. If they were attempted almost 15 of our, attempted to hit 15 of our airfields with their munitions and missiles, whatever they've used, and they were all successfully intercepted by the S-400 and other air defense systems which we have around all around the LC and the international border.
Okay, so
they were probably trying to probe our system, but they got a bloody nose.
So consequently, we of course sent a swarm of drones across onto the other side, and one of them managed to breach in Lahore, I'm given to understand. They managed to breach the Chinese-made HQ-9 air defense system, which has been sold by the Chinese to the Pakistanis. The fact that India managed to penetrate a Chinese ADS, does that move this whole thing into a new paradigm? Because the Chinese have been selling these HQ-9s not just to Pakistan, but a whole host of countries, some countries in Africa, some countries in Latin America and all of that. Does this poke a serious hole in the capabilities of the Chinese air defense system?
No, it is. There couldn't have been a better time than to test it now. And as I said, the S-400 is a much superior weapon, and even their system is vulnerable, and that's how we were able to hit it.
All right, Air Chief Marshal retired Fali Hobi Major, thank you very much, sir, for speaking with us and trying to make sense of now this conflict between India and Pakistan moving in the direction of drone warfare. It was Pahalgam, which the Foreign Secretary today called the original escalation. India responded to that with Operation Sindoor, where it hit 9 different locations, terror infrastructure. India made it a point, at least in the Army statement, in the first Army statement, to emphasize that these strikes were non-escalatory. They were not meant to target civilians or military installations for that matter. It was only meant to target terrorist infrastructure. But overnight, Pakistan responded by trying to swarm India's air defenses by sending a swarm of drones. The Indian Army statement earlier this afternoon saying at least 15 different locations, both in north and western India. The attempt was to try and breach the air defenses. All of that was thwarted by the S-400 air defense systems as well as other air defense systems. And then in response, India sent a swarm of drones across the border to Pakistan. At least one of them, if not more, at least one of them we know on record did manage to breach the Chinese HQ-9 air defense system in Lahore. Let me go across to Professor Christopher Clary, Associate Professor of Political Science at the University of Albany. Thank you very much, Professor Clary, for speaking with us. I wanted to speak about Operation Sindoor and what happens now in this escalating situation between India and Pakistan. But just a quick word before that on this ongoing drone warfare business. What do you make of it? I had retired Air Chief Marshal a moment ago, and he said he's not worried about the direction in which this is going because he thinks air defense will now become a priority for nations around the world. But does it worry you that the height of the defenses or the guard of the defenses now have to be much higher than it was earlier, because some of these drones can manage to penetrate traditional air defense systems like the one that we saw in Lahore today?
Sure. Yeah, I am maybe more worried than the former Air Chief Marshal. I think, first up, I'm worried because I think we're not out of this crisis. So the Pakistani government, the Pakistan military, has not explained what motivated this apparent drone attack. The Indian government has explained what it motivated its retaliatory move, but without understanding the goals of the Pakistani drone attack, we can't really get a handle on what's next.
Do you think it was in response to Operation Sindoor? I mean, I'm just speculating here.
No, it's clearly in response, but the question is, did they hope to penetrate and destroy the air defenses as their final objective, as their retaliatory move, or was this preparatory, as the Air Chief Marshal seemed to indicate was the goal of the Indian retaliatory attack, right? So he's saying this was a SEAD, a suppression of enemy air defenses, and you suppress enemy air defenses to give yourself more freedom of maneuver in the future. So that's a big difference if Pakistan was laying the groundwork for what is next. The Indian air defenses, according to the Ministry of Defense, were superbly effective, and we don't know how much that complicates Pakistan's plannings.
I just, one more quick word on this, because India uses by and large the Russian-made S-400 air defense systems, and what we know of the Pakistani air defense systems, at least the one that was breached in Lahore, happens to be a Chinese-made HQ-9. The fact that got breached and the S-400s were successful, does that mean anything? I mean, what would be the significance of that, if at all there is a significance?
Sure. Those of those that are outsiders typically refer to the network of defenses as sort of an integrated air defense system, right? So it's not just the high-end systems like the S-400 for India, like the HQ-9 for Pakistan, like the Patriot and THAAD for the US, right? It's not just those highest, most expensive, most capable systems. It's also lots of other systems at different layers. And my expectation is that today in India and Pakistan, lots of different weapons were brought to bear to down as many enemy drones as possible. We saw footage out of Pakistan of older style munitions, anti-aircraft guns, which India also possesses, being used to try to bring down drones. So the high-end systems may have varying levels of quality. I think it is fair to say we do not know as much about the capability of Chinese systems as we do about Russian ones. The Chinese systems are less battle-tested than the Russian ones, which we've seen in operation in Ukraine for the last 3 years. So it's too early to tell whether this is indicative of some big disjuncture in capability, though there are some indications in that direction.
Okay, I want to talk about now Operation Sindoor. When the Indian Army and the Air Force carried that out, and the first statement that came out from the Indian Army was that this is non-escalatory and that terrorist infrastructure was being targeted, and they underlined that no military infrastructure was targeted. I thought it was a clear signal to Pakistan that, look, we don't want to climb up the escalation ladder. Treat this as a one-off, and then let's climb down. Yes, India is expecting some kind of a retaliation from Pakistan, but having said that, do you see, after this drone stuff that's been going on, now sort of an off-ramp for either side to get off? I mean, there was an off-ramp, I thought, when the initial statement was put out, but now after the last 24 hours and this back and forth around the drone stuff, do you see any off-ramp for either side?
I think the off-ramp was already difficult for Pakistan to take after the initial wave of airstrikes. After all, as your network has covered well, this is the first airstrikes inside Punjab province since 1971. This is a very serious provocation in response to a terrorist atrocity. So I don't want to minimize what brought us here, but India, while calibrated, did want to send a signal that even citizens of Punjab are not safe from the reach of the Indian Air Force. And that was putting Pakistan in a bind. Now, Pakistan claimed publicly, and there's reasons to suspect that they exaggerate, but maybe not entirely, that their air defense network had some success against the Indian Air Force. And I had hoped that success would be an attractive enough off-ramp. They could say they chased the Indians away, or they knocked down Indian jets. The truth is hard to tell, right? Both countries have reasons to keep secrets during wartime, and countries have been known to mislead in wartime as well. But that's not where we are, either because of the provocative nature of the drone attack or the choice of how to respond to it. Today we have a situation where drones appear to have overflown many Pakistani cities. They caused explosions in several of them. They caused fear and concern among the Pakistanis. And I think it would be quite embarrassing to the Pakistan army, to the Pakistan military, to say the crisis is over. So I'm very fearful about what's next.
So I want to go back to what you said. They could have taken the off-ramp, and you thought that was the off-ramp. What does it indicate to you about the fact that they chose not to take that off-ramp? Why? I mean, what does that mean?
You know, the Pakistan military has a stated policy that they'll respond to Indian punitive strikes with what they call quid pro quo plus. Now, a policy is something that you can discard when it's no longer convenient, and I would encourage military professionals everywhere to discard inconvenient policies. But that is their policy, and it's going to be hard for them to leave that aside. And so Pakistan, I think, instinctually will try to calibrate a response that is proportionate, but maybe a notch higher, while not so much more escalatory that this crisis continues to spiral out of control. India, for its part, will not want to leave Pakistan with a stalemate for this crisis. It seems to me, and you are in a better position to judge than I, that India would like to leave this crisis with a clear win. But the opponent in a war gets to decide when the match is over, whether the win and the loss tally is recorded.
Okay, well, so one final word. Let's sort of game this out, right? And I want to go back to one of the things that you said. The fact that India hit Punjab and multiple locations in Punjab for the first time since 1971. And Punjab is like the sort of heartbeat of the Pakistan military establishment. The chief of army staff is from Punjab. He's from Rawalpindi. What's he thinking? What's his thinking like? I mean, obviously, you know, it's a bit of a spite. It's a bit of a, you know, he's been knocked down a couple of notches with this multi-location Operation Sindoor that's happened. Is he looking to avenge that? Does he have the capability to avenge that? Or does he just wait this out and then we go back to the familiar pattern of terror attack followed by punitive action and then terror attack followed by punitive action? Or does he need to visibly demonstrate that he has retaliated for what happened 2 nights ago?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know if my model for General Munir is substantially different than my model for most leaders in the world. I think they want to exit crises with their honor intact. I think Munir's circumstances are complicated by the prolonged crisis that the Pakistan Army has had with the PTI and Imran Khan. And I think he is probably quite aware that it's possible for the Pakistan Army to leave this crisis with its legitimacy tarnished. And that probably makes him more sensitive than other leaders in other times about not appearing to be dovish or cowardly in the face of what many Pakistanis, rightly or wrongly, view as Indian aggression.
Okay. Christopher Clary, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us and putting that into perspective, at least the way you see things. We'll see how this progresses between India and Pakistan, and particularly with this new dimension that's come into play with these drones swarming each other's airspace and trying to breach each other's air defenses. I want to move on now to another piece of breaking news that's coming through, and this is, again, going back to what happened on the intervening night of 6th and 7th of May, Operation Sindoor, those 25 minutes. Now we have information, and this is breaking news courtesy our investigations editor, Manoj Gupta. There is a high death toll that's been reported. Remember, earlier today in the all-party meeting, Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, said 100 terrorists were killed. Now we can give you the breakup. It's not 100, it's more than 150 terrorists who've been killed across these 9 different locations. In Muzaffarabad, which was the northernmost location that was hit, 28 people have died. Kotli, which used to be the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen, over 100 have been killed in that strike in Kotli. In Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, just on the outskirts of Lahore, barely about 20 odd kilometers from Lahore, 19 people were killed in the strike in Muridke. In Bahawalpur, which is a big seminary. It's spread over hundreds of acres. The Markaz Subhanallah was brought down to the ground. 40 people associated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed and associated organizations, they've been killed. In Lipa, 12 have been killed. And top intelligence sources indicating to CNN News 18 that the high death toll in Bahawalpur as well as in Muridke is because of the reason that India wanted it to be that way. It wanted to target mid to senior level leaders and to try and disrupt the command structures of both the Jaish as well as the Lashkar. In Bahawalpur, for example, the Jaish's headquarters, the attacks were planned almost like the Pulwama 2019 and Pahalgam 2025. The Kotli camp, which is the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen, it had 100+ fatalities. This was a critical facility for indoctrination, for recruiting young kids, assembling IEDs. The destruction delays future terror plots. All right, I want to go across to Group Captain retired M.J. Vinod, former fighter pilot, and Lieutenant General retired S. Harimohan Iyer, former Chief of Staff of the Northern Command of the Indian Army. Group Captain, let me start with you. I'm curious about this whole drone warfare stuff that's been going on, because up until yesterday, in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, this was conventional territory, right? Everybody was talking about, okay, Pahalgam happened, India retaliated, it overwhelmed Pakistan, hit Pakistan across 9 different locations. And then India said, at least as per the statement, that this is not escalatory, we don't intend to escalate, let's leave it at that. But all of this drone stuff that's been, this back and forth that's been happening over the last 24 hours, how does that change the paradigm of the situation as it exists now?
Good question, Zaka. In fact, a word about off-ramp. You know, when we hit their terrorist target, they didn't have an off-ramp at that time because they had to have a face saving. So, I mean, they did it last time, swift retort. They came and bombed something and then it was an off-ramp for them. So I wasn't expecting that they will, bite this bullet of, see, we hit the terrorist target and leave it at that. It was not going to happen. I said so in the early mornings, in the wee hours when we were together. So something was coming, and that something I thought would be, not as much as we are seeing now. All across, as we are seeing on the screen, all across the air bases, right down to Uttarlay, where I spent 6 years of my life. So they attempted at least. And a word about SIAD. SIAD is suppression of enemy air defense. Is we do it using jammers, whereas when we hit the radars and stuff like that, then it is DAD, destruction of enemy air defense. DEAD also you can read it as dead. So. So that is what exactly we did. And this SIAD and DAD, Zaka, is part of a larger operation called counter-air operations. The answer to this is in the word itself, or in the string of words itself, counter-air. So first we do the DAD SIAD. SIAD is a passe now. So we first blind him. Once we blinded him, then we hit his surface forces which are up front, air forces and air bases which are slightly behind, and then we go all out. See, the DAD operation, like I put behind me the AROP, DAD operation is just the conventional way of drone operation. So that comes, I'm leading to the question that you asked. It's a conventional way of drone operations in which we use the conventional drones for conventional operations. Once you start using those small drones for, terrorists, but they use those kind of operations, then you are blurring the boundary. Once you blur the boundary, then you have given us the rope to use the ones we have. The ones we have are a swarm of drones. Once we have a lot of homegrown drones, which can create havoc. And that is exactly your point with the previous speaker. This has the potential, and it did. In fact, the Ukraine-Russia war is a case in point.
Yeah.
This has the potential for it to snowball into something bigger. So it is very, very important for people who are in the shot calling positions at both ends that, India doesn't want war. We are looking at number 3 in economy. So,
exactly.
And that is why we gave them we calling it off-ramp, I'm calling it fork. That is why we gave them an exit. Okay, you do something and exit out of it like you did the last time. They did not bite that bullet. we still are giving them that chance. And I'm sitting in DC, and America is intervening, so are other nations intervening. I hope they find some sense from not only us but also the neutral parties who are trying to, scale it down. I hope they bite this scaling down bullet.
All right.
It is good for them. Otherwise, it will be a Rafah for Lahore.
Group Captain, give me a moment. General Iyer, I'll also come to you in just 1 second. We have a live link from Islamabad, so I want to go across to that. CNN's international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson, is now joining us. Thank you very much, Nick, for speaking with us. India says it's targeted air defense systems in several locations in Pakistan, and in some of those locations it managed to breach that. What has been Pakistan's reaction to this so far?
Yeah, what officials are saying is that these have fallen in Karachi, in Sindh. They say somebody in the fields was killed in Sindh, that 4 military personnel injured in Karachi. In Rawalpindi, the foreign minister just addressed a press conference saying that the stadium in Rawalpindi hosting the big cricket event at the moment, Pakistan Super League, that was the target. That's what he said. We've seen images of damaged storefronts around there. Now, we've also heard details from Pakistani officials about these type of drones, the Harpy and the Haroon. And the Harpy, as we understand from literature that's available online, is designed to go after air defences. There's nothing from Pakistani officials at the moment indicating that there's been any breach of the air defence system, that there's been damage by the air defence system. The fact that the drones continue to come even late afternoon is indicative of a situation sensed here, that it's a sort of a rolling, ongoing flow of drones which are being watched, and they say that they are neutralizing.
Nick, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to curtail this because we're just getting breaking news that there's been a loitering munition attack in Jammu. The Indian government sources indicating this has come from the Pakistan Army. Can we go full frame to that? This is breaking news just coming through. There have been multiple drone droppings reported in Jammu. There's been a loitering munition attack, we're given to understand, in Jammu. What the fallout of that, we don't know, in terms of whether there's been any casualties, any injuries to people on the ground. But we're just getting information and from a government source that there are multiple drone droppings that have been witnessed in Jammu. The source also saying that the aim seems like this was to try and attack the Jammu airport. So once again, if you're just joining us, this is the breaking news that we're getting right now, that there has been a loitering munition attack. Sources reporting, there you go, those are the images. These are the first set of images. You can see a bright light going up. We're not sure if that's the exact moment or the spot of the explosion, but this is what there you can see. You can see, I can see at least a couple of lights that are going up in the black sky, in the night sky, and then you can hear a sound, a loud thud, but you don't see any explosion or any visible fire and smoke in the background. But we're given to understand this is sort of the skies over Jammu. You can see 2 lights in the sky, at least 2 lights in the sky. They have come, and after a few seconds, you can hear the sound. There you go. You hear the sound. But where that explosion is, smoke, fire, we don't see that. But certainly you can see the light coming through the black sky, and then you hear the sound. As we stay on those pictures, General Iyer is also there with us. Group Captain Vinod is also there with us. I don't know if you can see these pictures, but we're showing this full frame, General Iyer. Your first thoughts? This seems like, and this is what we're given to understand, this is a loitering munition attack over Jammu.
Well, it could be a loitering munition attack, it could be a drone attack. But when you see a flash in the sky, it generally conforms to a counter-drone activity that is being taken up, whether it's a kinetic one or it's one of these UAS that we have been talking about. We have a very tight UAS grid, and anything which penetrates this grid gets engaged. So it's a very well organized grid, and I am very sure that unless and until these are very miniature kind of systems which have been able to sneak through, it's very unlikely that these drones would have actually managed to reach their targets. Now, Dhaka, I'd like to add one issue which possibly is not being understood. You see, the targets which the Pakistanis chose for yesterday night, they were all our airfields. You know, whether it's right from the top, from Jammu right down to Bhuj. When we went in on the 7th, we did not carry out what Group Captain Vinod mentioned about any SEAD or DIAD, because we did not involve attacking any infrastructure which is military in nature. Therefore,
General, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but as we stay with those pictures, we're now given to understand there have been multiple blasts. We don't know the nature of these blasts or whether there's been any casualties because of these blasts, but multiple blasts in Jammu in different locations, both in the city as well as in army installations. I want to go across to Ishan, who has more on this. Ishan, what are you hearing? What are you seeing around you?
Well, what we've been told is that it could possibly be an artillery shelling that's taking place in the Jammu city, and there's an attempt being made by the Indian Army right now to ensure that this is defeated, this is neutralized before it hits the ground. What we have been given to understand is that it can locate down Jammu airport. And right now, right away, what we have been also given to understand is the artillery shelling that's taking place in the Jammu city and the Jammu region, where intense shelling is taking place, and the defense systems have been activated, and air raid sirens have also been sounded in Jammu. There are several pictures and images coming out of city, and people are in a bit of panic that what really is transpiring, because we haven't seen such kind of shelling taking place in the Jammu city in a very long time. So this will create a little panic among people, but the government is ensuring that there is no need to panic, and the forces are trying to eliminate any threat to any establishment, be the defense, be the civilian establishment. They are trying to ensure that there is complete control on the situation. But as the dawn sets and as the darkness started, what we have been given to understand is that there are multiple rockets or these artillery shells which are right now coming towards the Jammu city, and the aim right now is to defuse them to ensure that they are before they hit the ground, that forces are able to take them down. This is still a trickling situation because it has just happened a few minutes back, so authorities are still tight-lipped about it. They are right now busy with the response to this artillery shelling that's taking place in Jammu at the moment.
All right, Ishan, just stay on with us. I want to give our viewers a sense of where this is. We know that at least one explosion has been heard around the Jammu airport, so that's the map that we've tried to locate. It's heavily populated around these pockets, Jammu city. This white line that you're seeing is the international border. So remember, this is no longer just artillery shelling across the line of control. Massive, heavy artillery shelling is happening across the international border. You also have the campus of the Sher-e-Kashmir University here, but the Jammu airport, Karan Bagh, Lower Gadigad, Miran Sahib, Kotli Mian, this area just south of Gandhinagar seems to be the area that is being focused right now. You can see these artillery shells. The picture on the right hand side is that of the artillery shells coming from the other side of the international border. They have been targeting the Jammu, Poonch, Rajouri sector over the last 24 hours in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. It's not just LC violations, it's not just violations in Kupwara and Baramulla across the line of control, but it is also significantly massive artillery shelling across the international border here in Jammu as well. So this is around the area where the attacks are happening right now. We know that one of the locations happens to be the Jammu airport. There have been a couple of locations in Jammu city as well which have been targeted. Again, like I said, we don't know if this has been intercepted. We don't know if this has actually hit the ground and what kind of fatalities or casualties there are because of this incessant shelling. But I also want to go across and show you the video from our big wall. What you can see, it's a dark sky. You can see two points of light just flashing through the sky. Here you go, this is one, and then one right behind. Now, right after this, it lands. It lands in a few seconds. You can hear a huge thud. Obviously, from the place where it's been taken, you don't know. You don't know, what the impact was. You can just hear the sound. These two lights go across this dark sky, and then you can hear a big thud. We presume that there has been some damage, but we don't know what kind of damage it is left behind. You can't see the explosion, but these are the two artillery shells that we are seeing. This video, of course, is from Jammu city. We're given to understand, and I can go back to Ishan as well as to Akash. Do we have any sense, Ishan, how many places in Jammu we are seeing reports of this or hearing reports about the artillery shells coming through from the other side of the international border?
Well, sirens have also been sounded in Akhnur. There is blackout in Katra and also around Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine. So there are multiple places where the administration believes and the government believes that they could be on the target. But what we have been also given to understand at the moment is that air defense system has been activated to reduce the damage to the minimum. Look, Jammu city is very tight and any shell which can land can create a lot of damage. So that is why right now, to ensure that there is not only retaliation but also to protect the city, the army and the air force is trying their level best to ensure that there is no damage, because the airport is also nearby and that is where the target would be to damage the airport as well. But it's a big action that Pakistan has now undertaken against people in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why you're seeing these visuals which are constantly coming out. People are seeing this light just passing through, and this is still an evolving situation. That's why there's not a lot of clarity on it, that what kind of action has Pakistan undertaken in Jammu. But we've been given to understand there are sirens, there is blackout in most parts of the Jammu city and outside even the Jammu city, and now we'll have to wait and see that if at all these shells have landed in any population, caused any damage. But we have been given to understand that minus Jammu city, there are other places also in the Jammu region where right now the artillery shelling and the gunfire has been heard by the locals, and they're reporting it, that there is an explosion. And
I also want to go across to Akash, my colleague, who is also tracking this story. Akash, I believe there are more than one location that's been targeted, multiple locations that have been targeted in Jammu city. We're given to understand that the air defense systems have gone up. Air raid sirens are being heard in Jammu city as well. What is the latest that you're picking up from your defense sources?
Right, so officers are telling me that it is still on, and they are also indicating that these are also drones which have been in fact neutralized. The situation is tensed, of course, there in the civilian area. In fact, people are hearing these gun sounds, and it is specifically, at the airport and around. We have been told that maybe the target is Jammu airport, and because we have the CEP in the artillery, so possibly the shells are also going to the nearby areas. We still don't know, and they are still assessing the situation. Air Force is very much there, Indian Army is very much there. Air defense is active because this airport was under control of Indian Air Force since the civilian flights were not in fact going through or coming through in fact to this particular airport. What I am learning as of now is, Zaka, that Air Force teams, in fact, more in fact, the personnel have reached to the particular site now, and they are in fact checking, because this shelling is still on, and drones are very much there, Zaka. Drones are very much there. Artillery shells are of course there, but drones are there, and you rightly pointed out, this is the violation of international border as well. Till now, at the LC we were seeing the violation, but now artillery is coming through from the international border as well, and Jammu airport, and in fact the other areas in Jammu are targeted. This is provocation to a next level.
All right, Akash, just stay on with us. Look at these pictures, folks. You can see multiple. It's not just one or two. You can see 1, 2, 3, at least 3 in this particular video. There you go, the cursor there. You can see a swarm of projectiles coming through, sort of lighting up the night sky. In this dark sky, you can see multiple of these projectiles that are coming through. We're given to understand it's a combination of both drones as well as artillery shelling, heavy artillery shelling that's happening, targeting multiple locations in Jammu. This is over the night sky in Jammu. The air defense systems have gone up. Air raid sirens are blaring through the city. Let me also go across as we see these pictures of this multiple projectiles coming through in the dark sky in Jammu. Let me go across to Tejinder, who's there in Jammu city for us. Tejinder, all right, we'll go back to Tejinder in just a moment. But you can see here, at multiple sort of flashes of light in the night sky that are coming through from the other side of the international border. This is not just a ceasefire violation. This is, one would presume, if this results in, fatalities, mass fatalities, civilian casualties, this would be construed as an act of war, because this is clearly an armed attack, a use of force, and it violates the Vienna Conventions. But just staying with these pictures, and I want to go back to General Iyer as well as to Group Captain Vinod. Group Captain Vinod, by looking at these pictures, I don't know if you have access to these pictures, but it seems like multiple sort of flares of light that are coming through the sky. and then we don't know the point of impact. We haven't seen any explosions, visibly at least. We haven't seen any explosions that have been caught on camera, but we can see multiple flares of light coming through in the night sky. Are these drones? Are these artillery shells? Is it a combination of both? What's your best estimate?
I mean, I'm used to seeing these flares during Kargil. We used to see it going across us. The flares that you're seeing, Zaka, is absolutely no doubt there. These are artillery shells. Most probably the 25-pounder version, जो पाव किलो के बम की जो बात करते हैं, these are the ones. They are fired in the general direction to create confusion, to create nuisance kind of value. Will they really have an effect on population? I really don't know. Will it affect the runways? Absolutely it will, because if it falls on the runway, then the runway is down for a while. Zaka, my point is, this is shape of things to come. This is prelude to something that is following us. I would tell people who are on the ground, CNN News 18 people on the ground, to watch out for something more as the night progresses. It is only 8:44 p.m. Maybe by 9-10 o'clock something else is coming. It could even be a air raid. We need to be absolutely watching out for it. The drones are once again maybe nuisance, because at night without night vision and thermal, drones are useless. So these drones are also going to be.
We also have the natural audio of the air raid sirens going up, and these lights that you're seeing on the sky, these are not moving at different directions or at different speeds. They seem to be moving like in a formation. Now we don't know if this is a swarm of drones that's been sent out, or whether these are aircraft, or whether these are other sorts of projectiles, but they certainly seem to be moving in unison. They seem to be moving in a certain uniformity. It seems like programmed to move in a certain pace, and that pace seems to be uniform across these 4 flares of light that you can see on the dark sky. You can hear the air raid siren that's blaring across the city now. So we're given to understand it's a combination of both drones as well as artillery shelling that's happening across multiple locations in Jammu. Like Group Captain was saying, this is a flagrant violation of not just the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, but this can be construed as an act of war, especially if it leaves in its wake casualties of civilians in mass numbers. I also want to get General Iyer's views on this. Again, I don't know, General Iyer, if you can see these pictures from where you are. What is it? What are we seeing from these pictures?
Firstly, let me clarify absolutely clearly. Jammu is out of range of Pakistan artillery, even if he crosses the IB. So let us be very clear, this is not artillery. Now, what can he use to hit Jammu from his own region? The only asset which he has in his own region is a rocket battery called the S-300s. These are Chinese rockets which are very similar to our Pinaka rockets, but he's got far and few of them, and I don't see them using it at this early stage of any operations. So in my mind, I think these are just a swarm of drones which must be also carrying some degree of explosives. Most of these drones are like, they carry these explosives like dumb drops. So they come there, and if you knock them down, they come on ground and then they blow up. They'll carry explosive 5 to 10 kgs, and if you recollect, somewhere around 2018 or 19, these drones had targeted the ATC in the Jammu airport, and one of their training shelters had been, targeted. So it is not the first time that these kind of drones have come to Jammu. Jammu is well within the reach of their, hexacopter kind of drones, which can move in a formation, and that's what is giving the light. Secondly,
I'm really sorry to interrupt again, but there are some reports, and our Manoj Gupta, our investigations editor, is also confirming this, that there's some reports of artillery shelling at the Pathankot air base as well. Now, whether this is on the outskirts, in terms of, the outside portion of the compound, or whether it's inside the base, we don't know. But there are reports now, which Manoj Gupta is confirming, that there is shelling at the Pathankot air base as well. Remember, Pathankot air base was the scene of a terror attack back in 2016 as well. So that needs to be kept in mind. But what we're also hearing is that multiple air raid sirens have been sounded out in Jammu. At Vaishno Devi, there's a complete blackout, is what we're given to understand. In Keran, in Tangdar. So in multiple places, we are hearing reports of artillery shelling as well as rocket attack. We're also getting some information attributable to government sources that in response to multiple attempted aerial incursions involving unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, defensive systems were promptly activated in Jammu. The drones were successfully neutralized mid-air through coordinated deployment of advanced technologies. No damage or casualties have been reported so far. An assessment is on. Yes, General, go on. Please walk us through what you were saying.
I was saying. You know, these are low-grade drones which will be knocked off in the air, and what you see as flash is possibly our counter measures that are going. Firstly, artillery shell does not come with a flash.
Yeah,
it will only come
correct.
with a sound. So there is no flash with an artillery shell. So let's be very clear, this is not artillery shelling. As far as Pathankot Air Base is concerned, if he comes right up to the boundary, if he comes right up to a place called Lassia in the Shakkargarh Bulge and comes right up to the boundary and uses his longest range artillery, possibly he may be able to hit the doorsteps of Pathankot. I have commanded a brigade there, so I know it is very difficult for him to reach Pathankot with his artillery, and he'll be an idiot to bring his artillery so far forward at this stage of the
All right, just one other update before I hand over to my colleague Rahul. Electricity is now shut in Jammu, across the city and the outskirts of the city. The air defense system S-400 has gotten activated. Security agencies are confirming that at least 8 missiles that have been directed from Pakistan at the Jammu Civil Airport, at Samba, at Araspura, at Arnia and neighboring areas have all been intercepted and blocked by the S-400. So this seems like a swarm of drones that have been directed at Jammu as well as in places in Arnia, in Araspura, in Samba. It seems to be definitely a coordinated attack by the Pakistanis, and we're given to understand that at least 8 of these have been intercepted by the S-400 air defense systems. These pictures, the flares that you're seeing on the sky, and you're seeing multiple flares up against the dark night sky in Jammu, that is a drone, is what General Iyer is saying. Those are not artillery shells. He's right. Artillery shells don't come with lights attached to them. So these flares that you're seeing up on the sky are these drones, possibly low-grade drones, many of which have been intercepted by the air defense system, the S-400. We're given to understand, if we have Tejinder, can we get Tejinder on the phone line to try and get what the latest is as far as Jammu is concerned. So Jammu, Arnia, Samba is what we are talking about. Also Manoj Gupta saying that in Pathankot Air Base there has been reports of shelling all the way up to Aknoor. So Pathankot in the south all the way up to Aknoor in the north. There seems to be multiple coordinated attempts to try and breach India's air defenses. These flares that you're seeing up in the night sky, these are pictures from Jammu. We're given to understand if Tejinder is there, we can go across to him. Tejinder, what is the latest in Jammu, please?
Zaka, Jammu has come under heavy attack from the Pakistan side. They resorted to use of drones to target Jammu airport, which is the vital defense installation, and they also the Pakistan Army also resorted to use of artillery shelling to target various vital installations across Jammu region. But because of our alertness, the security forces, they have confirmed to us that S-400 batteries were activated across Jammu, and 8 missiles that were directed from Pakistan at Jammu Civil Airport, Samba, Araspura, Arnia and other neighboring areas have been intercepted and blocked by S-400 anti-aircraft system. So the batteries have been activated, the entire air defense mechanism across Jammu region has been activated, and all the efforts, the attempts of Pakistan to inflict damage on the Indian side by uses of drones and artillery shells and
so Tejinder, just very quickly before I hand it over to Rahul, so you are saying there is no reports of any damage, casualties, fatalities on the ground?
Yes, Zaka, so far there has been no reports of any fatalities or any damage to any defense installation in Jammu region. It seems that once again Pakistan has failed to hit the defense installations of India. But yes, there has been a panic all across Jammu. Loud bangs are being heard, and Pakistan has resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation in all across the entire belt of Jammu region, be it in Jammu district, Samba district or Kathua. Heavy artillery shelling is being used, directed towards not only the defense installations but also towards the civilian population. But the Indian side is responding in equal caliber to this Pakistani aggression. So right now, all across Jammu, heavy and loud bangs are being heard. But yes, S-400 batteries have been activated, and they are intercepting any airborne threat that has come from the Pakistan side. Yes, Zaka.
Tejinder, this is Rahul Shivshankar. This is a obviously developing story, and the visuals that viewers are seeing on their screens is of strafing from Pakistan, unprovoked strafing of Jammu and other areas in the vicinity. And there's been also, we are told, an attempt to try and strike the Jammu airport. Now, Tejinder, just give us a lowdown really on the situation there. We are being told that the S-400 system has worked to perfection in at some level or the other thwarting these missile strikes and drones and artillery shells. Can you confirm that and give us a quick analysis really of the spread of India's counter strategy here?
Rahul, India was fully prepared and aware that Pakistan would carry out such strike on our defense installations, especially in Jammu region, including the Jammu civil airport. So what we are told that 8 missiles and projectiles were launched from the Pakistan side directed towards our vital defense installations spread across Jammu, Samba, Araspura, Arnia. But because of the S-400 that were deployed by our security forces, our air defense mechanism was in place, and we were expecting such a strike from the Pakistan side. So all those batteries, they were activated well in time, and all the threats that came from the Pakistan side have been intercepted. It has been confirmed to me by one of the senior defense officer that 8 missiles that were directed from the Pakistan side towards Jammu airport, which is a civil airport, Samba, Araspura, Arnia, they have been brought down by the S-400 that were activated. Right now as we speak, Rahul, Pakistan is using heavy artillery shells to target not only the defense installations but also the civilian population in the entire Jammu belt. The firing right now is going on in Kathua, Samba, Jammu, but the Indian defense forces are retaliating in an effective manner in a way which Pakistan understands. As you rightly pointed out that this is just a developing story right now, because this attack from the Pakistan side started just a couple of minutes ago. People across Jammu, they saw those flashes moving overhead from their houses. They are hearing loud bangs. So right now still the entire Jammu region is being rocked by these loud bangs, which seems to be S-400 and the Akash Tir defense system intercepting the projectiles, the drones and the missiles that are being fired from the Pakistan side. We are responding to Pakistani aggression in an equal manner. This is what the sources are telling me. But right now, entire Jammu region has been put under blackout. Electricity has been cut off in the entire Jammu region. People are asked to switch off any light in their houses, and the defense mechanism has already been activated, and efforts are on to give Pakistan a befitting response in the manner which it understands. Yes, Rahul.
Okay, stay on with me. Akash also here with us. Akash, give me a breakdown really of the latest situation. Akash, if you can hear me, Tejinder was just giving us an update saying that 8 projectiles or missiles were fired towards Jammu and certain attendant areas. And the attempt was to also target the Jammu Air Base, but the S-400 system seems to have thwarted any of these attempts by Pakistan. Akash.
So multiple attacks have been happening even now. It is on, and we have been learning about these projectiles coming to different places in Jammu, and in fact till Pathankot. Manoj Gupta is also reporting that from Pathankot to Aknoor we are receiving these attacks, possibly some rockets or missiles. But agencies and in fact sources within the Defence Ministry are telling us that they have intercepted several drones and missiles, and in fact S-400 and Akash is intercepting these threats. What we have been given to understand that at this point in time they are using AD guns, and AD guns have in fact targeted these drones, Rahul, but the condition is still volatile. In fact, we are learning that the operation is still on because forces are very much there. In fact, ceasefire violation is simultaneously happening. They have targeted the highway as well In fact, there is a bombarding at the highway, what I'm learning. And also, at this point in time, we are seeing attacks at multiple places, Rahul. So agencies are very much there. They are, in fact, air defense systems are very much active, but we still don't know because it is still on, Rahul.
Absolutely, still on. This is a developing story, viewers. So as of now, we've been able to establish dominance as we did last night. Now, there is a pattern here. It's a consistent pattern. Pakistan is resorting to unprovoked targeting of India's military targets. Very, very important, viewers. India's military assets are being targeted by Pakistan. This is a vital escalation because remember, India never did so. India only targeted Pakistan's terror infrastructure. Pakistan is responding as if it has lost a limb in battle. It is responding by hitting our army, our military, our various other civilian targets also. Last night it tried to even hit Amritsar's Golden Temple, that's what we are being heard. Large number of Gurdwaras have been knocked to the ground. So Pakistan is completely besides itself in desperation, viewers, and is trying to do everything. And I believe that Pakistan has shot itself in the foot and it has sown the seeds of its own defeat. It's fighting a losing battle. Drunk on Oregon's General Munir has made the greatest mistake. Munir has made the mistake of provoking the Leviathan that is India. We can see the provocations night after night. Why am I saying this? Why am I saying that Munir is losing the plot and perhaps even this escalation? Because for the second consecutive day, Pakistan has lost the fight to India. The defeats have been so comprehensive and morale sapping that Pakistan has virtually allowed India to establish dominance early in the contest. If we are going to be able to, viewers, knock out everything they throw at us, it is going to be problematic. And if we can get around their systems, that is going to be problematic for them, even more so. If on Wednesday, in the darkest hours of the night, India struck at will in Pakistan and POK, made Jaish terrorist Masood Azhar cry and other elements bury their loved ones, jolted Pakistan in the ways that it never imagined. Then last night, India did it again. Pakistan did the unthinkable and the indefensible. In a moment of madness, it decided to target our air bases and our radar systems across 15 cities, stretching down to Bhuj in Gujarat. I'll show you all of that a little later, viewers. We're sticking with this developing story for a few minutes more because this pattern has been repeated now for the third night. So after the initial Sindoor, Operation Sindoor resulted in widespread destruction of terror bases in Pakistan, which was on the 7th of May. On the 8th, which was yesterday night, viewers, at well past midnight in the early hours of today, Pakistan again tried to attack several cities in India, 15 of them as I told you, all the way down to Bhuj in Gujarat. And I'll show you that map in just a few seconds as we split our pictures between the map and this footage that is coming in. And it's doing it again. At about 8:30, it decided to target Jammu. And not just any spots in Jammu, but the air base in Jammu, viewers. It has also tried to hit at other towns and districts very close in the locality, and it has definitely tried to escalate this entire contest now, and it is assuming very quickly, viewers, very quickly, the guise now of an open conflict, an escalated open conflict. 8 missiles as of now have been shot down, no casualties. This is another big plus point. The S-400 missile system is doing its job. It is like an Iron Dome equivalent. But Pakistan's misadventures, viewers, have been thwarted all through. India deployed biggest weapons. I told you the S-400s brought down Pakistan's missiles and drones with ease. It's happening again tonight. Pakistan forces were made to look weak and incompetent. Worse, after the mauling, India turned the tables. It launched Operation Sindoor Part 2. And this is the ongoing Operation Sindoor Part 2. In some of Pakistan's biggest cities, Lahore's air defense system was brought down with kamikaze drones, leaving the city totally vulnerable. Karachi and Rawalpindi was struck also. We're going to bring those visuals to you. We're going to split the screen because, viewers, we're going to keep showing you the live situation as it is developing in Jammu. Those are the pictures in the middle of your screens of the live situation in Jammu. Lots of bangs can be heard. You can hear them, and I want to bring back Tejinder if he's still there with us. Tejinder, what's the latest? And we'll also try to involve our guests in this conversation. But this is a serious escalation from Pakistan. This was happening all of last night. We just didn't know about it. It was happening along all those points. On the map, you can see them, viewers. On the right, in white, are the areas that the Pakistanis targeted. And from right there, up on top, Avantipura, all the way down, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, even in Punjab and beyond. In Rajasthan, you can see that three places in Rajasthan, and down there in Gujarat, in Bhuj. So the entire border, from the LOC to the international border, they were trying to attack us, and the S-400 missile system knocked these projectiles out of the sky. A lot of that debris fell in Punjab, in fields in Punjab, in other places it was completely vaporized. But moments after that, India went in, and we have traumatized Pakistan. Again, I'm going to show you that map, because you will see the places that India struck. So we struck proportionately, targeting their military infrastructure, and you can see Muzaffarabad, you can see Kotli, you can see Gulpur. Those are all, of course, what we had struck yesterday. But down there, viewers, and we're going to show you the next map, which will give you the areas where India struck in Pakistan. So we'll update that, but I'll just bring that out for you. About 9 spots, including Lahore, including Karachi, including, most importantly, once again, Bahawalpur, Lahore, Rawalpindi. We nailed them left, right, and center. Do we have an updated map? That would be great to just show our viewers the spread of how we targeted the cities in Pakistan. So we're going to try and bring that to you. But in the middle, viewers, this live situation, I just want to quickly bring in General Pandey also. General Pandey, the situation in Jammu, how do you see this unfolding? Why has this happened? General Bakshi also here with us. General Pandey, what is happening here exactly?
Yeah, so this is scaling up actually. The restriction was to a lower level of firing across the LC in generally in the Kashmir region, thereafter in Jammu region. But this has taken a level up in which a very targeted attack has been carried out on the Jammu airport, and what I am told is they have tried to apply loitering munitions on the Jammu airport. And what I can see and understand is that it is a mix of munitions being applied, starting from artillery to drones and to missiles. While for the artillery shells, the protection will not be that much, but for the missiles and for drones, there are adequate measures available with the Indian Armed Forces to ensure and thwart the system. I am given to understand that in the Jammu region, there is a blackout which is already on, and people are getting into protected space. As of now, nothing much has happened, but even if they are able to strike the bases at Jammu and Udhampur, I can only assure you that there are systems in place to recover and come back within no time to carry out operations.
Which is what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Which is what happened yesterday. General Bakshi, that happened yesterday. General Bakshi, what we're seeing is, of course, the latest. This is happening at a time when we're all still awake. Last night, it happened much after midnight, if you remember. And a large number of Indian cities were targeted, 15 on them, but we thwarted every Pakistan attempt. And that's exactly what's happening here this evening. So Pakistan quite desperate. Just talk us through why you believe that this is a great miscalculation by Pakistan.
Exactly. You know, Rahul, we were discussing precisely this yesterday. Step 1 on the escalation ladder, Pakistan hits at Pahalgam. Step 2 on the escalation ladder, India retaliates with Operation Sindoor 1, right? We hit 7 terror camps, 5 in POK, 4 in Punjab proper, including Bahawalpur and Muridke, headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, also the HM headquarters, right? Last night, past midnight, Pakistan retaliates in a significant manner by aiming at 15 military targets over a 2,000-kilometer front. He uses missiles, drones and rockets, a combination of these, exactly as per the matrix of options we had war-gamed yesterday, right? The good news is that India has one of the very good air defense systems in the world, possibly after America, Russia, Israel. We are at almost number 4. It is a layered air defense. We have the S-400s, which have a radar that can see up to 600 kilometers, engage from 40 kilometers onwards. It can take on missiles, it can take on jet fighters, drones, helicopters, the works, right?
Yes.
We have also the Akash missiles, the MR SAMs, you know, the V-Shorads, the whole panoply of layered missile defenses backed up by the guns. The interception rate in Ukraine has been about 70% for the air defense. The Russians have achieved rates of 80 to 85%. The Israelis achieved an interception rate of 98 to 99%. Yesterday we did one better. We achieved 100%. Not one missile got through. It is something to be proud of. Not one missile got through.
Absolutely.
You know, over Amritsar, we had 2 debris of the missiles. I think most probably they were P-15s fired by the, JF-17s, possibly in panic, seeing our fighters on their radars. But we have recovered one full 7-foot long missile and one which has gone into the ground. Many more debris would be over Pakistan because we would have intercepted them with the S-400s long range, well inside Pakistani territory. So, I think full marks to India. But, Rahul,
yes,
just because you had a good air defense system, you cannot minimize the gravity of what has happened.
Yes.
Pakistan has hit back. There are no terror targets in India. We hit only the terror targets. We offered Pakistan an off-ramp. Look, we've only hit your terror target, so we're going to leave it at that if you back off. Pakistan has responded. Mullah Munir has responded by unleashing an across-the-board response. 15 military targets addressed, right? You can't take it lying down. And now they are attacking the Jammu air base.
Yes.
They are attacking around RS Pura, the traditional place where the Pakistanis choose to strike first is the Cham Jaudiya area. 65 they hit there first, 71 they hit there first, right? The second favorite area is Rajouri Punch up there. So, look, Rahul, I have a very serious entreaty.
Okay.
We are being told it is a totally civilian controlled operation. The foreign secretary is briefing with the 2 girls around him who get in a sentence each, right? May I now make a humble request? We are heading to a limited / a full-scale war. Kindly hand it over, delegate to the military professionals. If you are trying to look holier than thou,
well, okay,
good.
That's a separate issue. I agree with you. That's a separate issue.
That's good. No.
Yeah. That's a side. Okay.
Why I'm saying this? If you just give me half a second.
Yeah, of course.
Half a second.
Yeah, of course.
What I'm trying to say is, now this is getting on to full-scale war, full-on conflict. Let the military professionals handle it.
Okay.
Because this half civilian, half military approach can lead to some gaps.
Okay,
right?
so you're saying, and I want to bring in also General Dhillon. Stay on with me, General Bakshi. General Pandey also here. Are we now seeing this turning into an inevitable conflict? Are we now in that stage? I just want to update our viewers. Udhampur, Jammu, Akhnur, Pathankot, all of them were today stressed at about 8:30 by artillery and drone attacks from across the border. No casualties. 8 missiles were shot down by India in Jammu. 8 missiles were shot down, resulting in 0 casualties. And I want to stress that, viewers, just like yesterday when 15 Indian cities were targeted, there were 0 casualties. All the incoming were strafed into oblivion by the S-400 missile system. We are being told that the Satwari station, perhaps in Udhampur also, there was an attempt or two. That's also been thwarted. All these attacks were thwarted. Reports, viewers, that in Barmer and in Null, Rajasthan, things are happening, have been shot down. The government there, as well as the PIB, etc., and the Barmer district collector and magistrate have all come out and said that's fake news, don't fall for it. We are also being told, and this is very, very important, that Poonch and Tangdar firing is happening at the IB there also. So the entire IB in that area is hot. The line of control is hot. It's hot right now. Pakistan is desperately trying. General Dhillon, we are not surprised. But are we seeing, and before I bring you in, General Dhillon, I just want you also, viewers, to pay attention to something that is monumental that is happening on the ground in Pakistan. I showed you pictures from Lahore, and we're going to put those pictures back. All the Pak projectiles intercepted. That's the picture from Lahore. Explosions near the Lahore airport. Explosions. Indian drone attacks have disabled the defense, the aerial defense of Lahore. It is a sitting duck right now. It is very vulnerable. And guess what, viewers? Members of parliament in Pakistan are tearing up. And on the street, bloggers are asking their government, "Aap kar kya rahe ho?" India is walking in. They did it yesterday, they did it today, and you can't even upset a hair on their head. Listen to some of these reactions. One is this minister who is crying, saying that, "God, please help us, we have taken on too much." And another one who's abusing the military. Listen to this, viewers, and then I want to bring in General Dhillon.
दुनिया में जहां भी देखें शायद हमारी कमी है, हम मजबूर हैं, हम गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन रब्बे काबा हम तेरे हबीब के उम्मती हैं, खुदा का वास्ता हमसे रहम का मौला फरमा। आप चले जाएं, उधर फिलिस्तीन में चले जाएं, कश्मीर में चले जाएं, जहां भी जाएंगे मुसलमानों के साथ वो ऐसे रो रहा है जो हम सोच भी नहीं सकते हैं। तो तू हमें माफ कर दे, हम तेरे आगे सर झुकाते हैं, माफी मांगते हैं। नहीं, इसमें दो राय नहीं है मौला कि हम बड़े गुनाहगार हैं, लेकिन तेरी रहमत बहुत वसी है। तू रहमत का एक जर्रा भी भेजेगा हमारी तरफ तो इंशाल्लाह हमारी कामयाबी होगी। और दुआ करते हैं रब्बे काबा कि इस मुल्क की हिफाजत फरमा और हमें दुश्मनों पर जो है वो फकीर अता फरमा और हमें उनको सरनगू करने की ताकत अता फरमा। मैं दुआ गो हूँ आर्म फोर्सेस के लिए, पाकिस्तानियों के लिए, कि अल्लाह पाक हम सब की हिफाजत फरमाए।
कल रात इंडिया ने पाकिस्तान के ऊपर 24 मिसाइल हमले किए और हैरानगी की बात यह है कि तकरीबन सारे मिसाइल अपने टारगेट के ऊपर जाके लगे। इंडिया ने जो टारगेट सेट किया हुआ था, इंडिया ने वो टारगेट अचीव किया। और इससे बढ़ के हैरानगी की बात यह है कि पाकिस्तान का दिफाई निजाम, हमारा डिफेंस सिस्टम एक भी मिसाइल को इंटरसेप्ट नहीं कर सकता, एक भी मिसाइल को हम रोक नहीं सकते। सारे हमले हम रोकने में नाकाम रहे। एग्जैक्ट जो इंडिया ने टारगेट अचीव करना था वो अचीव किया है। वो जो कहते हैं ना कि इंडिया ने घुस के मारना था, इंडिया ने वाकई घुस के मारा और हम उसके मिसाइलों को रोक नहीं सके। ये हकीकत है। अब इसको आप ये मत कहें कि जी आप इंडिया की तारीफ कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, वो कर रहे हैं। भाई जो हकीकत है वो हकीकत है।
Okay, viewers, big updates coming in. Before I bring in General Dhillon, I just want to very quickly update you all on the evolving situation. 3 Pakistan drones have been shot down at the back gate of Jammu University, the Bawa Tea Store, which is a landmark there. Air raid sirens are blaring through the city of Jammu. Attack launched on Pathankot, Udhampur, Kathua, Samba and Kaluchak. All 5 areas the attack has been launched. You can hear the strafing, the sounds of munitions going off. India is rebuffing and thwarting just about every one of these attacks. We're also being told that Uri and Kupwara, where there is CFV or violations of the ceasefire, there is also news, viewers, that Pakistan might have suffered a big loss. I'll come to that after it's confirmed. I'm going to keep you hanging a little bit because I don't want to get ahead of the situation and spread fake news. But we are being told there's a big loss on the cards for Pakistan. something might have happened that could now lead to a complete meltdown in Pakistan, mentally and compounded. Let's go across to Akash. Akash, what are we being told? What are we being told? That there are some attacks now happening pretty much along the IB also. There is talk that Jaisalmer, there is a blackout there, red flares have been seen in the sky there. We are being told that Pakistan might have suffered a big loss. I'm not going to confirm that or deny that right now because we are ascertaining this. But Akash, what can you tell us? It's an evolving situation. General Dhillon is also here with us. Yes, Akash.
So I'm, in fact, confirming that big loss that you are talking about, Rahul. But yes, there are attacks in multiple cities. Jaisalmer is confirmed. In fact, Arunima is reporting that how Jaisalmer, is also receiving these drones and possibly the RT fire as well. In Jammu, we are seeing these attacks. However, our air defense system is very much active. And now, this ceasefire violation has also started, both at LC and also, at the international border. In Rajouri and Poonch, firing is there. In Kupwara also, we are seeing artillery fire. So, Pakistan, on one hand, is seeing artillery fire. So, Pakistan, on one hand, is violating the ceasefire. On the other hand, it is sending drones and, cities. But then, air defense system is very much active and is thwarting all these attempts. Also, we are learning about one Pakistani jet down, but I'm still confirming that sort of piece. But heavy, firing is going on at the LC right now, Rahul. And Indian defense forces are very much there with their air defenses. In fact, air defense guns are used. And in fact, I'm learning that army is retaliating at the LC as well.
Okay, army is retaliating at the LC. Let me go across to General Dhillon. He served there, just like General Bakshi, General Pandey. All of them have really done an exceptional job at protecting Indians and the country. So they know like this area like the back of their hands. General Dhillon, please weigh in on this. What are we seeing? Are we seeing now an escalation that is going to lead at some level or the other to perhaps a conflict breaking out, which might go on for a few more days? What is happening? Give us, if you were analyzing this from the Pakistani side, what is happening? We are seeing the losses there, but what is happening exactly? What are they trying to do here?
Rahul, it started with LC ceasefire violations, then it came down to Jammu and Kashmir, Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. They were firing onto one side of POJK in Poonch, Rajouri, and even then it graduated to Jammu. Then it came down to Kathua, Hiranagar area, and now, as per the report which you just shared with us, it has gone as far down as Jaisalmer. Now, this is the initiation of war. When you violate the IP at so many places, it's a clear-cut case of initiation of war by Pakistan. But for India, as was told by the Foreign Secretary in the briefing today, we are still committed to not hitting the military installation and civilian population. Whatever we are doing in self-defense. We are only intercepting the missiles and we are nullifying their air defense system. And like you just gave out certain bites from Pakistan, Lahore air defense is now completely gone. Now this is where people of Lahore must go to Lahore cantonment and see the senior officers' families fleeing from there. Now this is how the Punjab has been left without any cover. ये जो पंजाब के पाकिस्तानी पंजाब के जो लोग हैं उनको ये बात समझने की जरूरत है कि 75 साल से उनकी फौज उनको ये भरोसा देती रही है कि हम आपके पीछे खड़े हैं और अभी 24 घंटे नहीं हुए कि लाहौर का पूरा एयर डिफेंस खत्म हो चुका है। अगर ये इनकी काबिलियत है तो इसीलिए अभी ये इसको कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को एक्सपैंड करना चाहते हैं। They are wanting to expand it to as far as Jaisalmer and coming down to their age-old tactics of killing innocent civilians.
Right.
They did it in Pahalgam, they are doing it in Poonch, they are doing it in Jammu, and they are doing it in other parts of India. But Indian missile system or Indian S-400 air defense system is potent enough to take on all their missiles. And as you are saying, certain confirmation about certain targets having been down, we'll wait for it. But at the moment, Pakistan has escalated to another level. He has escalated to another level where he has opened up front as far down as Jaisalmer.
Okay,
so this is escalation ladder being attempted by Pakistan and India. When India retaliated to terror attacks by hitting the terror target, India had thought about all these escalations, all the contingencies, all the options. and India will give a very, very befitting reply to this.
Okay, Sushant Sareen, he's joined us. Sushant Sareen, we've had a few reports coming in of panic now in Pakistan. We've seen it all through the day. The stock market collapsed there. The Karachi Stock Index, which is a complete indication of sentiment in Pakistan, collapsed to the point where circuit breakers had to be applied. Trading had to be sort of stopped, halted. So I'm asking you, what is going on? Pakistan on one side looks as if they're ineffective right now. They're not being able to penetrate. On the other hand, they're also escalating.
Yeah, so look, I'll just add something to what General Dillon said. You know, they had declared war just yesterday. When it was not just till Jaisalmer, they attacked even till Bhuj. They tried to attack. Now, just because their attack was thwarted and we hit back, does not absolve the Pakistanis of what they tried to do. And because they had shit on their face, pardon my language, so they are some ground, because basically the regime survival which is at stake right now. It is Asim Munir's head which is on the line, as is Shahbaz Sharif's head, and they have to show something to the people so that they can survive. Because after India's retaliation in the morning today, it was very clear that the Pakistanis would do something. Now what they have done...
This is deferred pictures coming out of Jaisalmer, Sushant Sareen. Have a look. This is the IB now. Yes.
Yeah, so even Bhuj was IB, everything is IB.
Yeah.
Amritsar is IB, Jalandhar is IB, Ludhiana is IB, right? So everything is the IB now. Now, my point is a very simple one. Now that the Pakistanis have tried to up the ante, and in the morning today our retaliation was very, very proportionate. They tried to attack our defense installations, we attacked theirs, and we managed to be much more successful than what they were. But now that they've tried to up the ante, I think some of the restraints which have been put should be removed. I think now we should strike at major military installations, including their headquarters and their troops which might be amassed somewhere. If this is the game they want to play, then that is the retaliation that must come from the Indian side. And I think that should happen by tonight, if it's not already starting to happen. The second thing, and I must insist on this, and out here I disagree with General Bakshi. Look, I think what we are seeing right now is a perfect synchronization of civil and military.
Okay.
We cannot, in a country like India, we cannot say, okay, it's all to the generals, they can decide. Of course they will decide. The professional decisions will be taken by the generals. The civilians will go along with them. But I think the synchronization of civil and military, where the civil has to remain supreme in India. And because decisions of war and peace have to be made by the civilian authority, the military, being a disciplined force, is going to follow whatever orders are given by the civilian.
Okay.
I don't think in anybody's case that any civilian leader right now is trying to hold the hand of the army or trying to restrict it. I think it is perfect synchronization. So I don't have any problems with how we are approaching this.
Okay, but is that the primary question right now? I don't think so. General Bakshi, should we now start hitting wider, deeper military targets in Pakistan? Let's stick to the real issue here for the moment.
All right. Though I'd like to respond, but I'll give it a pass.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, Rahul, so far, step one of the escalation ladder, we hit the terror camps. And we told Pakistan that we are hitting only, and the world, that it is a non-escalatory response, that it is a proportionate response. We've hit only the terror camps. We gave Pakistan an off-ramp. You want to de-escalate here, we can leave it here. Pakistan has chosen to escalate militarily. The fact that you did not suffer damage is all thanks to your air defense command, right? Is all thanks to your air defenses that you haven't. But that does not minimize the significance of the step that Pakistan has taken up the escalation ladder. And tonight, he's crossing the IB, he's crossing the LC, he's trying to attack across the LC. He's been firing for days now, artillery fire, targeting your civilians, etc. The point that I am trying to make is, now it is Pakistan which has given you the justification to go to level next and target military targets in Pakistan. You've already targeted the radars. They are a military target, Rahul. So you've already crossed the Rubicon. You've already crossed the Rubicon. Now, what was our original aim? The original aim was to impose deterrence in Pakistan.